I think the first episode shows that off really well. Again, my biggest issue is that today it's not very funny, but overall, while it's not amazing, it's a pretty solid, heartfelt introduction to these characters. I also want to point out this really funny moment I noticed near the end of the episode, where Bart's picture is placed upside down in the background, only for the next shot to reveal they misplaced the entire background cell so it was upside down. Nothing else to say, really. Besides The Simpsons' infinite looping picture of their hallway in the background, I think Bart the Genius is a pretty good episode. Although the parts of it revolving around Bart and his endeavors in his new school are ironically the parts I enjoyed the least, the main aspect of this episode that I really enjoy is the relationship between Bart and Homer, and I wish more of the episode were dedicated to showing this off, as I think it portrays a really realistic depiction of the relationship between a father and a son, probably one of the best depictions of the entire series, which I guess is a little worrying considering we're on episode 2. This episode also still manages to be really funny. It has a lot of great moments in Springfield Elementary, which is impressive considering this was the first appearance of characters like Martin and Principal Skinner. While Simpsons roasting on an open fire is definitely the more iconic of the two, I think Bart the Genius managed to be the better episode by blending the more emotional side of the former with a more comedic tone. This is an interesting episode, as it's one where Homer actually has to face the consequences of his actions, being fired from the nuclear plant. After a really jarring scene where he attempts to kill himself, yes, that is not an exaggeration, he becomes a safety inspector for the town and then just sort of is given his job back from Mr. Burns. Yeah, the pacing of this episode is a little all over the place. It spends way too long in the field trip stuff with Bart, especially considering the episode isn't even about him, and I think a lot of that time could have been spent on showing Homer's impact on the town instead of glossing it over.
Sorry, Streamlabs.
Other than that, the episode is just sort of boring and there's nothing really to note about it, other than it being the first real introduction to Mr. Burns, and the episode stars the famous Black Mr. Smithers. So hey, I guess that's something. Yeah, this is the lowest episode in the list so far. Let's move on. I'm noticing now just how much more responsible Homer acts in season 1, with Marge being the one to embarrass him in public this time. Homer starts to realize just how miserable he is, with how his family is acting. But he doesn't get to the point of being unlikable, as it's clearly shown he still loves and cares about his kids and wife. Like season 30 Homer would
only 5,000. Damn, I thought I'd have more than that. That sucks.
Therapy. I think this episode starts off pretty strong with Mr. Burns' party, but when it gets to the Marvin Monroe therapy session, it kind of just ends up going nowhere, with him being unable to fix them, and it just sort of stops there. This episode is still pretty alright though, I wouldn't call it bad. It's got some good character interactions and some funny moments. I'd put this under Simpsons roasting on an open fire, but above Homer's Odyssey. This is the episode to introduce Nelson, and it's weird just how much of a threat he's set up as, along with his two little sidekicks who just disappear eventually. And oh no, dead Bart! So we're taken through a pretty generic story about school bullies as Grandpa helps Bart form an army against Nelson. Sadly though, this is another episode that is just kind of boring, not a fan of this one at all. Again, it's not very funny and there's no real conclusion to it at all. This is also one of the weird episodes that ended with the Simpsons.
Wow, prices went down,
which
Jesus.
is bizarre to see. Anyway, I'd put this one above Homer's Odyssey, but below There's No Disgrace Like Home. After the string of mediocre episodes, we finally have another one I really enjoy. Moaning Lisa has a quite simple plot. Lisa is sad and nobody knows why or how to cheer her up. This is until she discovers that she can express herself through music. This is the only episode centered on Lisa this season, and they handle it super well. I love the message that it's okay to be sad sometimes, and there isn't always an easy way out for it. There's no point in building it up, and sometimes you just gotta ride it out.
You wanna be sad, honey? Be sad. We'll ride it out with you. And when you get finished feeling sad, we'll still be there.
I love this episode. There's even a pretty fun side plot with Bart and Homer for some humor to contrast against the serious mean story, but Lisa and Marge's relationship steals the show. Love it. #1 episode so far. This is where my bias kind of starts to seep in with this stuff. I do not care for jungle settings. No, not even the Rugrats meet the Wild Thornberry, sadly. And Call of the Simpsons was not an exception. The Simpsons venture out in Homer's new RV he gets to try one-up Flanders, and the family ends up lost in the wilderness. Boringness ensues. I can tell where this one is trying to go, but I feel like it just drags on and on. It's not very entertaining in the process. At least in an episode like Homer's Odyssey, there's that emotional connection we have with the family, and some more down-to-earth moments. But this episode is infuriating.
I don't like this streamer, I can tell right away.
This video is brought to you by Brilliant. A few months ago, I made a video covering the Simpsons shorts on Disney+. And while it went over well, I did have a lot of people in the comments telling me I was being unfair to the current Simpsons, saying that it's actually really good again if I would just give it a chance. I hadn't really kept up with the show all that much since like season 29. Which for this show feels like nothing, but to be fair, that is 4 entire seasons of television. So I figured I'd dive into what they're doing these days with a handful of season 33 episodes. And what I found was mostly just really mediocre. Now to be fair, the show still has its high points. Almost every episode I watch still has a joke or 3 that lands really well. And for the most part, the whole thing is still very watchable. I love these characters, so spending time with them is never terrible, even if the show is far, far from what it once was. But then there are those episodes that are just completely emblematic of everything I don't like about the show now. The episodes that make me feel so disconnected from what I like about The Simpsons that I have to go back and rewatch Mr. Plow to remind myself that this show was, for a large stretch of time, easily one of the best TV comedies ever. And it's one of those really rough episodes that I'm talking about today. The good news for season 33 is that it got the worst out of the way early, because no half hour this year is anywhere near as bad as its premiere.
Why would you do that to
the
The Simpsons?
backstage.
You fucking cash-grabbing assholes. Why would you cash-grab The Simpsons like that? Season 33 is scandalous. What are you, fucking PBS or Saturday Night Live? Get the fuck out of here. Why did you cash-grab The Simpsons like that? 33 fucking seasons. Disgusting and base. Get your fucking shit out of here. Those aren't The Simpsons. That's a cash grab with some yellow paint. Disgusting.
The Simpsons figures, sofa, and boob tube sold separately, only from Mattel.
Red sword. What do you mean red sword?
One thing that really surprised me going into this episode is apparently they just don't show the intro anymore. I know they've had a shortened version of it for a really long time, but now they've disposed of the couch gag almost entirely with just the choir singing the title.
Oh, I know, red sword. Yeah, the red sword. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I do. I have a big red sword. I'm sorry, I didn't realize what you meant. Yeah, the red sword. Yeah. I'm gonna have to get inside, I guess. Yeah, because this is a bad situation. I'm gonna go inside.
And then the show starting. Is this a massive issue? I mean, no. At the end of the day, it's just a theme song. But it is surprising to see, considering it might be the most famous TV opening in history. And maybe it's just me, but the couch gags are often like a high point of later day Simpsons. Beyond that though, I found it really odd how this doesn't really follow the structure of a Simpsons episode at all. The episode starts with the family at a memorial service for Marge's high school theater director. There she decides that she's gonna get the theater gang back together and restage their old musical about Y2K. She assembles them and discovers that they didn't really like her all that much in high school. It's incredibly straightforward, with just one A plot, no B plot, and 0 unexpected story turns. I only mention this because The Simpsons has a pretty specific story structure that the Golden Age writers took seriously. A good example would be something like Season 5's Homer Goes to College. The first few minutes see Mr. Burns hiding Homer and the other 2 dumbest employees away from public safety inspections, until that blows up in his face and Homer almost causes a meltdown. For those first 5 minutes or so, it looks like it's going to be a very Burns and Smithers-centric episode. But around that 4 to 6 minute mark, Simpsons episodes tend to take a turn and become about something else entirely. In this case, Homer having to go to college to pass a class, eventually making some nerdy friends who have to move into the Simpsons' home after Homer gets them expelled. Apart from the Treehouse of Horror episodes and some other notable exceptions, this is the classic Simpsons storytelling style. It's a lot of fun, and it encourages odd tangents and funny subplots. That's nowhere to be seen in the star of the backstage, and I think it makes the show feel a lot more simplistic and honestly pretty dull. Now, after 33 seasons, maybe it is fair to want to abandon that structure more and more, but if that structure is too played out and no longer works, maybe it's just time to end the show. Because to me, that's just as key an aspect of The Simpsons as any individual character is. But even setting that aside and trying to take the episode on its own terms, I gotta say, Marge-centric episodes are really tough to watch these days for one simple reason: the sad decline of Julie Kavner's voice. I want to be nice here because Julie Kavner has been incredible on this show through the years. She has an Emmy for season 3's I Married Marge, and it's a crime that she doesn't have more. But the fact is, after 3+ decades, her voice has understandably deteriorated, to the point where it's distracting and honestly a little sad. Compare her performance here to what Marge used to sound like.
It's me! Cass said yes! We're putting on a musical! Oh, Bart, I can't believe you did this!
I just have to imagine that the Marge voice has been tough on Kavner's vocal cords, and the result is that the character just seems always off now. The producers seem to know this too, because here's the thing, this episode is a full-blown musical, but where the show has asked Kavner to sing as Marge in the past, here they brought in Kristen Bell to do all of her singing. It's really weird how they set it up too. Marge has a line about how she imagines herself singing like a Disney princess, so then for the rest of the episode, when her neck starts to glow with, I guess, Disney magic, Belle takes over from there. The rest of the voice cast also has a lot of songs, but all of them do their own singing. So every time it happens, it's pretty jarring, and there's not even jokes about it, making it all the more weird. But the strangest element of this episode has gotta be this high school theater troupe. I know The Simpsons has been doing this for years now, but it'll always be bizarre to see flashbacks to the 90s where Marge and Homer are teenagers. The Simpsons was 10 seasons in 1999, and always featured a ton of flashbacks to the 70s and the 80s. But now, here we are, with a teenage Homer and Marge singing about Y2K. I know the writers like to wave this off, like, why care about the continuity of a cartoon?
Why do we care about Y2K? It was a fucking news cycle for like 4 months in 1999.
And to a certain extent,
I know you want to drag me back to 2004, kicking and fucking screaming, but I won't go. I'm serious. I know the member-berry weird people really want me to go back to 2004. But I look back and I think, nope, didn't like the presidents, didn't like the money, didn't like the economy, didn't really like the fucking video games that much, didn't really like the fucking music that much. I did, but I man, when you compare 70 years worth of music compared to like the 90s, it's like, ugh. And I don't know, I like 90s. It's my favorite one, but I mean, it's because I was born in that era. Not born, but I came up in that era. So, like, you know, it's like now I'm like, ugh. Like, why do you guys want to bring us back to 2004? Can't we talk about 2024? You guys want to take us back to Y2K because you want to member-berry reminisce about something. South Park couldn't handle it. Matt and Trey couldn't handle it. They were always doing really current stuff, you know, generally. Not always, but usually really current stuff. Remember the console wars or, like, Stick It Truth? I mean, they always kept it really current. But you guys are fucking dinosaurs on dinosaur-ass fucking Fox trying to bring dinosaur ass, Republican ass, motherfucking like family values ass fucking content, singing about Y2K like these kids were even these kids weren't even born yet.
Understand that, but when they constantly change,
and so I don't know, and it's weird because I can't think of a boomer that watches The Simpsons. It's gonna be the kids. The kids are watching The Simpsons. So why the fuck are you putting the kids through Y2K? It's cool that you brought the voice of Belle on to replace Marge. That's a little current, but Y2K is some boomer shit.
These backstories.
I don't think boomers watch The Simpsons anymore. I can't think of a boomer that would admit to it.
Erases a lot of what gave these characters any texture to begin with.
What did you do to all my bands, all my cartoons, all my music? Like, okay, it's so weird. Like, okay. Oh, sorry. Yeah, the music kind of threw me for a gap here. So lately, I've been looking at like Netflix, like the show Disenchantment. And something happened to this series. Matt Groening really, I thought the season 1, he like really fucking knocked it out of the park, and it was like a return to good Futurama or Simpsons. And I really was a fundamental believer in the opening song, the cast, the voices, the premise, the jokes, the execution. Some of the jokes still like come up, I think are really, really pertinent jokes. And then season 2, it was like they suddenly just didn't need to write jokes anymore. They had sold a series, and so they just cashed out. Matt Groening stopped caring. Season 2 was okay at best, and it actually spanned a lot of, like, you know, it's not like they phoned it in. They didn't. There was some good moments, but it was not season 1. It wasn't even like a quarter of the value of season 1. And I felt this way about, and I felt the same exact way about, recently I watched, what was it? It was, Fargo, the television show. And I actually really fucking liked Fargo. I liked it. But only the first 2 seasons, and it was weird because the first season was so fucking amazing, and then they knew they had sold the series, and the cash grabbers just moved in, and they stopped writing at all, and it was just, and by the end of season 2, I was done. And so that's how that was for me. And then on top of it, True Detective was like that too. Season 1 was like this like, and season 1 of both season 1 of True Detective and season 1 of Fargo were fucking like the best thing I've ever seen on television. Pretty much, they were both hands down like the best shit I'd ever seen on television. And then they knew they had sold like a season and a show, and then they just cash grabbed it. I expect the same thing to happen to Rings of Power. And so then they just took the money, they phoned in a second season that was, like, I would say acceptable at best. And then by season 3, Fargo was fucking horrible. Season 3 of Disenchantment was fucking horrible. Fucking horrible. I swear to God, fucking horrible. Like it went from like Billy Bob Thornton opposite, what's his name from Sherlock, to like Chris Rock opposite a bunch of B-movie fucking actors. And you could tell by season 2 was good. Season 2 was really good. I thought season 2 was amazing. And it wasn't as good as 1, but it wasn't bad. And I thought season 2 of Fargo was super good. But then season 3 was like, nope, you cash grabbed and you fucking, by season 3, The Simpsons knew by season 3 that they had to be good for 5 seasons, if they were going to hold it. In the modern age, by season 3, most shows suck fucking dick and can't hold up. And it really sucks. It really sucks. It's like, and so, and I've seen so many shows. So Disenchantment just hit season 4. And they're doing this thing where they're like queer baiting. They're like queer baiting season 4 of Disenchantment. I didn't know what it was. Queer baiting and Disenchantment, because I really love the chapter 4 of Disenchantment was really an interesting thing for me because I really love her. I can't think of her fucking name. The princess. I'm bad with names because I have brain damage now. Can't think of the fucking name, but Princess, whatever her name is. And by season 4, they like, if you look at Netflix, I don't want to do that because it's going to give away some of my personal info. But like, if you look at like, the whole season 4 thing, on the cover art for Disenchantment season 4 is her kissing a girl. But the problem with this is the only lesbian scene of Disenchantment was like 1.4 seconds long. They sort of made fun of this fact that girls kind of are bi, in the respect that she didn't go looking to be a lesbian. She just washes up on a beach, and there's mermaids feeding her grapes, and they're all butt naked, and they're all super fucking hot, and they're all tittering, and they're all really cute, and they're feeding her grapes, and they're butt naked, and they're like kind of sensuously tempting her and stuff like mermaids might do, or sirens or something. And she just says fucking and rolls with it and has a lesbian encounter. I think as most people would. If there was like a bunch of naked women lying around, like feeding you grapes and wine and stuff. And this is what the lesbian scene in Disenchantment was. And they do what any human would do, whether they were man or woman. She gives in, and she basically has a lesbian episode with a mermaid. And they don't hint at, they say that her one love interest, she won't date the elf, and she won't date the and she can't date the demon, and all the men in her kingdom are shitheads or just like clueless louts, and they really make fun of this a lot. And so they make her a strong feminine figure. And I'm not against this. You might think that that I care about lesbianism. I don't know. It's that they didn't use this as a plot point for the first 3.5 seasons or something like that. And then suddenly season 4, what's her name is kissing a girl on the fucking cover. Where was Merkimer? Right, Merkimer was really important. There was all these fucking things, right? I've been dreading Netflix canceling it, but I'd be okay with canceling it now, because I really feel like there is now kind of like a queer baiting Disenchantment thing. And so it's a little odd. It was a little odd, and so I found a distaste of something Matt Groening had done, which was previously something I'd never seen. Even This Is Hell is good, but okay, by season 4, it was so far from the original beautiful quality. Like there's a song that they sing in season 1, elf song in Disenchantment. The elf song is so good. I can't do it without the elf intro song for Disenchantment. It's a ha 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 and a hee hee. We're as happy as we can be. Elf with his place will never flee. Our minds are blank, but our hearts are free. We work all day and we sing with glee. We drink all night uncontrollably. It's a ho 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 and a hee hee hee. Listen to us whistle adorably. And this song, I really love this song. This stuff, it was like season 1 Disenchantment. I'm never going to forget this song. I still sing it sometimes. I'm like, ha 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 and a hee hee hee. We're as happy as we can be. Elf with his place will never flee. Our minds are blank, but our hearts are free. And this is kind of like America for me. America's the place I'll never flee. My mind is like, ha 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 and a hee hee hee. We're as happy as we can be. America's the place we'll never flee. Our minds are blank, but our hearts are free. We work all day and we sing with glee, and we drink all night uncontrollably. Listen to us whistle adorably about how much we love America, and that's Matt Groening kind of making fun of America. And most of the nights we drink kind of uncontrollably to be able to handle it, what America actually is. But Disenchantment was a strong show, but by season 3, it was like I was like phoning in even watching it, much less them phoning it in. I was phoning in watching it by season 3. And that sucks, man. Like, you guys, like, you get established and you just cash grab. And I'm sorry, but I'm seeing it happen so much with so many beloved fucking television shows that I just plain don't trust Hollywood, Marvel, Disney, or anybody in entertainment not to massacre anything that I loved when I was a child. I just don't anymore. And I don't think anybody else does either.
To say that Marge, Dr. Hibbert, Barney, Smithers...
Why did you run 33 seasons of Marge? That means that this poor actress, she had to do 33 years of that horrible, scratchy voice. I guarantee you, most of my generation tuned out past season 10. But there you go, 23 fucking seasons past its prime. 23. Was that necessary? Are there old folks watching this like Golden Girls in the fucking old folks home? I don't think so. I doubt this show was that big with the old folks. My parents couldn't stand this show. So like honestly, I don't know who's watching this show. I don't think it's boomers. I don't know why you needed 33 seasons of it. I'm sure it appeals to 10-year-olds because it's like the most harmless show on television now. And I'm sure that's where it lives and breathes. I'm sure when the current Fox runner for the current showrunner for Simpsons, right, is like sitting there looking at their shit. I'm sorry, I skipped the video.
I have to go really back.
I'm sure when the showrunner goes home at night and they have to justify how they went from season 5 Mr. Plow to season 33 Marge being voiced by the woman who did the Little Mermaid in the new Disney film or whatever. Like, I don't know why we needed another 23 seasons of The Simpsons. Why did we kill these characters? Why did we drive them into the ground? They were beautiful characters, and you just start, why did we drive Star Wars into the ground here, guys? It's because I think you thought that you could just rest on your laurels after you created all this really amazing stuff. I think you thought you could just sit there and cash grab it for fucking 50 years, and that's what you did. But you also killed your fucking IP. You killed your IP. I don't respect The Simpsons anymore. I didn't respect The Simpsons movie. I have trouble putting The Simpsons on now because I see it a little differently now. And it's like, man, you kind of killed your IP with this. You could have had 500 years of people belovedly remembering The Simpsons like the first time they ever had sex. But now people are going to remember that you took it 33 seasons or whatever, 23 seasons past when you should have.
Can rewatch Mr.
It's the murder. It's literally the fucking, it's the white whale murder of everything that I hold dear. Everything from the video games to the Simpsons to the Disney to the Star Wars to the women that I love that you raped. It's the Republican right-wing fucking destruction of everything that isn't rich and white.
Plow to remind myself that this show was, for a large stretch of time,
and so then the cash grabbers got a hold of this and drove it into the fucking ground. The middlemen, the shitheads.
One of the best TV comedies ever. And it's
not anymore. Yeah, it was the best TV comedy series ever from season 3 until about mid-season 9. And then suddenly by the end of season 9 even, you have like essentially like Hank Scorpio, and they're like bringing in, or even season 8 really. It's like, but by season 9 they're bringing in like Hank Scorpio and shit like that. And sure, it was hilarious. And it was good poignant commentary, but it was also like the old Simpsons didn't need to bring crazy, I mean they did, but they brought in people like Liza Minnelli. They didn't bring in fucking, you know, like, I'm sorry, but they didn't bring in their own character that they made themselves at that point and moved Homer to a new town because they run out of premises, you know?
Those really rough episodes that I'm talking about today. The good news for season 33 is that it got the worst out of the way early, because no half hour this year is anywhere near as bad as its premiere, The Star of the Backstage.
The Simpsons figures, sofa, and boob tube sold separately, only from Mattel.
One thing that really surprised me going into this episode is apparently they just don't show the intro anymore. I know they've had a shortened version of it for a really long time, but now they've disposed of the couch gag almost entirely, with just the choir singing the title and then the show starting. Is this a massive issue? I mean, no, at the end of the day it's just a theme song, but it is surprising to see considering it might be the most famous TV opening in history, and maybe it's just me, but the couch gags are often like a high point of later day Simpsons. Beyond that though, I found it really odd how this doesn't really follow the structure of a Simpsons episode at all. The episode starts with the family at a memorial service for Marge's high school theater director. There she decides that she's going to get the theater gang back together and restage their old musical about Y2K. She assembles them and discovers that they didn't really like her all that much in high school. It's incredibly straightforward, with just one A plot, no B plot, and 0 unexpected story turns. I only mention this because The Simpsons has a pretty specific story structure that the Golden Age writers took seriously. A good example would be something like Season 5's Homer Goes to College. The first few minutes see Mr. Burns hiding Homer and the other 2 dumbest employees away from public safety inspections, until that blows up in his face and Homer almost causes a meltdown. For those first 5 minutes or so, it looks like it's going to be a very Burns and Smithers-centric episode. But around that 4 to 6 minute mark, Simpsons episodes tend to take a turn and become about something else entirely. In this case, Homer having to go to college to pass a class, eventually making some nerdy friends who have to move into the Simpsons' home after Homer gets them expelled. Apart from the Treehouse of Horror episodes and some other notable exceptions, this is the classic Simpsons storytelling style. It's a lot of fun, and it encourages odd tangents and funny subplots. That's nowhere to be seen in The Star of the Backstage, and I think it makes the show feel a lot more simplistic and honestly pretty dull. Now after 33 seasons, maybe it is fair to want to abandon that structure more and more, but if that structure is too played out and no longer works, maybe it's just time to end the show. Because to me, that's just as key an aspect of The Simpsons as any individual character is. But even setting that aside and trying to take the episode on its own terms, I gotta say, Marge-centric episodes are really tough to watch these days for one simple reason: the sad decline of Julie Kavner's voice. I want to be nice here because Julie Kavner has been incredible on this show through the years. She has an Emmy for season 3's I Married Marge, and it's a crime that she doesn't have more. But the fact is, after 3+ decades, her voice has understandably deteriorated, to the point where it's distracting and honestly a little sad. Compare her performance here to what Marge used to sound like.
It's me! Cass said yes! We're putting on a musical! Oh, Bart, I can't believe you did this!
I just have to imagine that the Marge voice has been tough on Kavner's vocal cords, and the result is that the character just seems always off now. The producers seem to know this too, because here's the thing, this episode is a full-blown musical, but where the show has asked Kavner to sing as Marge in the past, here they brought in Kristen Bell to do all of her singing. It's really weird how they set it up too. Marge has a line about how she imagines herself singing like a Disney princess, so then for the rest of the episode, when her neck starts to glow with, I guess, Disney magic, Belle takes over from there. The rest of the voice cast also has a lot of songs, but all of them do their own singing. So every time it happens, it's pretty jarring, and there's not even jokes about it, making it all the more weird. But the strangest element of this episode has gotta be this high school theater troupe. I know The Simpsons has been doing this for years now, but it'll always be bizarre to see flashbacks to the 90s where Marge and Homer are teenagers. The Simpsons was 10 seasons in 1999, and always featured a ton of flashbacks to the 70s and the 80s. But now, here we are, with a teenage Homer and Marge singing about Y2K. I know the writers like to wave this off, like why care about the continuity of a cartoon? And to a certain extent, I do understand that, but when they constantly change these backstories, it erases a lot of what gave these characters any texture to begin with. It's one thing to say that Marge, Dr. Hibbert, Barney, Smithers, and Milhouse's dad all had high school theater together in 1999. As a Simpsons fan, that's really strange to me, but I guess I can roll with it. But that's really just the surface level problem. Because when they do things like this, they tend to forget or ignore old pieces of characterization that I really liked. Like this episode implies that Barney drank so much in high school that he forgot he slept with Sasha, a new character. That bugged
Sasha.
me because, like, I've seen
Who
the
the
show.
fuck is Sasha?
I know Barney was a focused, Harvard-bound student in high school until Homer gave him his first beer the night before the SATs. You can say that's just a nitpick, and this show has never cared about continuity much, and I get that. But that was a really good and surprisingly tragic backstory for Barney that they threw away. And if you do that often enough, what's really left to these characters? I think all of these little things add up. When you sandblast away all those melancholy and often really well thought out backstories and replace them with easy Nirvana or Y2K jokes, you've really shot yourself in the foot. At the end of the day, The Simpsons is rooted in a very specific time and place. The writers, who are now mostly 50 or older, drew from their own families and childhoods. Things like Marge getting bullied for her monkey's lunchbox as a kid feel pretty specific. Barney and Homer having dads that fought in World War II is actually like an important part of those characters to me. All of these details aren't just empty, nostalgic gestures towards the past, like Y2K is used here. They're comically exaggerated, but drawn from real experiences. Springfield was created to satirize life in America near the end of the 20th century, and I don't think you can just transplant all of that to the 2020s and do episodes where the characters have podcasts or Bart becomes a pro gamer or whatever. It always feels really forcefully stapled onto a show that was built to reflect the late 80s and early 90s. And because the show seems terrified to ever really mess with the core elements, what we're left with is changes that are mostly superficial and usually amount to like, what if Teen Homer was actually into 90s hip-hop? It'll always be weird that Homer and Marge went on a date to see The Empire Strikes Back in their 20s, and now they're in high school the year The Phantom Menace came out. But honestly, all of this would be a lot easier to forgive if the jokes were just better. I think that's what made this episode stick out more than most modern Simpsons for me. It's just filled with so many songs that aren't funny. Honestly, there aren't even that many attempts at jokes in these songs. They're fairly straightforward and pleasant musical theater numbers sung by people who mostly aren't actually singers, trying to sing in cartoon voices. Oh, and also Kristen Bell for some reason. It just feels really desperate and cloying in a way that this show shouldn't. I know a lot of people would say that it's been decades since The Simpsons was at its height, so why should I even care about this anymore? And you know what? You probably have a point. But I watch old Simpsons episodes all the time. You can flip between season 7 and season 30 really easily now, which I think makes the contrast between the two a lot harder to swallow. The Springfield of those early seasons may have been created a long time ago, but for the most part, I think it holds up incredibly well today, which is what makes an episode like The Star of the Backstage just kind of depressing to me.
She realized for every idiot, there is a compulsion.
Nothing like a good belly flap.
So this week, I really just wanted to thank today's sponsor, Brilliant. Brilliant has been with the channel for years now, and I'm always happy to have them aboard. Everyone who managed to get to the end of my overlong Simpsons rant should definitely check them out, because Brilliant is an interactive learning platform that lets you tackle new math, science, and computer science concepts in a fun, hands-on way. Their new course, Everyday Math, is especially helpful for people like me, who never really excelled at the subject growing up. This gives you a fresh start, focusing on the foundations of math and building your knowledge from the ground up. Because what Brilliant is really great at is giving you the tools you need to tackle STEM topics you might find intimidating. With Brilliant, you learn by doing, at your own pace and on your own schedule, so it's never been easier to tackle these subjects head on. So go to brilliant.org/midnight and try it for free. And the first 200 people that go to that link will get 20% off the annual premium subscription. That's brilliant.org/midnight.
Here's a special tip for the fellas and girls who have not already joined Captain Midnight's new 1940 Flight Patrol. You'd better hurry up and join at once, because there's a big adventure ahead. The thing to do now is to get started, because we're going to have not only barrels of fun, but loads of free gifts and prizes too.
Wait, oh yeah, I killed you? Okay. But I can't see it is the main thing. Okay, we watched the Simpsons review. Let's watch Starfield reviews. Photo over so you can see what I'm looking at here. Filters, view count. The best in nothing. Uh-oh, we're gonna look like uh-oh.
This gun isn't good enough to use this. Oh, baby, that's much more effective.
Why does this look way better?
Bethesda's new game Starfield is just around the corner, and I was looking at the currently available space-themed games, specifically roleplay games, when I came across this gem, Spaceborne 2, like Dragon Ball, and it released in early access just a few weeks ago. And these days, as soon as I hear early access, I have alarm bells ringing. But we need to address the elephant in the room here, because Spaceborne 2 sounds too good to be true. It sounds better than Starfield, and somehow it's made by one single developer and seems to have everything that everybody ever wanted from a space game. Let me break it down before we jump into the game and see what it's actually like. Spaceborne 2 is a true open world single player RPG game where you can basically make a living doing space themed activities like mining, trading, piracy, crafting things, and really deep exploration. With tens of thousands, and I'm quoting here, tens of thousands of diverse solar systems to explore that have been procedurally generated. Okay, Todd Howard, sign me up for that. That sounds insane. And each one of these planets that's been procedurally generated has its own climate, its own gravity, its own cities, villages, caves, outposts, and secrets to interact with. And I'm waiting for the gotcha, it's a scam. But out of 772 reviews, 82% of them are very positive. And somehow this game also only costs $19. So what's the catch? Well, it goes on. In Spaceborne 2, you can establish your own faction and decide its internal operations through policies and management structure. You can conquer the galaxy through its rich diplomatic systems, featuring different characters who are loyal to specific factions, each with their own planets, cities, and fleets that they individually own. There's a whole sort of hierarchy system at play here, not just the sort of cool role-play game mechanics, which is really interesting, but also on a smaller scale, you have your own recruitable So we start Bethesda's new. So we start out in character creation, and we've got our characters' attributes. The set in. Okay, here we go. WASD to move around. Great. I guess this is the planet we're currently on. It looks pretty impressive. Dude, is it gonna crash? No? Okay. Mate, who's this? Here's some cool armor. The game's like, get to your ship. This isn't your ship. Wait, this is my ship? It looks like a mess. How does this thing... Okay, let's... Oh, what? It opens up. Okay, so you just jump into your ship. Press R to take off. Okay.
Landing gear retracted.
Whoa, whoa. You can switch camera with C. Hold Z to toggle free lock. Oh, wait. So my ship... Oh my god, I'm gonna crash. Jeez. I can't afford to crash. Oh my god, one sec. Oh my god. Oh my... These are all the planets? And you can see which factions own everything. I also want to see how I actually get to space. Oh my god, the thrusters. You can, like, feel it. Come on, get wrecked, son.
Destroyed.
Yeah, that's one down. I'm a level 2 pilot now. Let's do it. Okay, let's lock onto him. Get our laser beams out. Big damage.
Target shields down.
Fantastic. Now we switch to our miniguns. This is getting a bit easier. Oh. He's almost down.
Target destroyed.
Whoa.
Hey,
very nice.
These are just scout ships. We need to find out why they're here. Give me a second.
Let's go right here then.
Don't use your spacesuit. The turrets can shot you.
Get wrecked. I need to find some cover. This gun isn't good enough. We'll use this. Oh, baby, that's much more effective. And I get like some kind of oh, the running also feels great. We did it. Got my hunk of junk here. We've leveled up. Let's go, buddy. Wait. Can I get my guns out and just start shooting up the place? Will I get deleted by security? Pretty impressed. Okay, let's go inside. Hello.
How can I help?
I have a robot that's been cut into pieces. Can you put him back together again?
Of course, that's what I do for a living.
What do you think?
Now that's a beautiful thing. It's been decades since I've seen a similar...
Get wrecked. The AI seem to be a bit confused about running inside to take cover. Don't really know why that is.
Coral's not here. I'm sure they took him down to the cave. I know I'm asking too much, but would you go to the key by elevator and check it out?
I'll think about it. I think I just unlocked level 2 though, so hopefully we can put on this armor. Yes, oh my day though, so hopefully we can put on this armor.
He misspelled equipment. Equipment.
Yes, oh my days, that armor looks sick. And we also got a new weapon as well. Okay, so we've got to go into the caves. Okay, I'm very excited to explore whatever this is. So I guess we take the lift down. Oh, nice. Oh man, okay. The heart. Dude.
pretty cool little environment. I'm expecting some enemies down there.
Until they catch fire. Be careful. If you shoot more than necessary, it will explode while you're on it.
Let's go. To the gas canisters. I've overstretched them by a fair way. Alright, we gotta get in here. Okay.
Tactical space battles. But here are my thoughts so far. And bear in mind, this game is not only in early access, but it's made by a single guy. And while this should be definitely something we commend as nothing short of a miracle that he could make a game this complete that only crashed once in 2 hours of gameplay, it should also be noted that this isn't a AAA game. It's janky in places. It's very rough around the edges with the AI voices, placeholder NPCs, and so on. And while it does include all of the mechanics we ever wanted in a space game, from what I see in other reviews as well, many of these systems are still quite a surface level experience. Yes, you can do everything you'd ever wanted to do, but it doesn't deliver on the depth yet. What this game really needs is a massive budget and a team behind it to take this singular, passionate man's vision to the moon, because the foundations of everything are here. They just need to be fine-tuned and then expanded upon. What we would then have here is everybody's dream space game. Let me know in the comments if you think that's a fair statement. But right now, the biggest hurdle to me personally was the UI. It was very unclear for me to navigate some of the menus initially, and it took me a while to figure out how to do some of the most basic things, like changing my ship guns and selecting the A/B firing options was quite confusing, using the Stargate. These things are pretty basic and they should be simple to understand. Thankfully, the video-based tutorials that the game includes were very helpful in getting around this, but they really shouldn't be necessary to watch if it's a well-designed UI. Now, the story had fun gameplay that I absolutely love, but the narrative hasn't gripped me so far. The thing is, we have this giant world to explore, but I don't really feel compelled to do so by the story yet. Most games and books usually establish the plot in the opening sequence, and this game doesn't really achieve that, and I think it suffers because of it. But that said, the pace of the main quest and how it introduces new features to you is perfect. It doesn't seem to ever overwhelm you or throw too much information at you straight away. Instead, it kind of delivers one mechanic, shows you how to use it, then shows you something else, and carries on like that, and it works really well. Space travel itself, by the way, warping between planets, stargates, zipping you across the universe to other galaxies, entering a planet.
I think the sci-fi that I need is EVE Online. I don't think I need any other. I don't think these games are even remotely near as good as EVE Online at all. And I'm just, you know, I'm biased, I guess. It sucks that EVE ended up being like such an important game to me, and not sucks, it definitely skewed my view on like sci-fi. These games are wanting. They're like sorely wanting. Not all of them are. Not all the 4Xs are, but.
Oh my God! It's these guys. I'm going to groan on behalf of scientists everywhere. Then you're going to hand over the artifact. Oh my heckin' Reddit science gods! By the science god!
My husband Lee and I have spent years sourcing the most.
Yay. Look at these. What are you doing? I'm killing people, idiot. Run. This is Cyberpunk all over again. It's fucking
yeah, Cyberpunk fucking sucked, dude. I'm sorry, but
Cyberpunk all over again.
Yeah, like I know what
and
Cyberpunk
the random
is.
gay dude is an essential NPC. Imagine my shock. Where are your friends?
I've been asking my therapist the same question for years, but he hasn't given me an answer I like yet.
We got Oil Rig City. Oh no. You really can't swim underwater. Look at this. Look at this. What is this? Oh my god. This might be the ugliest game that's come out in the past 10 years. I can't believe this. This is so I could probably just stare at these randomly generated NPCs for hours. You know it had to be done.
Yeah.
Oh god. Oh god. It's glitching again. Make it stop.
My theory is when they were when Bethesda and my theory about all this is, right, just wasted almost 2 weeks on a girl. Oh, 2 weeks pay? What do you mean wasted? As in it didn't go anywhere? Define wasted, Hop. Because if it didn't go anywhere, it wasn't a waste. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Two weeks. Wait, are you talking about 2 weeks time, Hop, or are you talking about 2 weeks pay? I'm talking about time or money.
We use this opportunity to take out Delgado, and at the same time, make some serious credits for ourselves.
Okay, I'm listening.
Yeah, and he's...
Time, okay. Get used to it, Hop. If life was easy, if you just stepped up into the chair and you were suddenly king, you didn't have to befriend the townsfolk and slay the dragon and go chase the princess in another castle and go learn how to fucking, you know, wax on, wax off like Daniel-san, right? If you just was, if you were just like, hey, you sleep with me, and they were like, sure, okay, it'd be fun for a while. But, it would suck. Now, I guess the next thing that I kind of thought I would say is some girls test you for persistence. If you're the type to just give up, you might be making a mistake. But see, I don't know the girl, and I don't really know you. I mean, I know you, but I don't know you. I don't know you in real life. Yeah. So with girls, sometimes they'll shut you down just to see how you'll react. And I'm wondering if did she full blown reject you, or did she just say we'll see? What happened?
An essential NPC. He just tried to betray our leader, and I have to let him live. What? This game sucks, dude.
Because I'm coming after you.
I don't know, man. Your love life might not be my stream's business either, so I don't know. Hop, I've hit on 4,000 women, slept with about 40. Do you get funny feelings in your stomach when you're around her? Does the idea of being with her make you happy? Or are you trying to sleep with her? Because it's okay to try and sleep with her, you know. I'm not judging that. I'm just saying, like, I'm trying to phrase my phrase my response based off your reply, because, like, they'll play games with you like this sometimes to see what your response is, to prove yourself and stuff. And it's not easy for them any more than it is you. And so they might make missteps or ultimatums or things and not think about it first. If she gives you the funny feelings, prove to her that you do want her. If you're just trying to fuck her and she doesn't give you the funny feeling and the love feeling, right? I don't know if you might be too young for it, but you'll know when you're in love. It's this funny feeling and you realize that you would die for the person probably, and that you would put them above yourself. And if you feel that way about her, you need to tell her, I'll do anything for you. If you're trying to just sleep with her because you think she's hot and you're just trying to date, tell her that. Tell her that. It's hard, but open communication is good in a relationship, right? So it depends on what you want. If you're looking for a love relationship for a few years or like a year, and you want a girlfriend who will, like, you know, stay overnight at your house kind of thing, and she gives you the funny feelings, then you need to tell her, bullshit, I don't want you, I'll prove it to you, and then go prove it to her, whatever is necessary, right? If you're just trying to sleep with her because she's hot and she gives you the boner, tell her that. And you'd be surprised. Tell her that. If she's like, you don't want me, she might be conflicted about what she might not be able to understand what it is you want. Because there's two types of relationships, Hop, right? There's LTR, which is long-term relationship. That's the girl stays overnight at your house on the weekends, and you know, you guys go to the movies or whatever, and you fuck, and you really care about her a lot, and maybe it might end well after 2 or 3 years and stuff, but you get the funny feelings in your stomach the whole time until you don't, and it ends when you don't. That's LTR. If you just want to fuck her, tell her that. And that might be the miscommunication that you're having. And be like, and if you feel like you're gonna move away or you don't want an LTR, tell her that. Be like, I just can't do long-term relationship right now. I'm looking for sex. I'm young. I'm horny. I can't do the commitment, right? And you'd be surprised how well honesty actually works with girls. What won't work with her is ghosting her or having a fight, or not telling her what you want, or whatever, right? Because you'd be surprised. They know it just like I know it. You might not know it, but I'm savvy about this stuff, and they're savvy about this stuff. But a lot of men aren't. It's like there's two types of relationships, right? Have this conversation with her and tell her this. There's two types of relationships. There's long-term relationship, and then there's fucking. If fucking is what you're after, be honest about it and be like, look, you're the girl that I chose that I want to fuck. And be honest about it. And be like, but I can't do a relationship right now. I'm leaving, or I'm too young, or I'm too immature, or I'm scared, or I don't want a relationship right now. I'm just looking for sex. It's going to hurt her feelings, but she's not going to hate you if you give her the truth and the honesty, right? And you need to make the decision yourself, because very seldom does good sex happen without good, like, emotions and good feelings. So you need to decide that yourself. If you're after some pussy and you want to keep it like that, then tell her that, and you'd be surprised. They'll sleep with you. When they realize that it's an incompatibility due to your relationship desires, they might still sleep with you. You'd be surprised, right? They might still do it. They might be like, well, I like you anyways. And they'll be like, shit, you're right. We probably can't do an LTR. But they might fuck you if you're clear about what it is you want. If you try to act cool, or you try to hide it, or you try to lie, or try to fucking conceal it from her, or like try to act cool, or try to tell your friends to lie to her, or any of that shit, you're gonna fail with her, not only sexually, but relationship too. So, like, you know, so honesty is good. This one, you want to be very clear about what it is you want. You'd be surprised how often it works when you tell them, look, I've got a girlfriend, or whatever, or I'm moving soon, or I'm going to college, I'm terrified of a year-long relationship, I can't do it, and sex is great, but it's not when feelings are involved. You'd be surprised how far honesty will get you. Honesty is the way to go with this, Hop. You'd be surprised. If you tell her what you're thinking, and I don't know what you're thinking, you don't have to tell my people what you're thinking. That is something that you should maybe keep counsel with yourself, right? But ask yourself, what do you want out of this? Do you want a girlfriend for a year or two till you go to college or whatever? Or do you want sex? Because if you just want sex, my advice to you is to tell them that. And don't be like, look, I'm just trying to fuck you. Don't say it like that, saying, look, I'm just interested in you sexually. I can't do a relationship. You'd be surprised how really blunt fucking honesty opens legs. Honesty opens legs. Hiding does not. Hiding will fucking close them quick. The minute the girl thinks you're hiding something, or that you're, you know, that you're not being real, or you know, you're being like kind of disingenuous or like faking and stuff. And I realize like young sex politics are probably different than it was when I was when I was my age. But lying is not lying, excuse me, but trying to hide what you want is not good when it comes to the opposite gender, Hop. If sex is what you're after, be honest about that with them. I did it with like 30 women. I had 7 LTRs and about 33 fucks. And I would recommend the LTRs, Hop. They're much better. Emotionally, the girl's she's gonna love you when you have a family member inevitably die or a dog die. She's gonna take care of you when you're down. She's gonna need your support the same way back. They're looking for something deeper, and you need to ask yourself what it is you want. If that's what you want, then tell her that. And be like, yeah, I'll do whatever. Like, what they want to hear, Hop, is I'll do whatever the fuck you need. I'll do whatever you want. You name it, right? Simple words. What do I have to say? What do I have to do? You know? And challenge him with it. What do I have to say? Challenge her with it. What do I have to say? What do I have to do? Right? And be like, and tell her what you want. If you want the LTR, tell her and be honest about it, right? And be like, we should do this, and jump in. If you just want the sex, you need to be clear about you just want the sex. And it's okay, Hop. A lot of people your age, probably even, not just people my age, but people your age, are going to be like, don't use a person and fuck them and leave them. Honestly, that's bullshit. You should be able to have sex with somebody just fine and walk away if you set the barriers first, right? So your first time around, if you're young and you're like losing your virginity and stuff, don't try to act like an adult. Try to act like yourself. Oh, okay. So, you are doing great. You don't need my advice, Hop. You're doing great. You stumble your way through this, buddy, you are doing fucking great. You're doing great. Whatever it is, whether it's her or someone else, you're doing great, Hop. If the girl's saying that to you, you're doing great. Muddle your way through it. I gave you the best advice I can give you about relationships in general, right? There's two, again, takeaway. I'm going to repeat it again. Goalpost here. Two major points, right? 2 types of relationships, Hop. Well, there's three, right? But 3 types of relationships, right? There's this one, which is LTR. There is this one, which is sex. And then there's the third one, which is the goalpost down here or down below them, which is the gutter, which is lying. So when you get in a relationship, you state your fucking business. And if you want her, show her. And if she's scared that you don't want her, what is it she wants most, Hop? Think about, like, if you know her enough to fuck her, what is it she wants most in the world? And if it's personal, don't tell me. But if you know what it is, tell me what it is she wants in the whole world. What does she talk about the most? And that's what you should give her. If she talks about Billie Eilish, buy her Billie Eilish tickets and prove that you want her. If she talks about, I don't know, whatever she talks about, right? Go show her that you want her bad enough to care about what it is she cares about. Go watch the movies with her. Go do whatever it is. And that's my advice with that. Other than that, buddy, I actually don't think you're doing that bad. You can't fix their issue about, oh, you don't want me. Trust me, we want them. Tell me you don't want her bad, Hop, right? You want her bad. I know you do. So this bullshit that they've got in their head about you don't want her, it's just fiction. I wouldn't worry about it. The shit'll suss out when you fuck anyways. Trust me. The shit'll suss out. This shit about you don't want her, it'll suss out. Like show her that you get a boner around her. You know what we used to do when we were kids? Have her sit in your fucking lap, Hop. Be like, bullshit, I don't want you. Sit in my lap. That's not sex. That's and I'm not talking about a dry hump. Tell her right to her face. You got to have some confidence with it. You got to tell her, bullshit, I don't want you. Right? You got to be like Han Solo about it. You got to be suave. Bullshit, I don't want you. Sit in my lap. And challenge her. And she'll be like, I'm not going to sit in your fucking lap. And be like, what, are you fucking scared? And challenge her to do it. And when you get the inevitable fucking boner when she sits on your fucking lap, the issue about whether you want her or not is going to go away. Tell her to sit on your fucking lap. And her doubts about whether you want her or not are going to go away. Trust me. Do you guys have touching issue? Are you dating yet? Because if you aren't dating... ask her for a hug. And then just hold the hug, Hop. And when she sees that you're struggling to not pop a boner, she won't have an issue about whether or not you want her. Trust me, she won't have one anymore. When she sees the reality, like, trust me, she'll be dispelled of that notion quite quickly. Like, the erect penis will... like, don't have her touch it. Don't do anything creepy. Don't send her dick pics. Just tell her, like, bullshit, I don't want you. Sit in my lap. And challenge her on it. Challenge her on it. Because if you do want her, you should challenge her on it. And challenge her on it. Be like, yeah, bullshit, I don't want you. Sit in my lap. Like, challenge her on it. And then when she sees that you're struggling not to get a boner, like, really pretty hard, she's going to understand there's no fundamental problems with you wanting her or not. She's a woman. Trust me. We want her. You know? That's my advice to you. Challenge her. Don't challenge her. Excuse me. Don't be forward about it. Be like, look, I'll prove to you. I'll prove to you that I want you. It's easy enough to do. Challenge her on that logic. It's a little silly. You obviously want her. You wouldn't have spent the time. So just, you know, tell her, but like, what do I have to do to prove to you that I want you? Do you want to see my erect penis? And she's gonna be like, no. You know, but I mean, don't take it that far. But I mean, like, you know, but offer. Be like, look, this is an offer, not some weird sexual foray or whatever. But like to offer, tell her, would you like to see my erect penis? And it's weird. She's gonna think you're fucking weird. But she's got issues about whether you want her or not. Be like, tell her, like, my body will prove to you. My body will be more smooth about it. Be like, let my body be the proof. That's my response to you, Hop. Took me a while to get to the answer. Tell her, let my body be the proof. There's a nice, beautiful, non-sexual, like, non-offensive way to say it, Hop. Let my body be the proof. Write it down, Hop. Let my body be the proof, and say it to her. And be like, you know, go to her and say, I want to prove to you I do want you. And so I asked a friend of mine about how to respond to this, and he gave me this advice. And show her a piece of paper that says, let my body prove it to you. Which your body is gonna do. Your body will prove to her very quickly that you want her. So that, and if you guys haven't had sex yet, she's nervous. So just let her be. Let her be. She'll come back. Just, you know, just keep chasing her. You're fine. If she's worried about this shit, you're in. You're in, Hop. They call it you're in. You're in, Hop. It's what all the gangsters say, right? You're in, Hop. You're in with this one. You're in. If she's worried about that shit, you're in. Don't worry about any of my advice. You're in anyways. Trust me. She'll come around to it. If she doesn't do it this year, she'll do it in 5 years. Trust me. Like, if you guys don't fuck this time around, she'll find you later. Trust me. If it was gonna happen, it'll happen. It'll happen. Trust me. If she's worried about whether or not you want her, it's gonna happen. So just, you know, steady as she goes. You're doing great. You're in. You're in. You don't need my advice. And it's good to be in. It's good to be young and hot and in, you know? I used to be in with the girls, you know? We used to say it in the crew, you're in. And you know what that means? It means that, yeah, she's gonna twerk, you know? She's gonna twerk for you. She gonna twerk for you and naked in a bedroom somewhere. So just let it happen. Be smooth about it. Don't worry about the bumps. Just keep at it. What you don't want to do, Hop, is write her off or be dismissive or say fuck you, I don't want to talk to you for a while. Don't sever ties ever with the girls that you want to fuck. Don't ever sever ties with them. Just say, well, it didn't work this time. Be suave about it. Well, it didn't work this time, and let them know that you want to fuck still, but and the offer's open, and be like, hey, it didn't work this time, and be cool about it. You know what I'm saying? Don't be like, oh, fuck you, you rejected me, fuck you, I never want to speak to you again, you're a bitch, or any of this shit. Don't be acting like some shithead. It won't get you far. And the worst part about it is, she goes and tells all the other little girlies how you acted. So don't forget that either, Hop. Anytime that you diss her or treat her bad or something like that, you think you have problems with girls now? If she runs and tells all the other little girlies that you did something she didn't like, that's going to sink you pretty bad with the entire fucking high school. So treat the women well. Don't leave them bad. Don't be cheating on them. My other advice to you as a young horny man, right, is sooner or later some other girlie's going to hop in your lap when you're in a relationship, and they're going to grind you. And they're going to be like, fuck me now, right? And you have to get on the phone. You have to get on that phone. You can't sleep with that girl. You can't do it. You can't cheat. You have to get on the phone. You got to call your current up, and you say, I'm sorry, I break up with you. Click. Then you sleep with the girl that's trying to get you to cheat. Do not ever, ever cheat on a girl. Do not ever cheat on a girl. Not because it's bad or it's wrong or moral or any of this shit. I'll hit you with a cliche about those weird judgments. Is all fair in love and war, right? Hit you with the cliche, right? But I'm going to be serious about this one, right? I'm serious about this one. Don't ever cheat on a girl. Just call up and break up with her first. I'm dead serious, right? Because you're in the clear. Serious, you're in the clear if you break up with them first, but you're not if you go sneaking around. And what she'll do, Hop, is she'll go tell every girl you've ever fucking met that you cheated on her. And then you're a fat, bald, loser boomer at the age of 40 who hasn't had sex since the age of 18. You know? Now, I don't qualify. I've had sex in the last 5 years. But many of my compatriots, when they'd start mistreating the woman or cheating on them or treating them like a possession or an object or something, right? That's my other advice to you. I think you might, if you're in already like this that fast with girls, you might have a gift. I did, right? So you're in with this girl. Just don't mess it up. Just like act yourself, right? But the other thing is if you're in with this girl, you're gonna be in with other girls, because girls work like a referral system, right? So don't be dissing on girls. Don't be calling them names. Don't be dissing on girls you are dating, especially. Don't be dissing on girls ever. Don't be talking shit about them in school. Unless they do something fucked up like rape somebody or steal from somebody or break into somebody's car or something like that. Something fucked up, you know. But don't be talking about girls. It's just not a wise decision, right? Don't cross girls, because what they do is they go to every other girl that you know and they X you out with the entire fucking gender. So my advice to you is be careful with her response too. Tell her that you're being careful with it, that you're being slow, that you're being, yeah, right? A referral system sent me. I'm not kidding, Hop. If you fuck up with one of them, you fuck up with all of them, including your mother. Your wife might not be too happy if you fucking diss your mother, or vice versa, including your mother. And so, yeah, girls work on a referral system. It's some of the best advice I can give you, man. So, like, don't diss her here. Don't ghost her. Don't cheat on her. Do not ever disrespect a woman. This is what's wrong with shitty right-wing boomers and shit that don't get play. They'll be talking about incel shit and can't get sex and stuff. Trust me, they blame the other gender, but that's the problem. What the real problem with it is, both men and women work on a referral system. If you leave a bad taste in one girl's mouth, you're going to leave a bad taste in all of the girls' mouths, right? So don't be cheating. Don't Don't be giving in to that other girl that's trying to get you to cheat. Don't be fucking around. You can break up with the current and go sleep with the one that's trying to get you to cheat. That's okay. That they call that's all fair in love and war, right? What you can't ever do is lie, cheat, disrespect, or otherwise fuck around with a woman, because not only will she blackball you with every other girl in the entire community, she'll also blackball you with your family, and she'll burn your reputation with everybody. Women have the power in the community, Hop. It's something that a real man needs to understand. Like, this is why the mother runs the household when you're home, and the father runs everything else when you're outside. Because, like, truly, women kind of do run things. They have a referral system, Hop. Reputation is the most important currency. Well, manners and reputation are the most important, are God's currency, right? So, right? Well, okay. I think we have different styles of dating. I think you're doing good. I don't think you need my advice. You should pat yourself on the back, Hop, and be like, yeah, did pretty good. Did pretty good. Yeah. Maybe your parents aren't doing enough. Maybe your brothers or sisters aren't doing enough. Pat yourself on the back and be like, yeah, I got 2 girls. You know, 2 girls. Maybe I'm not sleeping with them yet, but I'm getting there. You know, don't treat them badly, Hop. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're going to be tempted to. People are going to tell you to do it. Don't treat them bad, Hop. Don't ever treat a woman bad. That's how you end up being a loser. The true path to being a loser is dissing a woman in your community. It's not going to go well. You're gonna walk away from that like bleeding. You know what I'm saying? Don't diss a woman. So ways that you can diss a woman: being disingenuous, being fickle and keeping many women around you instead of picking one, not showing your feelings, cheating or being a dog about it, and sort of like being a man whore a little bit. So understand, those things are fun to do in the moment, but in the end it'll burn you in your community. I have a lot of adult stories that I can't tell you about this, but hit me up in a couple of years, and I'll tell you some of the stories of some of the ways that men. I can't tell you the adult stories that I know, you're too young, but like later on in a couple of years, I'll tell you some man stories about ways that men around me have fucked up before, and I wish I could give you the advice without essentially emotionally scarring you, Hop. So just and the best advice I can give you now is your own feelings are going to steer you correctly. Even if you make a mistake here, Hop, it wasn't a mistake. It was you being yourself. My best advice to you still is to be yourself. You're good. Women are not objects. I wouldn't speak of them like backups or like half in the door or any of that. But I mean, that's your choice. You can do as you please. You are your own man. You can speak about things the way you want to. I won't tell you what to do. Understand that objectifying women is one of the fastest ways to alienate you from the gender. So if you think of them as I've got one on backup, or I've got this and that, or I've got a good piece of ass in this one or something, right? You start looking at it like they're an object, like something pretty to pick up off the ground, like a streamer might or something like that, right? Start thinking of it like that, they'll stop sleeping with you. I don't care how beautiful you are. Happened to Logan Paul and Jake Paul and shit. Happens to everybody. If you treat women badly, you treat them like a commodity or a fucking like chattel or like a possession, they will make short work of you, Hop, in the community. So just, mistreat women, don't treat them like objects unless they want you to, because it's like the fastest way to burn yourself in this world, yeah. Just understand, like, it comes out like that, though. I think you and I are having a man conversation, Hop. I wasn't worrying. I wasn't uncomfortable with the language, honestly. We're having a man conversation. We're good here. You were not sexist, Hop. You were not sexist. Just understand, like, the language, they pick up on it. And I picked up on it because I immediately, like, I don't think you did anything wrong, Hop. You said it how I would have said it. You said, I have a backup, like half in the door if this one don't work out from a school over. Yep. So, like, I would have said it the same way you did, Hop. So don't trip. Don't trip, dog. Don't trip. You good?
This game is so fucking bad. He just
But like,
said,
my point was about when you start thinking of women like a possession, which I started to do kind of when I was younger. I started thinking of it like, oh my god, I need some pussy. But really, it's more like, no, I need to be a good enough man to have a woman in my life. And so when you start thinking of it like that, that was what I was getting at. When you think of it like, God damn it, I need some pussy. You know, that is objectifying women in a way that might affect you badly with them later. And that's all I was trying to get at. What you said wasn't sexist. It wasn't. Not inherently, not really, no. You would have said it the same way a girl would have said it.
I'm going to come kill you.
You're good.
I'm going to kill you. And in the pirate base, which he's not even a pirate anymore, by the way, I shoot him.
It's doing. What's up, Aquinas? It's going good. I, after sleeping on it for about, it's been 3-4 days, I feel that it is content poor, but they knocked $20 off of it. So take that with how I said it, right? I don't know how else to say it. I don't want to weigh in with the Skycat bullshit, you know, and give you the negative shit. I'm just going to keep it positive and say it how I said it, right? I believe it is content poor, but it is $20 less. And you take that, you make your own assumptions off that. You take that, you run with it. I don't need to put any more negativity than that. I believe it's a good expansion. I am not ashamed of spending the money. I would not refund it. If I had a chance, I am happy with my choice. I think it was an expansion geared more towards the veterans than it was towards the casuals, I think, as its only endgame content. They did nothing but the horse for anybody else. This is an endgame expansion for endgame players. Just like the Burning Crusade in World of Warcraft. So say what you want. For the $30, I am very happy. And I'm not on the copium. I'm not lying. I'm very happy with my $30. I'm playing the game right now. It was content poor, but it was definitely more of that kick-ass New World lightning in a bottle that I've come to love and I will believe in all of my life. And so, you know, at least it wasn't $50, you know? Yeah, no, none of the weapons yet. I got, artifact, chest piece, featherweight. I'll kill my camera so you guys can see the whole shebang here for just a minute here. Excuse me for just a second here. Featherweight. And... which is a light chest piece. Jin head wrap. Artifact medium headwear. Medium. That's it so far. I think. If I had any more, they'd be in brimstone. Let me double check. I think I've only had 2. I thought I had 4, but no, it's 2. There's the Skycat weighing up the, you know, there's me weighing up the, you know, yeah, it's pretty sweet shit. You know, I'll do the tooltips again. I'm just double checking to see if I have any more lying around. I don't think I do. So, oh, well, you are in for a treat, dude. It's like 12 hours. But I like that. I hate to say it, but I actually really liked it. It was like playing, Dark Souls 3 or something. It was like a shorter Dark Souls 3 without all the knockdown, drag out hard parts, you know. It wasn't unnecessarily long. This one will end up being my favorite expansion that I've experienced yet because it was over in like 2 days. And a lot of people might not like that. But I did like that. I gotta say. I think some people are like, oh man, I want about a week-long Dragonflight experience with about 5 zones. And you know, and each zone is about a day or a day and a half. And you're done about, you know, You know, each day you do about an 8-hour session each day, and you're done after about 40 or something like that. That's the WoW execution. I don't have any issue with it. I like Dragonflight. I thought it was their best expansion, to be honest. So take that how you want. I still think this was better. I still think this was a better expansion because I felt solidly fucking done with it after 20 hours. I mean, solidly. Like, I even had legendaries, and I experienced public raids, and I had done all of the MSQs. See, there's no MSQ left anywhere in the world. Well, there's MSQs for lower level quests, and I still have some of the mount quests to do. Oh, and I need to feed my horse. Horse was lackluster. I like the turbo button, but I don't like the clunkiness. See it? It's here. Actually, as far as horses go, MMO horses, I actually like this horse more than, say, Torrent. Which, by the way, I want to tell my Elden Ring Torrent joke. What is the worst name for a mount for all time? It's Torrent, right? So why did Elden Ring name their horse Torrent? Because every time somebody wikis the Elden Ring horse Torrent, they get the Elden Ring torrent, and then they steal the game. So the English word torrent was like literally the worst fucking mouse name I've ever heard of that you could ever possibly think of. I just wanted to make my Elden Ring torrent joke that Seth's Green Sach came up with or stole first. But anyways, yeah, I like my Elden Ring torrent joke. Why would you name the horse Torrent, you fucking idiot? But anyways, I don't like this horse. I think it's fugly, and I think they cash grabbed it behind a paywall of shop mounts, which are evidenced here. I don't like this system. I don't like feeding the horse. I don't like some of the clunkiness of it, but it's still better than a lot of other video game horses. I don't think it's as good as, say, the Rust horse, but it's as good as most horses, I would say. It's definitely better than the crappy Witcher 3 horse, you know? This horse is definitely better than the Witcher 3 horse, in my opinion, because it hugs the road. See it? You can only get this skin, Aquinas. Only this skin. But I mean, the expansion's $30, so if you think about when you think about skins, they kind of give you a free horse skin. It's like the crappiest horse I've ever seen in the world, and I do have some issues, but some of the mounts they have are really cool. Like the I don't know, can you look at these, or I don't know, yeah, can I like see it, or yeah, can I preview, or I don't know. Horse, dire wolf, I don't know. No, it's not going to let me preview these mounts, I guess. And that's, oh, there's a lion, for instance. There's a lion. So, like, you know, it's cool. It's, oh, yeah, my key isn't bound, I guess. I want to talk to this guy, but I don't know if my voice chat is bound. Yes, push to talk, and then what is the key? There. Okay. Hey, I like your lion. I do. I like his lion. I mean, it was a cool lion. So, yeah, I mean, the mounts are cool. Yeah, I mean, it's cool. It's not much faster than walking. I mean, here's walking. See? And then the mounts is, like, basically the same speed. See it? It's basically about the same speed, but when you're sprinting, it starts to pick up. And as you level the horse, it gets better. So right now it's crappy, but I mean, it doesn't stay crappy forever. So yeah, like, you know, it's good. It's a good system. I think it's cool. I like it. I'm digging it. I like the combat. Oh, the biggest thing about this expansion of Aquinas, why I'm most happy about the $30, I will say this. The public raids, the frame rate was chef kiss. Also, look at my frame rate right now. 143. Now I dropped down from 1440p to 1080p, which is why I gained about 30 frames. But I mean, 4 days ago I was getting 76, you know? But right now I'm getting 146. That is a serious improvement. Serious. I'm talking, I've never seen an improvement that much. They optimized this client this time around. They took they listened to us and they optimized this client. It's not amazing, but the public raid had like no slowdown at all. It felt like World of Warcraft's opening season for Dragonflight. It was really smooth. It was very good. Big improvement. See it? 155. That's enough for me. Had it just been that, I would have been okay with spending the $30. I needed the frame rate upgrade. Definitely. They're learning in 2023 to not optimize at their own fucking peril. You know what I'm saying? And so that on that note, I'm going to go out and I'm going to play the game now, and I'm going to do some battle and fighting and stuff, and show the expansion.
They're hostile. It makes the other people hostile.
Oops.
That makes no fucking sense. This is the dog shit video game.
Hey, I want to talk to you right now.
Ooh, lodestone.
I have mass breathing down my neck. They're ready to shut down this entire operation. You opened fire on SY-920 and killed people. Just who the hell do you think you are? You're under arrest. Lieutenant Tork will escort you to the brig immediately. And I expect you to go peacefully. Do you understand?
Time to die.
The season pass confuses me a bit because it's like paid is down here, non-paid is up here. Oh yeah? Oh, you know, I pulled a pretty good 697 great axe. I have a pretty good great axe, yeah. One of the artifacts, huh? Yeah, that artifact fire build. Yeah, I'm gonna go back, great axe, great sword. But right now I have to level the great axe, and I figured while I was leveling the great axe, I would level and I'll put my picture back on. I know you guys want to see my fat potato face. Let's see my fat potato face. Oh, it's cringe. Fatty. Anyways, I'm leveling greatsword and the flail, right? So I figured while I'm leveling flail, I might as well get greatsword done. So when I'm done with flail, I'll be done with greatsword, great axe, and I'll main greatsword, great axe, I think. And so I like fire staff, but I think great axe, great staff is superior because the strength, both those weapons, great axe and great sword, scale off of strength. Look at my attributes, dude. I'm capped out. I'm capped out on strength, dude. 377. I mean, I've never been that high. Maybe in mutated, you might have gone higher. I've never gone higher than like this or something like that. So now I'm like this. Look at this. 10% base damage increase to abilities, and the final attack in a melee light attack chain. 10% chance of finding rare items while mining. And so I'm gonna be doing a whole heavy weapon, heavy arm. I'm wearing light armor right now because I have like a kite shield. See it? And like they seem to have nerfed the size of the kite shield or something. I don't know, but oh, okay. Are you fighting? No, you aren't. I'm about to die, but that's okay. I shouldn't have got in this fight. I'm gonna die. This is like the nastiest mob in the expansion. Oh, please. Oh. Look, I can block this BAM forever. Look at this. Look at with the flail. I can block this shitty BAM, this crazy BAM forever. Look at this. I'm talking forever. And I'm in light armor, Aquinas. So you see why I went light. I went light. Because not only can I do this, I can also roll the fuck out really well, you know? Yeah, I went light armor. Because I'm like, yeah, I can just roll out right now. Why would I stand there? Yeah, I went light armor because I'm like, man, if I can carry a tower shield with featherweight, right? And still have it, and I can just block BAMs and light armor, right? Isn't that cheating, right? I mean, that's kind of cheating, isn't it? I can block you in PvP, and I doubt you can actually hurt me as long as I can spin around enough to actually fucking. If I have full stam, I doubt you can hurt me in PvP for a little while, actually. But I'm in light armor, so then when I want to kill you, I'm suddenly like, blah, come in your face, blah, 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 in your face. I'm on you, I'm standing you, and I'm blah, blah, and I'm switching up, and I'm like, like, and then I roll out, run, you know? And then I'm like, oh, stam's back up. Potion, I'm invincible. I'm invincible now. I'm pretty much invincible. Like, watch. This Big Bam, he was killing me over and over and over again yesterday until I realized that I don't have to worry about anything anymore, really. I mean, I could just hold right click and... I mean, melee anyways, you know? I can just hold right click until I get bored or whatever. Run all of my abilities like this, right? Run all my abilities, get a little bit hurt, but not too bad, you know? Roll out like a pimp. See? Look at me roll out like a pimp. Yeah. And then... block! Oh, no. Almost had it up, but not quite. So, well, I potion, but... oh, well, I can hold this shield for 20 old fucking seconds while I wait for my potions to come up. And as for solo play... I mean... anybody can do this. Anybody can play this. See it? And, you know, you might, like, kind of, like, make a swing at him once in a while. You're gonna do some damage now, finally, but... like... yep. Oh, get out of it. Oh, I can pimp roll out of it. Yep. And he's dead. Oh, he killed him. Thank you. Buttered Sosig.
Oh, I can't fucking... let's talk about this for a second. So they want to arrest me.
I think I kind of want to go flail, flail life staff, because I think it might actually be super fucking powerful. Flail life staff.
Option to attack.
Yeah.
And I still can't fucking kill the captain? This game is fucking dog shit, period.
All you have to do is tell me who's profiting from the virus you've uploaded. In return, I'll let you leave the city alive.
Oh, I love you guys. Thank you for hanging out with me on a Thursday night. I hope you guys had a good wipe day. I did. I built 2 bases and I killed me about a level and a half of zombies and stuff. I had a great wipe day. I hope you did too. I crafted a bunch of Asmodeum before the patch and held it to release. I thought the price would increase with everyone coming back, but nope, the price was halved.
Exactly what this game would be. That it would be Fallout.
Yeah, the econ is my biggest complaint about this. You see me chopping trees and stuff because I know no matter what, I can make money off the trees and the herbs, no matter what. I don't trust the econ, Aquinas, beyond that. So I'm into filling buy orders because it's the only way I can actually fucking make any money. It's so annoying. Like, I get good ECR drops to sell, but I mean, the econ's fucked. Nothing's worth anything. All of the expansion items are being sold right now for like 3 gold. Some of them. Like 3 gold, you know, for a full set, you know, or what, for piece, you know. Like, the econ is fucked in New World. I don't know how they're gonna fix it. But it's not right. It's not good. You mine it vending machine. I'm gonna turn up the music a little bit more. Oh, sorry. I meant to show you what I'm doing. There we go. Okay, we playing Fallout 76 for about 2.5 minutes. We gonna blow up some cars. Yeah, you guys like explosions? I like explosions. Explosions are really fun. Let's shoot explosion stuff. Yeah, explosions. Massive explosions. I chose to block her. I ain't dealing with the mind games no more. If you treat every woman like this, Hop, it's never too late. It's never too late to apologize and go back. It's too late if you reach that point in your mind. If you can't deal with the mind games, you're going to be a virgin your whole life. And not only this, Hop, but you think women play mind games? Wait till you see the mind games that men play when you're an adult. So just trust me, man. If you can't, you're going to be a virgin your whole life if you can't handle the mind games. You know what I'm saying? That they call that dating. Dating is one big mind game, Hop. One big fucking mind game. So just, you know, I warned you about being dismissive or finality or ultimatum about it. This sort of behavior, if you ghost her and you diss her, she can burn you with other women. Watch it. So just be careful, buddy. I'm not trying to tell you what you did is wrong. I'm just saying, just be careful. It's thinner ice than you might think. Socially, you don't diss women. Any man will tell you, don't diss a woman. So, Hop, if you left it where you wrote her off and said fuck you and blocked her, it's not too late to go back and say, you know what, I'm sorry I acted like that. I don't want to talk to you anymore, but I don't want it to end badly. And that's my suggestion to you. Because if you piss her off, she'll burn you with other women later in ways you couldn't ever dream of. Don't piss her off, Hop. So just go back and say, you know what, I fear I was dismissive here. And you don't deserve this sort of treatment. And I'm sorry I acted that way. You have a nice life. And keep her unblocked. And you'll walk away with it. You'll walk away from it without like some kind of repercussion. And you might not want to admit that they have this kind of power, but they absolutely do. They will affect you. They if they feel that you diss them, they will make you a hobby and they will destroy you. Trust me. So just don't give them that. Don't give them a reason, Hop. And the same goes for marriage later on. Don't give them a fucking reason to do it. Just keep it civil. You were friends yesterday. Look at it like you have that kind of energy and stuff, and go back and unblock her and say, look, I just blocked you right now and I'm sorry. I realize that that's rash. I want you to have a nice life. Okay, well, it appears that you made up your mind, and I'm not going to try and change it. I respect that. Okay? And we'll move on. I don't know this woman. So, I side with you. I'm the homeboy. I side with the home... Well, I don't usually side with the homie. I usually side with the woman, frankly. But, I mean, this time, I don't know this woman, so I get to side with you, Hop. And I'm going to say, I'm sorry it didn't work out, buddy. And I know you worked really hard on this, and you wasted a lot of time. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you're feeling a bit of heartache right now, and it didn't work out. Rejection's not easy to deal with, but, there's plenty of fish in the sea. You'll deal with it in school tomorrow, etc., yeah. And maybe I don't know your guys' generational politics. Maybe ghosting is normal. I don't know what the fuck's going on, right? I don't know your shit. And I shouldn't know your shit. I'm 40, so I don't know what you deal with your politics. I don't know what your guys' politics are. Maybe that's normal to ghost her or whatever. I don't know what the fuck. In my scene, if you diss a girl my age by ghosting her, you're considered to be like a sociopath, essentially. But I don't think that's true of and I think that's true of older millennials, but anybody younger, even young millennials, will ghost you, So I don't know. I don't presume to tell you that my 40-year-old boomer ass can tell you what to do with the phone call or any of that stuff or the texting. I trust your instincts on that one. I think you're probably fine. I don't, So yeah, leave it in a good place, Hop. You're gonna want to think that somehow in your mind you're gonna think that, oh, I win by one-upping her or something. Trust me, you're not winning in any way unless you walk away friends. And I fucked a lot of my friends. I'm saying girls. I'm saying girls, not my friends. I ended up fucking a lot of my friends, Hop, way later in life that I didn't fuck when I was young because I just didn't close the door. This is my advice to you, Hop. Don't close the door with the opposite gender ever. Don't ever close that door unless you're married. That's what marriage is closing the doors, right? Don't ever ghost a girl. Don't ever block a girl. A girl blocks you when you send dick pics and shit like that. But don't ever block any girl that you would ever have sex with, Hop. That is loser behavior. If you think of it this way, right? Would I have stuck it in her? If the answer is yes, block is never appropriate. Never block a girl. She's gonna diss you. She's gonna take it badly. She's gonna be butthurt by it. She's gonna burn you with her friends. Don't block girls. block a girl if she kills your dog or kidnapped your cousin or murdered your baby or something like that. Don't ever block a girl. We just don't have that kind of, like, I mean, if you're Logan Paul and you have 200 girls lined up outside the door, sure, block girls. But until then, I don't care. Like, shit, I've slept with 40 women. I don't have that kind of luxury. I've slept with 37 women in my lifetime. I don't have that fucking luxury to, like, block girls, and you don't either. Don't be blocking girls, Hop. That's toxic masculine bullshit. Bullshit. Don't be blocking girls. They'll take it so badly. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna take that so bad. They're gonna be like, oh my god, this dude fucking blocked me. I'm the one who blocks people. Trust me, the girl, seriously, this is what she's gonna think. She's gonna be like, I'm the one who blocks people. This dude blocked me. Fuck him. I'm gonna tell every single one of his friends how much of a douchebag he is. You know what I'm saying? And by friends, he means every girl you've ever met. I'm sorry, by friends, she means every girl you've ever met. So just understand, dude, don't be blocking girls. You can leave it in better places than that. You can be like, let's agree to disagree, and I don't really want to talk to you anymore. And then you just ghost, right? But don't block girls. It's, yeah, my dirty 30s wasn't, yeah, that's a normal experience, isn't it, kind of? I don't know, is the dirty 30s normal? I think that's normal, isn't it? I think that's kind of normal. Like, is that normal? Oh, right. Yeah, but we called that the Dust Bowl. Why are you calling it the Dirty 30s? Dirty 30s is a sex thing. Yeah, there's a reason the history is untold. Never mind. No, not everybody does. No, no. But I mean, like, I got on Craigslist Casual to fucking do it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not proud. Some of them were overweight women. I mean, you know, I'm not proud of the number. I'm saying blocking, even with numbers like that, like with, like, you know, numbers in the 30s or whatever, you can't block women. We just don't have that kind of, like, you know, you don't have, I mean, if you're Logan Paul, you're rich and you're successful, and every woman in the world thinks you're like top 100 or something like that, you can probably block women. But until then, if you're just a normal dude growing up in the middle class, you don't have the kind of social leeway to block women. You know what I'm saying? It'll cost you. It'll cost you reputation and all that shit. Is this normal? Yeah, I'm gonna go with this one and say that a woman's sexual peak is usually in her 30s, right around 33. So yeah, I think the dirty 30s are kind of a thing. I'm gonna go with that, but I'm not seeing a lot of confirmation actually. I've heard the term a lot before in social circles and stuff. I don't know. I don't know if it would be a good video to do on YouTube. Are the dirty 30s actually a thing? And is it okay to sleep with 40 people? I actually would say probably not. I got very lucky I didn't get an STD or something like that. I mean, I was very careful. Oops, sorry. There we go. Ah. Ah. I disagree. I think you should sleep with as many girls as you can, Hop.
4 combined with no.
Always with a condom, always on the pill. And even then, you've only got a 96% chance of not having a child, so... But I'm a liberal. I believe in free sex. I say sleep with as many people as you want. I mean, I live up to the name.
No Man's Sky, and lo and behold, what is it? It's exactly that, but worse. I've talked about this a couple times in the past, but Fallout 4 was the biggest gaming disappointment to me of all time.
But
back when it came
the advice, Hop, it was good. The advice was good. I don't argue with them. I'm just providing the devil's advocate's other side. You know, saying I'm the other side on the devil's side, saying drink whiskey and fuck bitches.
I was hyped for the moon.
drink this. Fuck this girl. Drink.
When it was
drink responsibly.
During E3 2015, I actually grew up loving Fallout 3 despite its many flaws.
Drink this, drink that. Drink responsibly.
Flaws that I've come to realize later on, and when Fallout 4 finally came out, it turned out to be an incredibly shallow RPG with terrible writing, barely any side quests to speak of, and only a handful of even vaguely memorable characters.
Oh.
Not to mention the vast majority of exploration felt completely pointless. With the removal of the weapon durability mechanic, the only reason to loot stuff was to grab random trash off the floor that you could use to modify.
A true gamer will actually point out the foibles of a software development company.
Your weapons and build up your settlements, which I hated both of those systems. They really added nothing of value to the game.
Yeah.
And so fast forward 8 years later, and Starfield is just
like, I don't have a base.
Shit, but even
I don't have a base in Fallout 76 right now, and the only reason I have a base in Rust is because people would rob me if I didn't. I like building, I guess. I could take or leave it. I think it's a good mechanic, kind of like race car driving or parachuting or helicoptering. It's about as good as any other mechanic. I don't think building's any good or better than, you know, anything else is. So, you know, it's cool. I like building, but oof. I didn't like it in Fallout.
Been more bland. At the very least, the Fallout universe.
Yes, I have. I do love me some Valheim. 57 hours. Let's install it. I love this game. I need to be playing this game. This game is not on Easy Cheat, I don't think. It's not. So it should be the game that I'm playing, technically, instead of, like, New World, maybe. Yes, I love Valheim. I do. I love Valheim. I do. Look, I already have it. I have Valheim. This is one of the greatest games ever made. Look, they have an expansion I haven't played yet. Who's Hilder? I don't know, but I want to know what his request is. It probably has something to do with butt sex. Probably butt sex. You know... Yeah, really fun building. Terraforming. Yes. Terraforming.
Is pretty interesting. It's actually one of my favorite sci-fi universes I've ever seen. It combines a lot of cool retro sci-fi concepts in a post-apocalyptic wasteland.
Oops, sorry.
And, oh my god, it's these guys.
No,
my god.
No,
it's
you
these
fucked me
guys.
again. No.
Characters in these conversations talk as slowly as humanly possible, and lazy, the most slop-filled, the most brain-dead as any normal human being. Giant mutant green Ubermen. The only reason to loot stuff was a Fallout 4 androids that look nearly identical to humans.
No!
First things first.
Oh, it's so annoying. I don't know how to do this right. It's like I can't do it when I'm on YouTube, or it skips the video. It's so annoying. Oh, the software. Gotta be something with butt sex. Yeah. Like, you know, that face, right? Yeah. So I don't know what Hilder's request is, but it's probably for butt sex.
Actually, one of my favorite sci-fi universes I've ever seen. It combines a lot of cool retro sci-fi concepts in a post-apocalyptic wasteland and giant mutated animals. Even the intelligent races are pretty interesting. You got smart zombies, giant mutant green Ubermensch, robots, and as of Fallout 4, androids that look nearly identical to humans. And of course, Starfield has none of this. I'm just going to say it right up front. There's no intelligent aliens in this game. And I already know some of you are going to say, well, we already knew that before the game came out. Well, a bunch of people didn't know that.
Does it change anything?
I did know that, and I had no hype for this game. So despite how utterly mediocre it is in almost every facet, I was not, in fact, disappointed by this game. I knew better than to have expectations after Fallout 4.
Yep.
And unlike
that's
Fallout,
what I told my friend Bagon the night we finished Tactician Baldur's Gate 3. I was like, I inherently believe that Starfield is a good game in 5 years.
76, Bethesda can't hide behind this being some kind of B studio. No, it's their main studio that made Starfield. Supposedly, Todd Howard's magnum opus is, without exaggeration, one of the most boring games I've ever played in my life. Now, I know I'm starting to repeat myself with this, but no joke, ever since God of War Ragnarok's release, I swear AAA games are just getting more and more boring. But unlike cinematic games like God of War and Final Fantasy 16, this is boring for a completely different reason. The actual gameplay itself is dull and repetitive and utterly pointless. And the quest design is about as basic as it possibly gets. Every single one involves following an objective marker and either activating a thing, talking to a person, or killing some people. Every single one without exception. Even the world interactivity has been nerfed into the ground. Nearly every single named NPC in the entire game is essential, meaning you can't kill them. And this is especially frustrating because many of the...
It's weird because one of the things that I think truly made Grand Theft Auto great is you can kill everybody. You can run 5 stars, you can get FBI, you can get 6 stars, and the FBI and the cops all want to have butt sex with the rear end of your car, and they're all trying to blow you up, right? And so, and I missed what you said. You said, so true, games are getting more and more boring. Yeah, I have a real fundamental issue with this. Like, everybody likes to talk shit about 76, but frankly, 76 is still fun for me. It's at least fun for me. A lot of these, like, I don't have to think about aiming too much because I can VATS, and the music's good, and you know, I'm happy with it. I've always been happy with it. It's a piece of crap game, but I'm happy with it, and that's the difference. It keeps me busy all the time. It has thousands of hours of endless gameplay, and that's, I mean, you know, same stuff on games. Yeah, I can't imagine what Hop's generation is going through. Jesus fucking Christ. I mean, you don't play CSGO 2, Hop? Are you not a CSGO 2 guy, Hop? Let's see, where am I going? Oh yeah, I'm going east down the road, which is good. I found my way. Once my stamina's out, I'll stop and switch. Oh, there's this guy again. Got killed by something, and I don't know what it was. Okay, we're going to bow down.
NPCs are assholes to you. Remember a little lamplight back in the day? Now imagine that.
Okay, I wondered if you were one of the CSGO kids or not. Yeah. But yeah, I feel bad. Like, you guys, at least you guys got BattleBit Remastered and Battlefield 2049 and, you know. I wondered.
Times 10. Nearly all of the...
I have 0, so you got me beat.
Dialogue is poorly written, Reddit quirky tier garbage. Some of the cringiest shit you'll ever see. And to torture you even further, these characters in these conversations talk as slowly as humanly possible and use twice as many dialogue lines as any normal human being would in a conversation to explain something. I swear
Digital
to God,
high five.
they're torturing people like me on purpose.
I've got 4K hours in Rust and I still suck.
And you might be asking yourself, well, is it at the very least a good space exploration sim? Fuck no. It's a bunch of giant, randomly generated, massive wastelands that all look the same, with 3 to 6 points of interest being placed in random locations, and it's always the same shit, whether it's a fucking bandit camp, some geographical instance, a cave which looks exactly the same as every other fucking cave.
I have not played Siege for more than, I think, 3 hours in my whole life. I own it. I bought it. 6 hours. 6 hours of Rainbow Six Siege. Damn, y'all are some shooter kids. I picked you up in the Rust lobby, huh? Yeah, yes I did. Yeah, cool. I mean, I want to Half-Life 3. But I mean, that's probably what every boomer says. Apparently Alex was good. I don't know. 5K hours in CS and 4K hours on old school RuneScape. Hells yeah. I have 4,000 hours on Rust. 4,156 now. I've got 60 on Starfield, 60 on Valheim, like, I don't know, 13 on Project Gorgon, 1,000 on New World. Oh god, what are my other big games? I played Immortal 2 for a while, 50 hours, but I didn't like it. I played Lotro for like 30 hours. 11 I played for days and days, thousands of days. New Vegas, I don't know. I used to steal a lot of these games. Detroit, Baldur's Gate 3. I have 139 hours in Baldur's Gate 3. Trying to get to some hours in Arcanum. You said old school RuneScape is really my main game nowadays. I should go back to old school RuneScape, I guess. I mean, I have an old school RuneScape account, I think. I'm scared of getting addicted to old school RuneScape. I already have New World. Damn it. I know I'm going to get addicted to old school RuneScape. That's why I stay away from it. I know it's going to eat my soul, and I know it. I'm scared of it. The game's been out for 30 years. I don't want to. I don't want to get sucked in a 30-year-old game. I already have enough of those. God damn it. I love old school RuneScape, but I'm not going back to old school RuneScape. I'm not doing that. I'm not going to. I'm die first, damn
it. Or a settlement with a handful of randomly generated NPCs.
Yeah, you can, like, chop trees all day. I know it's fun. I do it all day. I chop trees all day. I sit down there by the water and I fish on rust and stuff like that. I know it's fun. I know it's fun. It's endless character progression. It's really fun. It's really good, you know? And also the best thing, right, Aquinas, or MJ, sorry, is my attention span is too little to rack up those numbers. See, I missed what he said. Okay. I used to be like that, but now I'm a loser who plays video games all day for a job, so I do have the time. MJ Ripshots said, oh man, old school RuneScape. What was I gonna say? I forgot. Like, I find this fun because I know that the money is going into my pocket and it's gonna be gear and gems and stuff. It doesn't matter. I don't have to go do some quest. I can just go chop trees. I can put food on if I want, or I can forget to, like a bad. I can go, you know, put on a proficiency potion if I want, or I can forget to, like a bad. It doesn't matter. Go over and, you know, chop some more trees around here. Kind of never ends, you know. Oh, the video's bad, sorry. But anyways, yeah.
With randomly generated stores. And to make matters even worse, there aren't even fucking vehicles in this game. So you have to walk vast, empty landscapes
into an invisible wall
for minutes at a time before you see some of this crap.
Mention the
don't
invisible
even try
wall.
to tell me the creation engine can't do vehicles. One fucking autist in Fallout the Frontier somehow got vehicles to work in New Vegas.
Yep.
In a game that's over a decade old. So fuck off with that shit. It's pure laziness. You can't even land on a planet by flying to it. You have to open your map and select a point on a planet to land. Oh, and of course the loading screens. There's 1,000 fucking loading screens. It's a loading screen simulator. I have a pretty fast SSD, so I didn't exactly have to wait long, but just the fact that it's way more efficient to complete an objective.
Yeah, that's kind of why I bought the game. I just don't like saying it, Aquinas. I kind of bought the game expecting a No Man's Sky where I could fly from one dungeon to another in my badass spaceship, dump my loot in my spaceship, and fly around the planet's surface. That was not the case. Also, that jetpack is fucking horrible. I can't wait till they mod that jetpack and it feels like No Man's Sky, and I can just fly around like. But also, I still think the No Man's Sky jetpack is still a lot better. You know? Yeah. Like, man, I thought it was going to be flying around from dungeon to dungeon, like Rust. Ride my horse to harbor, ride my horse back, drop off the loot, ride my horse to gas station, get me a green card, go pick up the or whatever, go pick up a heli, fly the green card to airfield or whatever, open airfield, get a blue card, whatever. It's, you know, I'm getting the things mixed up here, but you know, all the different monuments and stuff. And then fly my heli out to Large Oil, right, with the red card that I got. And that was what I wanted from Starfield. I thought that's what they were selling us, but it was not. No, I have never played Star Citizen specifically because when I watched the getting started in Star Citizen videos, I think Star Citizen is a fucking amazing game. And I want to play it, but... I want to see the one that I watched.
Welcome, Ensign, to the Ultimate New Player's Beginner's Guide for Star. One is hands down one of the very best starter packs in.
$70 for a fucking starter pack, and it's just one ship, and it goes up from there.
Star Citizen. Now, if you're like free.
This gets insane. And I can see how this could get out of hand fast. And they pretty much expect you to have this if you want to be successful in it. And, No, I've been playing Star Citizen for 20 years. It's called EVE Online. It's a far superior game in every single way and form. Except the graphic. No, even the graphics. So yeah, I mean, I know what Star Citizen is. I've watched many videos about it. I'm not daunted by Star Citizen. I'm daunted by the many starter videos saying that if you want to have a good start in the game, you have to shell out $75. I have a fundamental issue with that in the respect that I want to play the game before I shell out $75.
Freaking daddy Warbucks, you might as well just spend 95 bones and get the Nomad starter package. This
$95 starter is the keyword starter. Well, yeah, but that's starter, right? So if I want to deep play the game like I do every other game, I can see how that could kind of get out of hand pretty quick. You know what I'm saying? And I'm thinking, oh my god, I need a freelancer. I need one. And it's $125, you know? Yeah, I know. We've had this conversation before. And therein is why I think the game might be bad. If that's what the econ is, I don't want to play Star Citizen.
This will actually help you quite a bit when we get to the rock.
Also, pretty much every educated streamer on YouTube is like, this is an NFT gotcha disaster. But take that how you want. I still think Star Citizen is a good game. I don't care if it's an NFT gotcha disaster. So is every other fucking major AAA game on the market. If it's a good game, I don't care. I don't know, man. $70 on a company that I don't know. Last time I did that was this game. I forget the name. It's oh god, what is it? It's what's the cross-console isometric farming game that's got PvP and it's on the cell phone and shit? Can't think of the fucking game. I bought that game for $125, just like Star Citizen, and I was unhappy. Yeah, right. I'm not worried about the performance of the game. I've watched like 50 hours of Star Citizen. I'm not worried about the performance of the game. The store scares me, guys. The store is a gotcha nightmare designed to fucking fleece you out of thousands of dollars. I don't know how else to say it. That's what everyone else is saying too. Now, I don't want to talk shit about that guy or the game, because I believe it's a good game. So we'll leave it there. That store is a fucking disaster. And I can take one look at it and I can immediately say no. And I'm sorry.
Pull up your missions, press R, which shows you exactly where the next objective point is, then hold X, and you just fast travel to the next planet. You don't even need to get on your ship.
I'm happier with the
fucking
$75.
time. Somehow, Bethesda has managed to make the most lazy, the most slop-filled, the most brain-dead, triple-vaxxed video game ever made. And there were people...
You know what skins cost me in EVE Online? $4. $5. Max. You know? Or you just buy it with the in-game currency and not even pay real-life money. So then I hear Mr. Star Citizen coming along with a game that's inferior despite being brand new to EVE Online. Somehow. And I see the $75 price tag and I'm like, yeah, if I knew you... And I that's all the negative. See how you guys are kind of pressing me to go down like a negative route. I'd rather just stay positive with it and say Star Citizen is a good game. It's just not my game.
Chilling this shit, saying it's some kind of phenomenon.
Yeah, I'm not happy about it. I'm not happy about fucking skins. I've got $240 in skins, and I'm not happy about that $240.
Phenomenal achievement.
Skins were free my entire life until they started trying to fleece people hop stage. I started to buy into it and I was like, nah. At the end of the $260, I was like, yeah, I'll pay for a Fortnite monthly, I guess. But I mean, I won't buy skins and I won't do like stores that cost more than $100. And if you can't give me a $5 offering like on the EVE Online store here, right? So I just come from a better place where they just don't fleece me like that. You know? They just don't fleece me like that. And it's a superior game. I really fundamentally believe it. For one thing, it's got more population. But yes, you know, we can look at packs, right? You can start at, you know... Oh, sorry, that's packs, but I'm looking for like Plex or skill training. I'm looking for anything really. Omega. You can start like fairly cheap, you know... $2.50, $5, $12.50. This right here, $25. That will buy you 40 in-game ships, all the skins for them, all the guns, all the ammo, and all the replacements for them. $25. And so I see that fucking store on Star Citizen. And I'm like, oh, one ship for $75 when I'm used to 40 fully geared ships and all the endless used skins on them for $25. And I think, yeah, you go ahead and you play your Star Citizen. You go right ahead. It's a good game. I know it is. I've seen 50 hours of it in videos and shit. I know Star Citizen is a good game. It's just not my game.
With Giga Chad faces
on
the thumbnail.
So now, I missed what you said. I'm gonna pull your chat and publish it. Give me just a second, guys. It's going out to the internet, guys. Sorry. So what did I miss? Albion Online. Thank you. I spent $125 on Albion Online. I think Albion Online is one of the greatest games ever made. I didn't like it. So the tutorial vids on Star Citizen are overwhelming. The best advice I know. Dead in mind when it's $70 these days. Most games don't cost $70 these days. Most games don't always cost $70, no. If you get the game up, I could always just send you a bunch of money to try it out and enjoy. Is Star Citizen free? Okay, Hop, if there's a free weekend, let me know. And I'll come play the game. I'm not averse to it. I promise I'll come play it. Yeah, that's a no. I don't know that company. Just like any fucking drug dealer or anybody else. I wasn't kidding about being a drug dealer. Shit, I don't know that guy. I'm not handing him $70 fucking dollars. Not on the first game he ever makes, no. Answer's no. Sorry. I don't know that fucking guy. Nope. I haven't heard a lot of good things. So they do free weekends. Yeah, on the free weekend I'll come play it, but when it ends I'll stop playing it because I'm not paying that much money for one ship ever.
Yeah, what a fuck.
And if you need a start, you can donate to me and I'll play the game for free, sure. But I mean, that's what it's gonna have to be.
Joe, this game
I don't need your money, and honestly, I don't want your money if you bought it RMT. So
represents everything wrong with the video game
thank
industry.
you for the offer of money. I will decline right now. I don't want your eBay money. Thank you. I appreciate it. I love you, Hop. Thank you for the sweet offer. It's very nice of you. I don't judge you or anything, but I don't want your eBay money.
I'm serious. People are going to say, well, there's no microtransactions. Oh, just give it time. I'm sure
give
it'll
it time.
Be there.
Give it time.
I paid $30 extra to play this early since Bethesda wouldn't give me a code because, oh, what do you know? I'm a reviewer who's negative, obviously, so why would they give me a key? This entire game is mediocrity personified. Even the elements that are vaguely enjoyable are ruined by the sheer repetition. All of the high review scores.
But I promise, Hop, I'll come play Star Citizen on a free weekend, yes. Just let me know when the weekend is, because I can't be tracking what Robert does all the time. I don't play his games, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, like, let me know, when's the next weekend? Let's see, when is Star Citizen free weekend, right? How to join a Star Citizen Free Fly event. Though there is a chance that there will be a Star Citizen Free Fly in October 2023, the next Star Citizen Free Fly event will likely be in November. Okay, so if you'd like to receive Star Citizen Free Fly updates directly from the Star Citizen developers, then you can use our instructions to set up a Star Citizen account. Okay, so and I'll sign up under you, Hop. For the free fly, I'll sign up under you, and you will get a referral bonus. How's that? And I will come play the game, I promise. And I'm not trying to be dismissive. It's not my goal here. I'm just saying I don't have any money. You know, I don't have $70. You know, I don't have any money. So all my money I'm on a fixed income. Like all my money goes towards bills and shit. You know. I have like $100 a month gaming budget, and I'm not spending it on that game that's inferior to EVE Online, you know, with less population and more gacha. So, just understand, I have some biases going into it already, as well. Anyways,
even from YouTubers, have just confirmed to me that everyone's sold out. Nobody's honest about video games anymore.
No.
Why not just take a paycheck from Bethesda? Your audience is...
I think I have a Star Citizen account. I think I do. No, I don't. I'll have to sign up for Star Citizen, but I will. I'm not going to do it on stream, though. Sorry. Yes, I will sign up for Star Citizen, and I will play it, guys. No problem. You want me to play Star Citizen? I will. I've been dying to play Star Citizen for years. You know, I heard about that game when I was like 24. I'm like 40 now. So, yeah, I'll come play Star Citizen, sure. No problem.
It's too stupid to...
I know that I'm not going to spend any money on it.
Notice or care if you sell them a bad product. I'm one of the only honest people left on this platform. Me and Worth the Buy, 21 Kiloton, and probably one or two others. But I've seen a few people who I thought were honest actually praise this piece of shit. So yeah, even though I basically just covered every major gameplay issue with the game, believe it or not, there's a lot more to cover here. So without further ado, here's Starfield's Slop of the Year. First things first, let's talk about the performance issues, because if you're playing this on PC, you're not going to have a great time. Now me, I had a very unique issue that seems to be fairly rare, so I'm not going to pretend this is going to be the majority of people's experience.
Yeah. But I don't want to talk to anybody, Hop.
Experiences, but I specifically got fucked over by this game, or at least my PC did.
I'm sorry.
Because it blue screen.
I like talking to you guys. I know I'm being insulting. I do want to talk to you guys. You know what I'm saying? I don't know about the community in Star Citizen. I don't know. I know that it's not going to be my main game, so what do I care about the community? You know?
While I was streaming this,
I think it's a game for people who haven't played EVE Online. You know?
Checked everything you could possibly think of.
Oh yeah, okay. All right, yeah, that's good.
My GPU wasn't overheating. Neither was my
sci-fi
CPU.
people are nice.
I was only
most of the people are really nice people, like really genuinely wonderful people.
About 50% memory usage, and I did a RAM diagnostic, so I don't even know if it's a memory leak issue either. It could be, but these blue screens were happening at random intervals. It could have been 15 minutes, it could have been 5 hours of streaming. Either way, it would crash my entire computer, which is obviously a problem. It made me freak the fuck out and think I need to replace some parts or get them fixed or something. But no, it's only Starfield. Doesn't happen with any other game. And guess what fixed the problem? Just lowering the graphics settings to low. And even with a Ryzen 9 5900X,
that's what I do on all my games.
32 gigabytes of RAM, an RTX 3080,
64,
even on low settings at 1440p, still got a shit ton of stuttering and FPS drops
your RAM
all over the
is
place.
deficient.
The game runs like shit. I can't believe there were some people saying this is well optimized. That's just a straight up lie. I'll tell you what it was optimized for: Xbox. That's it. And even then, it only runs at 30 frames on console. And while I don't usually talk about specific PC settings, because I don't really care all that much in the grand scheme of things, it is very notable that there's no FOV slider. What a basic feature that is missing. And there was a day one mod to adjust FOV, so the devs could have easily put it in. Okay, with that out of the way, let's talk about the gameplay. What are you going to be doing in Starfield? Well, pretty much exactly the same thing you did in Fallout 4, except in space. You go around, you kill humans with very similar gunplay to Fallout 4, with quite a few reused sound effects and animations, most notably being the grenade priming sound effect. I mean, you probably heard that 1,000 times when playing Fallout 4, so you'll recognize that one immediately. And look, I'm not going to shit on the gunplay too hard. I think Fallout 4's was pretty decent, and this is actually slightly...
Yes, I was just actually thinking that same thought verbatim, Aquinas. It's like this time around, they realized that you know that the modders are carrying them, and they cash grabbed it. I still think Starfield is a good game as an artistic effort. It is full of beautiful art, beautiful music, some of Jeremy Soul's best work, some of Bethesda's best work, that's definitely their best combat. I think, well, not best, yeah, really, I think it is like their best combat. It's not as good as 76 because 76 has more guns, but it's not. I mean, but it's definitely more smooth and better than 76. Like when it comes down to the actual shooting itself, and I mean, it's fundamentally a good game. But I think they did cash grab the modders. I'm fairly sure. I think they expected the modders to fix the game this time. You know, I don't know if that's that bad of a premise. I think Todd would say that he put his faith in the public. If you wanted to do the CEO the neural linguistics, right, he would say he put his faith in the public. And Aquinas, I think putting your faith in the public is maybe not such a bad thing. I think we want to. I think we want to think. Oh, you dirty stinker! You're phoning it in and letting all these other people. You're making money off the dirty modder. Sorry, all the wonderful. You dirty stinker! You're making all this money off the modders' backs, right? But I think, to a degree, letting the public fix the game is not the worst approach in history. It's the only time we've ever had a chance to. Is Bethesda games. So if you look at the whole overall experiment that Todd made, and you want to see it from, like, this guy talked about being negative, right? I'll hit you with the positive side, the glass half full thing. I don't know how bad it is that the community is fixing their problems. I think it's bad that the community is not getting paid, Aquinas. I think that's the problem that I brought up yesterday, which was that, you know, I related with, I'm going to keep it brief this time because I did like a half an hour bit on Zombie Panic Source, but I don't know if you guys have ever seen Zombie Panic Source in the wild, but I have, and I'll show it to you in a canned air form of delivery here. Zombie Panic Source looks like this, right? Once you've seen Zombie Panic Source, you'll understand.
Free game. If you have Half-Life 2, I think you could play it.
Yeah, you'll understand what you're up to here. It's Left 4 Dead.
Fuck, I thought that was the fire, dude.
I'm sorry. Here we go.
One more rock. One more rock.
So this is an example of Valve. People think Valve are like this wonderful god company, and Gabe Newell's is shit doesn't stink. But frankly, Valve took Zombie Panic Source from the 1.6. I'm sorry, the not 1.6, but the Half-Life modding community, and they ran with it, and they didn't pay any of those modders, and they sold it as Left 4 Dead 1 and Left 4 Dead 2. And not only did they sell it as Left 4 Dead 1 and Left 4 Dead 2, they sold it in the most sold package of all time, the orange box, right? They sold it. I have it. I have the orange box. I have everything Half-Life ever did. You know, I bought this Left 4 Dead 1, Left 4 Dead 2. I could go play Left 4 Dead 2 right now. Maybe I should install Left 4 Dead 2 on my hard drive right now and just go do a Left 4 Dead 2 session. I bet people are still playing it. They are playing it. And so I'm going to read what you said in a second, Aquinas, but I'm going to finish my thought before I publish what you said, okay? That's an example of the big corporate bastard, March of the Bastards, Triple Anus, fucking the modders in the fucking ass and taking their beauty god work, I call it god work, the white hacking that they did to make Zombie Panic Source into Left 4 Dead 2. I'm sorry, you can't see the game because you can't see the game, but yeah, so... and here's an example. I'm going to kill the inane chatter, but you're going to see an example of, like, you know, of Zombie Panic Source. Now, it was slower than Left 4 Dead 2 because it was much scarier, much darker. It was the modding community trying to scare the shit out of you. You know what I'm saying? Seriously. But it was a modder's dream of a game. And so what was Valve's response? They published this. They stole it. They declared it their own thing. They stole it. They didn't have to pay 1 cent to fucking Valve. And Valve walked on Zombie Panic Source and sold a $2 billion franchise, Left 4 Dead 1 and Left 4 Dead 2, at the height of the Xbox 360 era. Without that, we wouldn't have Steam. Without those modders who made Zombie Panic Source, without these modders like Rick from the Rusting Dead hardcore zombies on Rust that I do all the time, like these wonderful modders like Rick that believe in turning Rust into Skyrim, modded Skyrim, right? We wouldn't have had games like Left 4 Dead 2. So there's a dirty Satanist side about this where Todd and all those March of the Bastard fucking richers steal these modders' fucking work, right? Where it really is insane. Inane and insidious and malevolent and shitty and really fuck you to the community. And I don't know why anybody in the Half-Life modding scene ever was willing to buy a Valve product ever again after what they did with just Left 4 Dead 2. So now we're in 2023, and I'm going to read what Aquinas said, but I'm going to finish my thought first because it is a soliloquy. I'm going to finish it, right? Now we're looking at it like, I don't think it's that bad that the community is fixing the game. We've never been given that privilege. It's a privilege that he gave us, Daddy Todd, or whatever the fuck boomer shit you want to say. But it was a privilege that he gave it to us, and I don't know how bad it is that the community is fixing the game. I don't know. Where I think there's a problem is, I've seen it before. You've seen it before. Somebody in here mentioned that they spent thousands on Counter-Strike skins. So let's go look at the Counter-Strike skins store, and you'll see an example of the community monetizing itself, not only with the gambling but also with the skins. And say what you want about that dirty sort of business of the Counter-Strike skins. It was still a thriving thing that put money in the community's pocket that deserved that were doing the skins and the mods and all that stuff. And the Rust community is no different with the skins in Rust. So where I'm going with this is I want some connection where the modders can sell their mod for 10 cents in the Bethesda store. And they make their 400,000 downloads at 10 cents. And the modder's like, sure, I'll give you 10 cents. I'll give you my mod for 10 cents. I've been doing it for free for 30 years. And trust me, and I'll advocate for the mod scene because I believe in the mod scene. They've saved my life. Without Rick and Rusting Dead, I never would have made it as a gamer. I wouldn't be streaming here. I would have thought, oh, the games are so bad. I can't give these poor kids good content anymore. But no, Rusting Dead was like a savior thing for me. And thank God for the modding community, because without him, I don't know what I would do. So here we are. We come back and we take a look at something else. My calculator, right? My calculator is usually on my bar, but I don't have it. What is, say, 419,000? We'll go to Fallout Nexus. No, I'm sorry. We're going to Skyrim Nexus SE to the download, a particular download, the number one downloaded mod of all time. I can tell you what it is. And it's the greatest mod of all time. Unofficial Skyrim Special Edition Patch USSCP. You know what I'm saying? Right next to it is Sky UI. An attempt to show that the Triple Anus doesn't know how to do front ends or UIs for worth of shit. Give that to the modders. The modders know how to do that. Give us good UIs and stuff. Fuck the Triple Anus and their UIs and their front ends. They don't know how to do that shit. They make wonderful Starfield Lamborghinis that I fundamentally believe are really good Starfield Lamborghinis. But boy, that steering wheel is a melty piece of rubbery pieces of shit that smells like shit. You know, so here we are looking at unofficial Skyrim Special Edition patch. You see 4,428,089 downloads, and you think, wow, if that modder had made 1 penny or say 10 cents, so we're going to copy that number, we're going to go stick that motherfucker into the fucking, into the total downloads, into the fucking, the thing, but guess what? Nexus and Bethesda will not allow these people to monetize themselves, just like all the other AAA corporate fucking assholes that stop us every time we try to monetize our lifestyles. You know what I'm saying? Just like what happened with, anyways. 21,600,000. I'm going to type in the number to do USEP, the due diligence that I should on my stream, because they have provided me good content for 10 years as a gamer. I love USSEP. They fixed a lot of my issues with Skyrim and all that. So let's represent them and show them what the math might be for somebody like that. If they were making their money, like they're making their money off the ad revenue. Thank God for the Nexus, who's bringing them ad revenue finally, right? But 21,616,359, right? Let's say that you'd be willing to pay 5 cents, 0.05 for the USSCP. Would you guys, here's a straw poll for you guys. I'm a streamer. Let's do a fucking straw poll. Would you pay 5 cents for the greatest mod of all time? If you're here, answer yes. I don't care if you're lurking. You don't have to. Don't respond. It doesn't matter. I'm going to keep on going either way. And here's the math on what the modder could be making if he were to charge us 5 cents for this mod. $1 million off just one mod. Now that modder might be thinking, oh my god, I might want to fix Starfield. But because Bethesda will not allow these modders to monetize themselves on the fucking Creation Club store, you can tell he was thinking about it, but then he was like, nah, fucking, why should they get our money, right? 5 cents for a third-party popular mod is fair, isn't right, Hop? Right, Hop? You're young. I want your opinion on this. Is that fair? If I think 5 cents is fair. I don't want to pull out the credit card, Hop. I'll tell you that. I don't want to pull out the credit card for a mod. I'll tell you that. So they struggle with this. But I'll do it if it's on the Microsoft store. If it's on the Steam store. If it's on the Epic Store, I will. I'll shell out 5 cents for a fucking mod. This is what's wrong with Starfield. I fundamentally believe Starfield is a good game. I don't stand with this negative streamer, this negative YouTube. I don't stand with the negative community. I don't believe Starfield's bad. I really don't. I don't fundamentally believe Starfield's bad. I really don't. And in 5 years, the modders are going to save it. So now we're going to go finish what Aquinas said. So Aquinas says, it seems like Bethesda relied on the modders to carry Starfield. I absolutely 110% agree. And I don't know if that's so bad, because at least we were given the license this time. Every other game, we got to take it up the ass every time they can't design something well. So, you know what I grew up on? Tetris. And I think of Tetris as a perfect game. You can't bug that motherfucker. You can't get cash grabbed by Tetris. You know, Tetris is a fundamentally perfect piece of code. Plays on the Game Boy. It'll play on your fridge's magnet thing or whatever. It'll play on anything. Tetris is a perfect game. I want design like that where you can't break it. You know what I'm saying? The Japanese are usually pretty good about that. Japanese won't sell you buggy pieces of shit. Like Sekiro and Elden Ring were not buggy pieces of shit. They really were not. I don't remember a single bug in all of Elden Ring or Sekiro. The Japanese are not known for giving us buggy pieces of shit. This is a Western thing. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I get what you're saying, but at the same time, they put out something they knew they could have done a better job on. Yes, they did. And that, I think, should be prosecutable offense. I don't know where the lawyers are at, Aquinas. This is a reoccurring theme. We love Legal Eagle on this channel. Let's go see what Legal Eagle did this today. We love the lawyers. I mean, all my life I've heard people talking shit about the lawyers and stuff, but honestly, I think lawyers are good when they're going after Bethesda for fucking over the public. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes they could be good when they're prosecuting the guy who raped your daughter. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes lawyers can be good. They can be good. Like anything else in life, they can be good when they're on the right side of things, which rubs me wrong a little. Absolutely. Testify, brother. We're gonna make it bigger, you know what I'm saying? Bigger. So I'm sorry, I can't make it bigger, I guess. Let's see if we can make the chat bigger so we can really, like, you know. So I wonder if there's more. Yeah, can we make it bigger? Chat colors, chat message colors, user colors, emoticons, fonts, consoles, messages, chat fonts are in 14. Is that right? Is that what you're saying? Yeah. Messages are in 14. How about a 22? You don't seem to be. Oh, change it. Yes, change it to 22. Okay, save. There we go. Oh yeah, navigate that shitty technical menu in 5 seconds. Sent that bitch home. Excuse me. I wonder if there's more on the Fortnite lawsuit, because the way they designed Fortnite shop, it was way too easy to buy things. So I can imagine the amount of money total that was accidentally spent on Fortnite. Oh yeah. So I heard a funny story about this lately, Aquinas. There was a funny story about a game called like King's Reign or something like that. They had done another game called Heat or something like that. They left Heat on the Steam store for all the little hapless kids, Hopkins age, who are trying to be in the scene and watching all the YouTubers and stuff. So they saw this game, Heat, or some shit. I can't remember the name of it. Something like that. Heat or something. Something. I'm not remembering the name right, but I can't remember the name. It's a piece of shit piece of shit independent title that was ripping people off with gacha and all that, right? And so the game died, and they left it on the Steam store for a year and a half, and kids his age were just continuing to buy the game because they were watching old YouTube videos from like a year before, and they'd hear about some game they'd never heard before, like Muck or something like that, and they would just go buy the game, and then they go try to play the game, and they got to go hassle go hassle Steam for a refund because the game isn't online anymore. And they literally kept it on the Steam store for a year and a half past when the game was offline anymore. It was literally, it was an MMO that was offline, that they were just selling it still on the Steam store for a year and a half. I wonder how many horror stories there is actually like that. How much malfeasance is there in just credit card transactions for video games? I think the word for it would be corporate malfeasance. It's a lot of corporate malfeasance, you know? 5 cents for a third-party popular mod is fine, especially just for UI mod. 5 cents will greatly improve quality of life on the game if you're playing for a while. There should always be two-step verification before a purchase goes through, in my opinion. Absolutely, I fundamentally agree. And so, yeah, and I don't mean to put Aquinas on the spot, you know, or Hopkins, but yes, let's go look at Fortnite lawsuits. Now, I had a near and dear friend who I had a falling out with, but I still fundamentally believe is a really good person, named Dog Giraffe, who was my old clan leader on my first time I ever played Rust on Reddit Large. Dog Giraffe used to push the shit back of every sweat he ever met. I don't remember him losing. I mean, he lost, but he didn't do it often. And he did this with double barrels. details. Loved him to death. He had 5,000 hours or something. He was so fucking good. So anyway, Dog Giraffe. He tells me about how he was in a class action lawsuit with with Epic. For he had bought like $3,000 in skins, and they had scammed him and made the older ones incompatible or some such. I forget what he told me what it was. So let's go look at what you're talking about here, because I am actually not very clear on what the details of that whole thing was, right? The Fortnite skin lawsuit. Let's look at the breakdown of that, because I didn't know what happened with that. There was a $245 million lawsuit now. You can refund your... Whoa. No. Sort by view count. This looks like clickbait to me. Wait. I want things from this week. Or, I'm sorry, this month. So, we sorted by view count, but now I want from this month. Yeah. No shit. No shit. The FTC got Epic. I didn't know. No shit. Thank you, guys. I love you so much for being wonderful gamers who elucidate me. I'm that guy who's got his head in the sand. I play video games for 14 hours a day. I try to watch the YouTube, but boy, I don't do social media, and I have no fucking idea. Peace, Aquinas. Good shit tonight. Thank you for really giving me excellent content in my stream. You are a fucking good person. I love you. You sleep well, sir. And I mean it. You have a wonderful night. So here we go. Let's learn about Epic and fucking and this shit, right? He probably came for gameplay, and I just videoed him. Oh well.
Update. Starting today, you guys can go through a very straightforward process of filling out a few details to claim your refund. By the way, this is regarding the FTC settlement where Epic Games, the company responsible for Fortnite, have agreed to pay $245 million.
No shot! No shot! I had no fucking idea, dude. This I gotta drop to my best friend. Oh my god.
Related to unwanted in-game
Thank you for
purchases.
sharing.
So if you were charged for an unwanted purchase within Fortnite the game, you should apply for a refund right now. But before you do, you need to make sure you're eligible. You may only apply for a refund if any of these following statements
What's the name of this video? It's like
you were charged in-game currency for items you didn't want between January 2017 and September 2022. Your child made charges to your credit card without your knowledge between January 2017 and November 2018, and if your account was locked between January 2017 and September 2022 after you've complained to your credit card company about wrongful charges, if any of those statements are true, you are eligible for a refund. Just make sure you're at least 18 years old in order to complete the claim form. If you're not 18 yet, a parent or guardian must complete it.
Oh my god, this is gonna fuck Epic so bad. Oh my god. It's almost like based and it's like massive scale. Epic is getting fucking fisted today. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm sending this to Cloud Candy. She is gonna shit. Oh my god, this is so funny.
By then. Now, to actually claim your refund, you have to go over to this URL, that's ftc.gov/Fortnite, and if you click on this apply for refund button right here, this is where the process starts for the claim. It'll firstly ask if you've got an email from the FTC with a claim number. If you do, simply click yes and then input your claim number. If you don't have this, just simply click no. It'll then ask you to enter your Epic Game account ID. To find this ID in game, just simply open up the game. From the lobby, open up the menu in the top left corner, select settings, and after clicking on the gear icon, select account and privacy tab, and then hover over your Epic account ID and it'll appear on the right hand side. If you're on browser, you can locate it via going to epicgames.com, clicking on sign in the top right corner, then sign into your account, and then hovering over the Epic Games account name and then click on account. You'll then see your account ID is listed under account information. From there you can simply copy and paste it into both of these boxes, but do
just a weird time to be alive. Every day there's something else that just like blows my shit away. I'm talking like just facepalm moments. I'm serious. Every day there's some facepalm moment, like the pink shit yesterday, and oh my god, like
you may get this error, and if this error does appear, it's probably because you are not from the US. You need to be from the US in order to claim your refund. Once you've submitted your ID though, it'll then ask you a few questions about what exactly happened and how much you spent unintentionally. For this, I recommend that you guys be as accurate as you can, as they may actually ask for supporting documents at a later time. So there's no point in lying if they're going to ask for proof potentially. After you have completed the claim though, you are all good to go. Don't worry about your Fortnite account being affected in any way. You won't lose any items you have purchased.
You don't lose any skins? You don't lose the skins! You don't even lose the skins afterwards! You don't... You don't lose the skins. You don't. I'm texting Cloud Candy this. She's like shitting right now. Oh my god. She's gonna get all of her account. Okay, she's locked out of her previous account, right? So she's using mine. She's got me like 1,000 wins in Fortnite or something. She's using my account because Epic locked her out of her fucking account. And this, she's like the biggest Fortnite fan too. It's so tragic, dude. This girl loves Fortnite. It's like the only game she plays, and they locked her out of her main account for no reason at all, over some email fuck up or something. And so now she's getting me like hundreds of wins on my Fortnite account because I gave her my PlayStation account, my master account. I just gave it to her, like, because she had a baby and or whatever. She had a baby, so for a baby shower, I gave her 300 PlayStation games so her kid would always have games to play, you know. And so this is my best friend, and so now she's locked out of her main account, and even then, if she ever does get back into that main account, they'll give her that money because she has a daughter, and she can claim that the kid, you know, the kid fucking bought all the skins, right? Oh my god, and she can probably get like a lot of money actually. I don't know how much money it is. It's like, how much did she spend? She probably spent like $500 on skins or something like that. I wonder what the settlement actually is. I can't believe this. This is so crazy. What did you say? I'm sorry. What did you say? You said you could do all this and then sell your account. If only I didn't get my Fortnite account banned, I'd have a few $100 back in my pocket. I can't hop that account. It's synced to. I mean, I didn't spend any money on skins. I did not buy any skins. I bought the Terminator 2, Sarah Connor, and the Terminator. That's it. So I don't qualify. I dodged the skin bullet.
About that, but once you have actually submitted it, you are probably wondering what happens now. Well, sometime after the deadline,
it's frankly based top. I think Epic made too much money, and now the world is in biblical terms, Hop, they call this thieves in the temple. I think there's thieves in the Epic temple now, and I think they've sprung and hemorrhaged money now. And I think we're gonna see a bad thing happen. So I think we're gonna lose the Unreal Engine, Hop. I don't think we're gonna see new Unreal games. I think Epic is gonna maybe have a bad time here. I think they maybe overstep their boundaries with this one a little bit. We'll see. I don't know. I doubt it'll kill their company, but it's gonna hurt them real bad. Fortnite will not be good for a while. I really feel so bad for Cloud Candy because Fortnite is the only game she really plays, you know. So, like, that's so tragic when Epic's fucking business decisions or whatever tragically affect their bottom line so badly that the production quality that we're used to on Fortnite begins to suffer. I know because I already saw it. The last time that Fortnite was good was like at the beginning of episode 2 or whatever, season 2 or whatever it was, when the spider webs were in no build. That was like last year or something. It's been about a year since Fortnite's been good, so it's now going to suffer from it's now going to suffer from, like bad, what do they call this? It's like erosion. Like the quality of Fortnite is going to erode because their money bottom line took a bad hit this year. And all that money talk I can't believe, you remember last year, they gave Ukraine $560 million worth of skin money. It was like 2 weeks of all the skins that they sold on Fortnite just went directly to the Ukraine. I think that was basically the worst business decision in mankind's history. Even though I really love it, I love the decision, and I'm really glad that Epic did it, and I'll always love Epic, and I'll always support them, and I'll use their store, and I love Fortnite. But I think it's very tragic that they kind of gave that $500 million away to the Ukraine, because now with this they lost $500 million. The one video game company in the world that actually made a political statement to the tune of $500 million and supported a country in need is going to lose $500 million to a lawsuit over skins, when you can tell all they're trying to do is sell skins to kids that want skins. So I do have some sympathy to Epic, you know? Fortnite has funded the war in Ukraine. You think so? Wow. Sukaple. Where's the security? You gonna let these politicians brawl? Anyways, oh, it's 144 million. Yeah. No, I don't think Fortnite has funded the war in Ukraine. I think they funded they funded Ukraine.
FTC will be in touch with you and they will settle the refund from there if you are actually eligible. So you've just got to be patient until that time. I'm pretty sure as well they'll post any sort of updates regarding this situation on their website page right here. You may be wondering as well how much money you'll actually receive, and it'll depend on several factors, including how many people file a claim. And that right there,
it's a class action lawsuit, so everybody in it could actually potentially make like 10 grand. You need to apply. It's a class action lawsuit, so they cut out a big sum at the end of it to everybody who's in it. You could actually make quite a lot of money here. You could actually maybe make quite a lot of money here. You should probably try.
there is everything you need to know about the latest updates regarding the Epic Games versus FTC situation.
I'm like texting my friend, right? I mean, if suing Epic is something you actually feel comfortable with, I don't know. What a weird, crazy thing to happen. Let's go see. Hop, angry Fortnite parents. Uh-oh.
From a $520 million lawsuit to a mom that is completely done with the game, these are 15 times Fortnite pissed off parents. And we gotta start with the parents of 2 children in Canada who noticed something was very off about their kids.
It becomes
Yeah, they're on the e-heroin now. They're e-junkies. They're on the e-heroin now. Video games.
unbearable at home. They won't
It's worse than heroin.
go for dinner. Sometimes they won't shower.
It's far more addictive.
It's actual addiction.
There was
Yeah.
no question.
Yeah. Like when I'm in the shower, I'm thinking about video games. When I'm having sex, I'm thinking about what it would look like if I was a video game character and I was having sex with this girl right now. I think about video games. When I'm like walking to my house up there, I think about how much money I made yesterday in the video game. I think about video games all the time.
In their mind.
Not just for Fortnite, it's video games. And oh boy, I was a Fortnite addict for like 2 years.
It's the cause
I know yellow fonts and the kill animations make video games addictive. Yeah, yellow fonts.
Was their favorite game Fortnite. The parents
I really love the numbers, the damage numbers in Fortnite. They were the best damage numbers we've ever had. They're so pretty. Look at the Fortnite damage numbers roll. They're just beautiful. Fortnite damage numbers are beautiful. This roll, you know. Oh yeah, let's see.
Fortnite Chapter 4 brought a whole bunch of changes. Some of them people love and some of them they hate. And the main complaint I'm seeing is
Why do they change these games this much?
not knowing how much damage you're doing or just being confused in general about how damage shows now. If your damage currently looks like this and you'd rather look a little
Look
bit...
how beautiful those numbers are. They look all animated and they pop all cool, like a clown jumping out of a box or something.
more like
I love
this.
those numbers. Look, they're all pretty.
All you gotta
They're
do
like-
is go to the third setting in the...
Oh yeah, the kill. Oh, the kill. I know. It's like pulling a lever on a slot machine, huh?
Parents immediately filed legal action against Epic Games.
It's like pulling a lever on a slot machine. You see this name fly, and you're like, I cashed that guy's ticket. I just won that gamble. Yeah, you know.
Accusing them of designing Fortnite to create a dependency in users, and even went as far as claiming Epic hired psychologists to make it very, very addictive.
Oh,
They
yeah.
spent almost 3 years battling their case, and this month there was a breakthrough.
Parents.
Yeah, look at those little kids, and they seem like junkies to me. The way they act and they look and they dress, they look like little thugs that are like addicted to a electronic substance to me. It's actually kind of crazy. The way their rooms look, they look like my room.
Suing
My
the
room right now looks like that kid's room.
makers of the
It's like an electronic addict's like opium den.
popular game Fortnite, clearing
God damn, she's hot.
Breakthrough.
parents suing
She's so hot. Fucking
the
A.
makers of the popular game Fortnite, clearing a legal hurdle. A judge allowing a class action suit now to move.
Yeah, like this shit looks so fun to me. That they're like why would I want to be in real life when I could be in Fortnite riding like little bikes around with my 3 friends? You know? Why would I want to go to school when I could just ride bikes around in Fortnite instead? You know?
Most people would argue it's the parents' job to take care of their kids. However, many parents are
I
claiming
love riding around cars in Fortnite. It's so fun. Get all the modern music and stuff, and it's DMCA, so like you can't get busted for streaming it and all that. Oh yeah, double kill, like ultra kill. Yeah, like the ultra kill sound effect, right? Remember this? This is Quake Arena, I think. Ultra kill. Or no, it was Unreal Tournament. Ultra kill sound effect, right? Double kill. Ultra kill. 20 plus. Oh! So say if they cut all that out, I wonder how less in trouble the game would be and the kids would get off the game a bit. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know if you can take their substance away. I don't think, and the reason why, Hop, is it's not because I think the game is addictive. I think the idea of that these young men, I think a lot of them are men, but some of them are girls too. One of them is my best friend, is a female, and she plays Fortnite. It's this thing about it feels social in a way, even though you're not really talking to anybody. I mean, you might be talking to somebody in your squad, yeah. And some of the people are really super social, and I've experienced a lot of sociality on Fortnite. But I don't know if that's really like hanging out with people and learning who they are on a fundamental level and real sociality, you know? And I think that's the real problem with it, is they think they can substitute real life with this online world. And I can do that because I'm established and I worked all my life and I have like family and the government's taking care of me and I have history and I have a life and a and friends and a job. But I mean, they're kids. So they don't like, so like I can forsake these things and I know better. I'm like an adult, but their kids, like their social circles are on those games. I know they are. And so to take that away from them ever is to me something that not only is evil, I think it actually violates basically an inalienable human right for the pursuit of happiness. So for the parents to say that the kids can't play Fortnite, I think that's actually against freedom and pursuit of happiness, Hop. There's nothing, I don't know if children have rights when it comes to their happiness, but I'm fairly sure that there's no age limit on citizenship. So if you're a citizen in this country, you have basically what we can still consider an inalienable right for the pursuit of happiness. If the pursuit of happiness means Fortnite to these kids, I don't know if the parents actually have an argument, and I believe that's what Epic's lawyers probably said.
It's a little too easy to...
I think it's healthy for grown-ups to be on. I think it's healthy for grown-ups to be on the game a lot because they know what they're doing, but the young kids don't realize what they're doing while they're still developing. Yes, there you go. And so they're unaware of how it can stunt your growth and it can change your sociality. You might think the M-word's normal because you hear it in the Call of Duty lobby all day. But if you say that in school, you're liable to get fucking suspended now, aren't you? You're basically liable to get suspended. If you say the M-word in class and a teacher hears you, you're probably liable to be fucking suspended from school now. I'm dead serious. I mean, it didn't used to be that way, but I think it probably is now. You probably get suspended or worse. You know what I'm saying? So those kids, they hear that in like adults saying it in a fucking like Call of Duty lobby all day, and they're like, "What the fuck, man? Like that's normal and shit." And no, it's not. So they go and they try to act like that in real life, and I think it warps them. Now, I don't think you can take it. Don't know. My friend, I won't say the name, but I have a friend who's young. And he's like 17 now, but when I met him, he was like 15. And I don't usually hang out with 15-year-old boys. He just happened to be in my Rust clan, and I haven't been around him more than once in like the last 2 years or whatever. It's kind of weird. It's like I don't normally hang out with people half my age unless there's like a lot of other adults there. I've never been one-on-one with a minor or whatever. Let's put it that way. So, but I did have kids in our Rust clan who were under 18. So anytime they were around us, it was always like 10 people in the Discord. You've heard it before. It's safe. So I have a friend who's young. I have two friends who are young in that clan. And they get their internet shut off at 9 p.m. And I think that would fix it. I'm actually not against a kid playing Fortnite for 6.5 hours every day. I just don't really think they should be able to do it past 9 p.m. until they're 18. But then you're talking about China. Then you're talking about freedom of pursuit of happiness and all this stuff. But what I'm talking about actually is a curfew. And I believe there should be an electronic curfew for online games in the respect that we have a curfew in this country. You can't be out past 10 p.m. if you're a child. And I don't know what... I basically, to me now, the public is the outside to me is the internet. So I don't know why kids are allowed to be out. The kids are not allowed to be outside, like a domicile, past the age of 10 p.m. in this country. And you want to talk about China? That's a China rule, but it's one we've had for 300 years. You cannot be outside without an adult accompanying you in this country until you're 18, past the age of. In most states, it's like 9, 10 p.m. something like that. They call this curfew laws, right? I think an electronic curfew might be appropriate for these kids. I believe because they don't have an electronic curfew, they are being warped by adults. And I think it's a social media thing. It's not only just video games. I think it's a social media thing. I believe that kids should have their own YouTube. I believe that kids should have their own I think kids should have their own YouTube, and then preteens and teens should have their own YouTube, and I think I think the kids should have their own internet, kind of, because honestly, I think the internet has warped several generations of young children, and I don't know how to fix that, but I believe the after hours thing is in the separatist thing about age. I'm particularly ageist now. I really don't believe I want dinosaurs running my government anymore, and I really don't believe I want kids on my internet anymore past the age of 9 p.m. Now, if they want to come watch my stream until then, I'm good, but I also don't think it's very good for them. I don't think it's good for them to be playing Fortnite at the age of 16 from 9 p.m. until 3 in the morning. I think the people that they're going to meet on there are going to warp them. And I fundamentally believe this. I don't believe anybody can change my opinion about it. Now, do I want to impose a law of killing the modem at 9 p.m. for all of America for anybody who's under 18? No. I believe that affects their freedom and pursuit of happiness too much. But I believe something needs to be done about the internet warping our children. And I don't believe I should be playing games in a Rust clan with 15-year-olds. And I'm not saying there should be laws against it. I'm just saying that, and it's not that I'm a creeper or a predator. I'm not. Anybody will tell you I have no history of anything like that. Nothing, But, I still don't know if it's very appropriate, and I think there should be a distinction made. I think the curfew in real life is important for reasons that children can be warped or taken advantage of or misused or mistreated after hours when there isn't anybody like their parents there to protect them. And I think the same is true of the internet, really. And honestly, I think if the kids were to stay to the daytime culture, I think they would not, I think that we would have a much happier world. Because I think what's wrong with the world right now is the loss of innocence. And this loss of innocence is due to the fact that we don't have rules about the kids witnessing the nighttime internet, witnessing the steak and cheeses and the Totsis of the world, and witnessing the crack stuff and all the shitty shit that we all do when we're 14. I don't know why that's still possible, but I don't know why we would need that much legislature and law for the internet. But I mean, if you mix kids with the internet, kids are gonna see inappropriate things the same way they will if they're out after hours. So now I'm gonna read what you said. You said, when the kids spend too much time online, they will start finding ways to limit it. Maybe the best example of this is an adult. The way XQC talks from being online too much. I think we will see kids starting talking like XQC from being online too much. By the time I'm an old man, I think the way people are going to talk will be very obscure, and it'll be the new normal. I think it's just the society we deal with today. The parents have to work longer hours, so the kids are on the internet more, and it just leads to more idiocracy. I love everything you said. Oh, it's logging me out on one of these. Yep. Oh, no, it's going down in 30 minutes. Oh, they're doing maintenance in half an hour. I'm just going to log off of 76 now. I'm just going to main New World. I changed my title. Sorry about that, guys. So Fallout 76 drops off the board, but that's easy enough of a change. We just go through here and no, that's all I had to do. And I'll leave the rest. I don't really care for YouTube.
Slightly better than Fallout 4's, but notably,
I don't know. I don't know. Let's look at XQC's speech, because I've been thinking about that a lot, Hop. How fast XQC talks is something.
Hello and welcome to my linguistic analysis of the way that XQC speaks. I just want to say before we get started, this was an impromptu thing that I did on stream live. It is not a professional linguistic
I'm
analysis.
trying to skip this.
I don't have any. Feel free to.
Sorry, I just don't really feel appropriate like looking at this teenage girl right now.
Completely.
Every political decision has a major butterfly effect I'm starting to see now that I'm getting a bit older. Yeah, we used to trip on the butterfly effect a lot, Hop. Like I believe in free video games, but I know what free costs, which is the highest possible, price model. So I like free, but I mean, in response to my base instincts, and I like trying things before I buy them, which is one of my problems with Star Citizen. But I mean, it's the decision to make everything free all the time kind of was a bad one, I think. And the decision to let kids on social media was a bad one. Or if they had one, they should have had their own. And I think raising kids on YouTube was maybe a mistake. Because there is so much creepy, shitty shit all over YouTube. And all over all of them. Facebook. There is so much creepy shit. Now, that butterfly effect, it wasn't a bad one directly. And I think it's a good thing that these kids have the internet and YouTube and all that. I don't want to take it away from them. I'm not some Luddite. I mean, I'll talk like XQC too. I'll talk fucking fast like XQC. I came up in the internet where we talk fucking fast in the Overwatch, and what I'm saying, that's Overwatch shit. I come from the same Overwatch community he does. Like, I can talk like XQC just as best he can. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm exactly like XQC. I came up in the motherfucking Overwatch community when I fucking talk really fast. Like, motherfucking get that guy. He's on the left. Kill the widow. Like, it's fucking fast. It's like fast. And I come from those same scenes. But I don't talk like that all the time. Because, I believe it is an affect. I believe that is an affect. I believe it is. I believe it is an affect in the way he talks. And it's because he's Overwatch competitive. And you have to talk so fast, and the reason they talk so fast is because if you don't talk fast, you die. So I don't believe that speech pattern will corrupt your generation. I don't believe it will. She might think that. I don't. I don't think XQC's speech patterns are going to corrupt your generation. I think they're just unhealthy. And I think they're unhealthy for you guys, but I don't think they're going to corrupt you or cause you ills later. That's my feeling on it, but I don't like the speech pattern, and I wonder what it was, and now I remember what it is. It's Overwatch competitive. It's the only place I've ever seen anybody talk like that.
Gibberish, right? And what I want to talk about today is this area, because this is where we have XQC. Examine.
Entirely by a rubber band and can fly for over 30.
I don't like something that.
First of all, dude.
But the shell on turtles, do they spawn with it?
Do they spawn with it though?
Dialogue, there's the recipient and the dialogator. I'm not balding.
Dialogator. So here's the thing. He actually is creating a pigeon. If you've ever heard of this before, it might have been
Pidgin sign language, which is where someone tries to use sign language but with standard English grammar, so it like doesn't really make sense to people who actually speak ASL. When two people don't speak the same language, Pidgin is that thing in the middle where they kind of understand each other.
I have a lot of friends like this, and I do it myself. You know where else you'll see this? Where the only other place you ever see anybody talk like this is the methamphetamine scene. And I was big in that one. I was basically the king of tweakers. And you'll hear him talk like that. I can talk so fucking fast. I don't, you know, like I don't care. Like I'll talk about this. Like she's really, like she's really cute, but I don't know how old she is. It's kind of creepy. It's like fucking completely untouchable. Guilt gibberish, the pigeon, and this, and he only communicates in the video game world. But it's like, man, the web whiteboard or whatever in the 24 hours center for free. You know, it doesn't matter what you're talking about.
Like speak.
I do this too, really bad.
Really to understand each other. That is like what he's doing, except by himself.
Yeah, it's by yourself. You want to be swift about it because he's from the TikTok culture where, like, okay, I've never done YouTube shorties. Let's go do YouTube shorties, okay? And you'll understand where this comes from. It's not Overwatch entirely. It's the TikTok generation. They watch 10 to 15 second videos. I've never done this in my whole life, so let's go do it now. I don't even know how you do. Yeah, shorts, right? Let's go look at shorts.
Creators with greatly varying hours.
Sorry,
One
it's
has
loud.
seen it all.
No, it's
but
super
he's
loud.
Scottish.
It's super loud. It's gonna bust my eardrums. Please don't do that. God damn it, man.
Thought it'd be funny to watch them battle in like a mini series.
Start it over or whatever.
You know, like the bow labyrinth from my previous video, and I got
go back.
Two Rust creators with greatly varying hours. One has seen it all and done it all, but he's Scottish. And the other is a berry specialist and confirmed grower, not sure.
Now that's
you had a choice. Could
longer
you join
than
the Metric Army or the Imperial Army? There's no choice. Yes, I'd like to join
Metric.
the Metric Army. We're equipped with our rulers. We're gonna take them down today, Sarge. No, you're not. What is this? Is that Voldemort? Half elf. That's like.
see how it's like 3 seconds.
That's
1,
like
2,
Bilbo?
3.
How do you change
1,
the name?
2,
Where's the
3.
names at? How do you
1,
change the name?
2,
Where do you
3.
type the name in?
1,
Where's the
2,
name?
3.
Where's like
1, 2, 3.
where's
1,
those
2,
voices?
3.
Where's the
1,
Unga
2,
Bunga?
3.
There's no Unga
1,
Bunga to make the
2,
Joker.
3.
What color
1,
skin is the
2, 3.
Joker? White?
1,
What color
2,
Joker
3.
lips are red?
1,
Yeah,
2,
that's
3.
Jared Leto, right? What do
1,
you
2,
think?
3.
That's probably
1,
gonna be the
2,
closest,
3.
huh? All right, I think
1,
it's pretty
2,
good.
3.
You had a
1,
choice.
2, 3. That's Shorty. That's why XQC is why he is the way he is. Tell me I'm wrong. I only needed one. I don't need to ever do this again either. So.
For example.
I missed what you said. You said they every political. I think it's just. Oh, I missed a whole bunch of stuff what you said. So, I think it's just I think it's just a society we deal with today. The parents have to work longer hours, so the kids are on the internet more, and it just leads to more idiocracy. Every political decision has a major butterfly effect. I'm just starting to see them now. I'm getting a bit older. They hyper edit the shorts to keep the retention rate on the video because people will scroll fast away if it's not. Yes, and this broke our speech pattern. Now, is it bad? No. I'm one of those that say I'd like the speech to be faster. I think a lot of people talk too slow. I think XQC would say the same. But I talk slow all the time, don't I? I'm doing it right the fuck now. But it doesn't matter, man. I still really feel this way. I think people talk too fucking slow. And I kind of side on XQC on this one. I don't think that he's gonna his speech patterns are gonna corrupt a generation. I just think it's better that if I think if we were faster, it would be better.
Dialogator is not a real word, but
It is. It's a pigeon.
according to conventions of English,
It could be. Yep. It's like an amateur or a raconteur or anything or an entrepreneur or any of that, right? He said he is a dialogateur. It's like a mixture of the word. It's like a Christianism for the mix of the words dialogue and raconteur. He's a dialogue raconteur, and he's right. He's absolutely that. That is a perfect summation, I would say. I would say I'm the same thing. I'm a dialogue raconteur. I'm trying, now notice I'll try to catch you 30-second bits because my boomer ass has a little bit longer of a fucking attention span than XQC does. And I imagine with more social pressure and more people in the channel and more people giving me money and more people like pushing me to do things, I'm going to talk faster and try to get them more entertained faster. And he has a responsibility to his people. They pay him a lot of money to keep them entertained, you know? So he's got to keep it moving forward fucking fast like I do now. I got to keep the thing rolling.
Perfect hair.
But I don't think it's good if we all spoke like this. That's an easy thing to say. You know, I don't think it would be good if we all spoke like this. The retention is a thing. I wish we could move away from it, but like honestly, I don't know why short was ever considered good. I am a TLDR person. I'm a thing longer person. So I struggle to try to weigh in on this subject because as you can see, I will just keep talking all fucking night. I don't need you guys. It doesn't matter. I'll fucking keep talking all night. I'm sure he can too. I'll keep fucking talking all night. It doesn't matter. So, you know, I don't know what my responsibility is with my speech patterns, but I know that I'll stick there like this for sometimes 2.5 minutes, right? Which might be refreshing to y'all, I would think, because I think most streamers from your generation are probably popping every TikTok every 15 seconds. And like, you know, Pokemane's job is to watch TikTok, I would say. So, and that's okay, honestly. She's incredibly entertaining, whatever. I mean, XQC's job is to watch TikTok. I think that's okay. I got no issue with that. Most people my age do. Most boomers my age do. They don't like the newfangled stuff with the streamers making all this money and all this. It might not like the personalities or the influencers and stuff. But I see people taking control of their own destinies, and I support it entirely. It's like living out loud, kind of. Live loud, Timmy. That's a skill, being able to talk all night. I wouldn't be able to stream with the way I operate socially, huh? Yeah, Hop, I got this way with a lot of methamphetamine, and I don't support it. I'm not saying do it. I'm saying I got this way with a lot of methamphetamine, a lot of partying. I'm talking years and years of endless days of the flop house being full of 15 people, all drinking and smoking weed and smoking speed and shit like that. So when you get in a crew like that, I call it like jail speak. Another place that you're going to see this is like Oblivion NPCs who speak in jail speak, right? Oblivion NPCs are always kind of funny. Best of, right? And you'll see methamphetamine addicted people just going off.
I'll be crying if I look like that too, bro. That's fucked up what they be doing to y'all. I ain't even gonna hold you, bro. I be saying that's fucked up, like, bro. You probably had the full washing set. Your shit be fire.
I didn't say. I don't know. Calm down.
This stuff, that stuff, right? I don't know. Calm down. Because the whole room is full of people spinning on methamphetamine for years on end. So there's like blah, 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 about anything at all. It doesn't matter. He's got a pierced cock. She's got a mohawk. Their heads go talk, 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 talk. All the time. And so I got used to it. The other place that you'll hear this kind of fucking soliloquy all fucking night, right, is jail. Been to jail a bunch of time, mostly city jail, only the county one time for like 17 days or something like that. But city jail, you're gonna see people addicted to crack cocaine and methamphetamine. They're just blah 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 blah, blah all night long. And that's the other place you're gonna see it. You're gonna see streamers, crackheads, and tweakers. And really talkative teenage girls. There's like 3 places you're going to see somebody who can talk all fucking night, whether or not anybody else is talking or not. And so one of the things that we understood in the methamphetamine scene is if you could stand to be around people long enough while you were doing the drug, you eventually began to understand that the requirement for you to be in that crew was that you had to listen to them talk all night. Some nights you talked, some nights they talked. But either way, somebody's talking all fucking night about something.
Calm down.
Calm down.
It's okay,
I'm sorry. He apologized.
Blah, blah, blah. See the methamphetamine? It's like super, super overplayed. It's not good. It's such a terrible thing. It destroys minds, and it's just the crazy powder, you know? But one of the gifts that it gives you is the gift of gab. I can just go blah, 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 blah about this all day. Oh, I can talk like XQC2, and I can talk about Overwatch. And when I think about Overwatch 2, I think about my man code from Overwatch, which is, oh, I bet XQC will probably understand this too. So I'm going to talk like XQC really quick. Your win-loss ratio is directly proportional to how toxic you are to your team in the heat of the moment. Your win-loss ratio is directly proportional to how toxic you are to your team in the moment. Your win-loss ratio is directly proportional to how toxic you are to your team in the moment. Right? I've got the gift of gab. I used to pride myself on rapping all night. You know what I'm saying? All night. I mean, like rap, like albums. All fucking night. Word perfect. You know? I don't do that anymore, but it trains you how to do this shit pretty well. You know what I'm saying? I will say I hate silent car rides with my parents. Yeah, I'm a talker. Now, I'm also a quiet guy. You've seen me, Hop. I bet you have. You've seen me sit there for hours on end saying nothing at all. I know you have. I'm also a really quiet guy too, though.
Degrees old. Not bald.
90.
She's in love with him. It's disgusting.
This side of things. So we have dude in most sentences, and then we just have like words
Yeah.
that shouldn't be there. Okay.
Oh, I turned down my Google for the shorties. Now I gotta turn it up for the shouties. Turn it up for the shouties. God damn it, I can't, just click it. Oh, no, you muted it. Yeah, there we go. And then... words that shouldn't be there.
Cheeto. Why does your hair look like a hat? I don't know. Why does your dick look...
So that is actually a really good...
Why does your dick look so fucking funny? Is what he was trying to say. But then he choked there because that guy might have donated him $20.
Good point that you bring up, Nazabear. It's like AI generated, like suggested speech.
What's that thing? Is that a dog?
Is that a dog?
Just ask if it's a dog.
Is that a dog?
Is that a dog?
Speaks.
It looks like a dog. It's a donkey that looks like a dog.
Did speech.
What's that thing?
Is it a dog? It's a donkey.
Is that a dog?
It looks like a dog. It looks like it's like an emu and a donkey, but it really looks like a poodle, especially with how low quality it looks. It kind of looks like a poodle and a dog. See how this looks like a dog, kind of? On the screen that he's looking on, he probably actually can't really tell if it is a dog or not. See? It looks like a dog. See it? That looks like a dog to me. It's a donkey, but is that a dog?
Can you just ask if it's a dog?
Yeah, it's a dog. I mean, it looked like a dog for a long time.
Speaks in dreams.
Why didn't they just tow him with a car? Why didn't they just, at the end of the line, put a hook on it?
Yep. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as they caught the tiger.
Yeah.
He was going somewhere.
Those clips that he did 180s. With this setup that he had with the camera, if he did a 180, he would go have to go.
I will say this, right? I'm going to do this for like 50 years, and I will never be this unintelligible person who mumbles in this way that you can't understand. That is just not ever going to fucking happen. Now, I'm going to talk fucking fast and be like, oh, well, fuck that guy. Or something like that, right? But I mean, most of the time, you can understand every single fucking word that I say. It's called enunciation. It's important for, you know, being a human being. Her handwriting is atrocious. Yeah, she's a cutie though. I mean, I shouldn't even be looking at her, but she's fine for you. Yeah, you go hit on her, Hop.
Does he understand
She a cutie, but I mean, that's a no for me.
how sensitivity works?
It's weird because my ex is this girl's age, and she's so much more mature than this girl. It's actually crazy. Like, I've never met any woman as mature as my best friend. It's kind of weird. It's this weird thing. She's got like I'm just gonna leave it at that. She's a lot like this girl, but she's not loud, and she's not, I don't know.
As a person who like was in pro gaming, how does he not understand how sensitivity works? The way that you're supposed to do it.
I think SQC spends so much time online, his thoughts get ahead of his words from chronically being online. Absolutely, yeah, me too. Yep. All the time I'd be thinking about, oh man, am I playing my video game? Well, I'm doing a video game stream, like in the background. Like while I'm talking to you about this, Hop, I'm immediately going to switch to the video game and pay attention to the video game instead of you. And I have to bring it up in the third person to try to break the third wall and live the moment through with you, while I like talk to you, but then I don't talk to you and I ignore you and I let the online life take over my fucking attention, right? And I'm here picking weeds and shit. Picking weeds, literally picking fucking weeds instead of paying attention to what you just said. And I guarantee you, XQC does the exact same fucking thing. I guarantee it, you know. And you know, I do the same thing, and I ignore what you just said, and I'm still running. And in the background, right, I've got a clock timer running. He does too. He's got a clock timer running because one of his community just spoke to him. And he's like, how long can I get away with basically dissing this guy and not paying attention to him or anything that he said and still continue to pick weeds on his video game selfishly while the online life pretty much dictates everything that I do, right? And so now we'll finally get around to what you said. And you said that might be because of his speech. Yeah, his speech is because of the online life. He's lived the TikTok 3-second. He has a 3-second attention span. I just did the timing. Remember the timing? I just did the timing. I was like 1, 2, 3, while the guy kept switching, you know, shorts every 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Remember when I was going 1, 2, 3? That is XQC's attention span. So if he can't get the sentence out, if he can't get the sentence out in 3 seconds, it's not worth saying, is it?
To get tricked online.
He gave me his email and password.
Sorry, wrong one. Wrong one. Which video are we watching, guys? Is it this video, or is it this video? Or is it this video? Or is it that video? Or are you watching me? Or are you watching them? Is it for 3 seconds? Is it for 30 seconds? You know, but notice that no matter what, because of the TikTok that XQC has to do for his stream every day, he has to do it. Keep you in mind. If you want to be a popular streamer, you've either got to be entertaining them all day long, like I'm doing, right? Talking all day long, just keeping the air hot with hot air, you know, all day long while I kill BAMs and shit, you know, and try to be a good gamer and prove that I'm good at this or whatever. But really, I could just go watch TikTok with you guys all day long. And I'd be just as down to do that as anybody else in the world would be if it meant money and stuff. I'd be down to chase TikTok for a while and watch TikTok for days on end on my stream and just ignore video games and, you know, live the culture and stuff. But I don't think, I don't know. I don't know how good that would be for my video game career, or whatever you want to call it. I don't know how good that would be for my relationships. If my mother felt that she couldn't keep my attention for longer than 3 seconds, or my ex-girlfriend, or like my best friend, or anybody else, you know. If I felt like that, you know, if I felt like I had to get my thought out inside of 3 seconds every single time I fucking spoke, I would sound like SQC. Now, I posit that he knows this and he's not stupid, and I think you give him less credit than he is due, and I think he can talk very slowly and very concisely, and I think in there is a very high IQ person that is hiding behind a TikTok facade that has warped him since he was a child. And he's a wonderful person, and I don't think he's ever probably done anything bad to anybody, so we can just let that go. But I don't think he does this on like, I'm sorry, I believe he has the power over himself to speak exactly how I am speaking right now all the time. But I don't think that's what made him famous. A 5-minute video on TikTok feels like 20 seconds because of the way they edit the videos. It does, yeah, the way they edit it, right? But it is 5 minutes, yeah. So, yeah. And so I would say that I guarantee you, I don't know this, but I guarantee you, in normal conversation, XQC probably sounds like exactly how I sound right now, like in real life. But when he's on stream, he sounds like XQC. And when he's talking to a girl after he fucks her in the morning or whatever, and he's lying in bed with her or whatever, or him or whatever the case may be, he's not speaking like XQC. I guarantee it. He's speaking slower. He's not amped up. He doesn't have an audience. He doesn't have $20,000 on the line that day. He doesn't have the pressure. And so you think that he does this stuff out of impulse. It's like an impulse, or I'm sorry, it's like a reflex. It's like a reflex for him, and it is. But I also don't think he's ever shown you who he is, and I don't think I have either. And this is something that maybe you would need to be a streamer to like sort of understand. I'll try to explain it, but when you are on camera and you are nervous, and you're always nervous when you're on fucking camera. I don't care who you are. You're always nervous when you're on fucking camera. I don't care. You could be the most deadpan Ben Stein motherfucker in the world. You know who probably had bad stage fright? Ben Stein. I guarantee it. That guy's like a fucking rock. He doesn't have an emotion really. But trust me, he's just as nervous as anybody the fuck else when he goes on stage or whatever the fuck. So I can't concentrate on fighting because I'm talking. It's so annoying. But anyways, and I got way too far north anyways. Here we go. I shouldn't be fighting BAMs, and there's no money around there anyways. There we go. Where am I going with this? So when you meet XQC, he's not going to be talking like that. That is a persona. It is a persona. It is a facade. It's a mask. It's an act. It's what all the actors do when they're on camera. It's what they do in their lives when they're at the Oscars and stuff. It is a facade. When XQC, I bet you my life that when XQC speaks to a girl that he just fucked in the morning, when he's not on camera or whatever, he'll talk normally. He'll talk fast, but he'll talk normally. And you have to fundamentally understand about the pressure that he's under does not engender like slow speech, you know? I don't have the social skills to be a creator or internet personality. That is entirely ridiculous, Hop. You are an internet personality on my stream every single fucking day. A good one, too. The best one who's ever been through my channel. That's why you're my mod. You are an internet personality, Hop, and you're a good one. Your takes are fucking win, and let's all blow smoke up each other's asses and have a circle jerk or whatever. But I love you, man, or whatever. And you're good at you're good at being an internet personality, or I wouldn't give you the time in the stream. They say most mods become mods because they want to see how to do it first and understand what being an internet personality is. And what it takes and how much dedication it is and all that stuff. And you seem to be sitting in that role right now. I would say you doubt yourself. I don't have the key to confidence, Hop. But I can tell you that failing is never, ever, 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 ever as bad as it seems before it happens. Including jail and destitution and prostitution and the loss of everything you care for. The failure is never ever as bad as you've told yourself it is. And that's the best advice as a streamer I can give you. If you ever want to be an internet personality, you might need to be. You never know. You might need to be. So my advice to you is this. You're going to tell yourself that you can't talk or that you're scared of it. You're going to tell yourself that you can't nail the three-pointer. And that's exactly what the fuck's going to happen. If you go into it like fucking, moist lotion and you say, I'm in the peak physical condition of my life. I'm the top alpha male in the fucking room. I'm the best motherfucker here with the most cogent thought. And I'm the paterfamilias. When I speak, they listen. And then you can tell yourself these things and you put it out to the universe that that's who you are. That's what's going to happen. The minute that you say, I don't have the social skills to be a creator or internet personality, that becomes true because that's the energy that you put out. If you tell yourself, I can be Jake Paul, you will be. I don't suggest you do. Being Jake Paul isn't fun. But if you say I can't beat Jake Paul, I'm just not good enough, that's what the universal will deal you. If you say I can beat Jake Paul, I just don't choose to be, that's what the universe will deal you, right? Like me. You can also be like I could beat Jake Paul if I wanted. That's what the universe is going to give you. So don't be walking around with the loser talk, saying I don't have the social skills for whatever. Don't be hitting me with the loser talk. You absolutely do. You have been on my stream talking for months. You do have the skill to be an internet personality. You are an internet personality. You are entertaining at least one other person right now. There's only 3 people on the channel because it's goddamn 3 a.m. in the morning, but you do have it. What you don't have is the confidence to believe it. Or the discipline.
Right? It's like your 180 should be you bring your mouse from here to here. You go.
I'm just kidding, Hop.
degrees
Your
to,
discipline
like,
is fine.
However far in a game, right?
I'm kidding. That's a South Park joke. You lack the discipline, which was South Park's racist joke, right? The bad one that they made. You lack the discipline, which is making fun of Asian people can't say L's, right? Or R's. So, like, horrible, stereotypical racism from South Park. But, I mean, that's where I got that joke from, kind of. It's like, no, it's not that you're an alcoholic or that you're like a wallflower or something. It's that you lack the discipline. Like Danielson, wax on, wax off. Get to working those social skills like any other skill that you have, and you'll do fine. You'll be fine. Every nerd ends up being Mark Zuckerberg, trust me. If they need to be. Or a better example would be Nicolas Cage, right? Every nerd can be Nicolas Cage if they want. You ever seen Nicolas Cage talk about life? Like, yeah, let's do a Nicolas Cage interview, right? This guy is a fucking nerd like you, Hop. I know you're a fucking nerd. You're more of a nerd than me. You know what I'm saying? You're a fucking nerd. I know you are. You're a nerd. You're a good nerd like Nicolas Cage, right? So this guy, well, despite having kind of a checkered past, he's a really good man. And this is an example of... Now, I don't know if I can do a 60 minutes thing on YouTube, actually. I don't believe I can. I'm sorry. We'll do... Ooh, I don't even know if I can do that. Yeah, GQ, Nikki Swift, Josh Horowitz... biographer. But anyways, the interview at Alamo Draft House, yeah, but I don't know, is that sponsored? Yeah. Nicolas Cage entrance Son Wogan, but you don't have like anyway, you don't have a lucky crack pipe. Yeah, anyways, Nicolas Cage is a consummate nerd who is really intelligent. I'm talking like off the charts, and like that guy had bad stage fright when he started. Now he's Nicolas Cage. And I'm saying that you can do the same if you put your mind to it. Like anything else in the world. Nothing is impossible.
Oh, you know what I mean? That's... No, my cat doesn't... My cat can't even...
Even sleeping with that girl that you just blocked. It's not impossible, Hop. Nothing's impossible.
It'd be petted properly. Dude, my cat won't even get... Dude, what? Dude.
So, okay, another issue that he has is conjugation.
By the way, dudes that block girls don't have girls for long.
Which?
Dudes who block girls. Yeah, that's not cool. No. Nah, nobody's ever going to tell you that's cool. Your incel friends might say, yeah, diss her, dude, diss her. But everybody else who has sex in the world will be like, you blocked a girl? They might understand it if you're like, yeah, she's crazy or whatever, you know, they'll understand that, but most people are like, you blocked a girl? Did she threaten you? Like, did she threaten your dog or something?
Kind of like he understands the concept of conjugation because we see him do it with words that don't exist.
Oh yeah, he's a very, very lucid dude. He speaks very well.
But like,
he doesn't speak well, excuse me, but he has diction when he needs to.
He also does.
When he speaks normally, he's just fine. It's an affect. she doesn't it seem like she seems confused and sort of like kind of mystified by all of it. It's because she's fallen for the lie. It's a lie that he's told the world, that he's sold you all on. XQC talks fast on stream, yeah, because he's got a 3-second TikTok fucking personality. And so do you. But do you think he really talks to people in his real life like that? You think he talks to his mother like that?
Completely does the wrong conjugation for things. So he's like doing English correctly but wrong.
You did in English incorrectly right there.
Right.
You committed a very bad grammar error right there.
Beans believes Jungkook is Princess Diana. She has 10 toes but still lactose. Beans do.
She has 10 toes but still lacks toes. Beans believes Jungkook is Princess Diana. She
English
has...
well. Beans says masters a skill to breathe optional to breathe oxygen. So this skill makes her so interesting. Follow Beans on Twitch and YouTube. All right.
This is a cat, okay? Yeah.
There, see, he's talking perfectly fine. See it?
When I pet it, you know?
Why does it have one fucking ear?
He's talking fast because he's strung out on methamphetamine and he's fucking coked up or something and he's fucking too many women and he's living the fucking streamer lifestyle and he's fucking crazy and he's the top of the Overwatch community, which is actually a really good community too, actually. It really is. And despite all the boomers down at the bottom, the top of the Overwatch community is a really good community, actually, full of Asians, really wonderful people that treat each other well, you know? And so he's at the top of the Overwatch community. Those kids love him. And so, you know, etc.
I go with my hand.
Or was, anyways. He was back when it was hot, you know. And so he doesn't... You guys fell for his affect. You fell for his persona.
You know the cat does, dude?
Listen to him. He's talking just fine.
Goes like... Yeah, like that. Cats do that.
Yeah,
So I can't pet it, right? I'll go to pet it.
Yep.
You know what it'll do, dude?
It'll like... yeah.
The cat starts facing reality, dude. Oh my god, you're right. Wait, guys, I think we've cracked it.
Anyways, this was enough of this.
Password, and then he said, don't log in, but I'm just giving proof that I'm not gonna scam you.
Epic recently introduced accounts specifically for children, which locks them out of the game until they write a date of birth. If they're too young, the account is banned until a guardian can unlock it. And while it's a good idea, some parents say it wasn't introduced fast enough.
Over 300 charges in 15 minutes.
Guys, this is it! Video gaming is done! This has gotten too far! And guess what I'm gonna do?
Why is she yelling at these 5-year-olds? Excuse me.
Over 300 charges in 15 minutes.
Oh. Oh, yeah. You're bad. He's not bad. You're bad. You're on the digital heroin at the age of 6. And you're a really bad boy. You're a really bad little boy. Yeah. Look at that look. Because he knows he's not going to change. He'll be playing Fortnite tomorrow. He'll be playing Fortnite in 50 years. Fortnite 10. Wow. You stole their money at the age of like 5? I can't believe it. He's like, oh, wait till my Fortnite friends hear about this on the Fortnite. Nah, she's about to take your PlayStation permanently. I've been there. Okay, so my mom, she came while my friend A and I were sitting there playing GoldenEye repeatedly for weeks on end. We couldn't beat 007 on debug mode. We couldn't open the debug on GoldenEye without beating control mode on in under 7 minutes or something. It was so annoying, and it was such a perfection run. And we were like kind of cracked out trying to beat that fucking stupid debug mode thing. And when we got it, we were screaming and dancing in the streets. You know, we went outside, screamed and danced in the streets when we unlocked the debug mode because it was so annoying. My mom was like, take out the trash. And I was like, no. Straight up no. And she was like, take out the trash now. And I was like, no. I'll do it in 5 minutes when I'm done with this. And she was like, now. I was like, no. I was like, no. I am really caught up in this right now. No. And she came down, took a hammer, and fucking smashed my television in front of my friend. And then she was like, take the television out to the fucking dumpster right the fuck now. You're not allowed another one in this house ever again. And she meant it too. Needless to say, I wasn't really there very long.
Fortnite was making over $5 billion.
My mother was a good mother. She was trying to save me, but I was on the digital heroin. I was going to get it wherever the fuck I could get it. It didn't matter. You know, she was a good mother. Never did anything wrong. She really tried to save me from all that. But no, I had to have my video games. I had to have them, you know. Still do.
$1 a year at this point. While you see parents going crazy on the internet.
Like, I watch people treat heroin like that, and I'm like, man, that must be fun. Like, that is a fucking weak-ass addiction compared to fucking video games.
Things got serious in December of 2020.
Video games won't kill you, so I mean, yeah, heroin's more hardcore, but I mean, like, in terms of dedication, yeah, heroin doesn't have shit on fucking video games. Yes, I do, and that's what I came looking here for, Hop. That's what I came here looking for. Fortnite parents who are smashing TVs.
22, when the FTC revealed Epic Games broke the law.
The maker of the popular video game Fortnite has agreed to pay $520 million for
Yeah.
violating
Oh, my mom broke my TV. Yeah, I could definitely relate to that. It was cute. I was so mad about that. I'm still mad about that.
FTC rules.
Much of that fine stems from allegations the company collected personal information of players under age 13 without their consent or their parents' consent.
Originally, Fortnite never had refund tokens or a way to cancel purchases, which made it very easy for kids to buy skins accidentally. The item shop is also on a time limit, so one of the biggest reasons to buy anything is the fear of missing out, which really upset parents.
And then he says to me, well, Mom, there's only 13 hours left.
Why are you an adult with braces? I'm just kidding.
Or I'm not going to be able to buy this skin. I have to do it now.
It's always an adult with it's either an adult with braces or a mullet. And when you see the mullet, you have to drink. See a lot of mullets.
They're going to take it away. I won't be able to do it.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, my mom has smashed my TV. My father threw my entire video game collection away one time.
It's a one-time only sale. I have to do it now.
$245 million of this fine will be given back to the players, which is a mind-boggling amount, but not every lawsuit ended with a great result. On December 8th, 2018, Russell Horning, aka the Backpack Kid, made a video with BuzzFeed where he judged people's Fortnite floss dances.
Ever since they put it in the game, the dance has gotten bigger and bigger ever since, so it's pretty cool that they put it in.
Little did we know this mindset would completely change just 10 days later. The floss dance was now the center of attention in a lawsuit against Epic Games, which came out of nowhere, with the basis of the entire suit claiming his work was used without permission. This
Wow, that kid did do it first. He did do it first.
came out of nowhere, with the basis of
That kid did it first. He did it first. Yeah, sue him. That kid is not fucking around. Sue him. Get Epic, man. I can't believe they stole that dance from that poor kid.
the entire suit claiming his work was used.
Yeah, that kid's a genius, a dance genius, and yeah, oh yeah, they threatened to do that too. Oh yeah, they took away the Super Nintendo. Oh man, she took away my Super Nintendo one time when I ran away. No, I'm sorry, not when I ran away, but when I... Oh god, I don't even remember what I did.
Without permission. This was met with immediate backlash from the internet, but it turns out someone else was behind all of this. His mother.
It was really my mom and my management that did the lawsuit. I'm kind of just a kid having fun in life.
Yeah, he doesn't care.
I'm just letting the adults do all the busy work. But like from a mom standpoint, like a manager standpoint, they think that they're taking advantage of me.
When I talk about Fortnite's...
I think so too. They took advantage of you, man. Most of your friends probably said the same. Once you see the dance, you're like, man, there's the OG, and then they should have just paid you. They should have paid him. They stepped to that kid and said, free Fortnite. They easily could have been like, hey, we want to take your dance to Fortnite, man. If we gave you an endless, or like a lifetime supply of Fortnite, Fortnite pass, right? If we gave you a lifetime supply of Fortnite pass, that's literally a value of 100 times 12. It'd be 1,200 months of Fortnite pass. Would you give us your dance? And that kid's gonna be like, yes. right? But Epic is run by like shitty software developers that, you know. Oh no, dude, no, it's okay. I don't mind your nostalgia run. It was good.
Darkest hour. I'm speaking literally because.
Yeah, like the Lego sets, man. Yeah, like, yeah. My parents took away all my stuff repeatedly throughout my life. Like, my mom took my Super Nintendo like 5 times.
This black hole changed gaming forever. For 2 days straight, players left staring at a blank screen, and nobody knew when the game would come back online. For a lot of kids, they believe Fortnite had shut down forever.
They're like, did Fortnite end? Don't punch that TV, please. You have been outside swimming all day with your rowdy ass friends and you're totally keyed up and you're like, you're punching a $450 television. Are you going to go to work to make me the $450? Or are you going to stop punching the television? Because you can punch the television, but I'm going to make your ass go out on the corner or whatever the fuck and sell lemonade till you have $450 fucking dollars to replace that fucking television, bitch.
Parents were furious.
Wow, that kid was not getting his fix.
After spending hundreds of dollars on a game and thought it was all for nothing. It was a pretty hectic few days, but when Fortnite finally returned, the controversies would only escalate. Let's be real, Fortnite has always been approved by parents way more than games like Apex or Call of Duty thanks to the
Yeah, what's the cartoon thing, I guess, yeah?
Cartoony graphics. That's why the bear hug emote was such a big problem. In August 2021, players discovered a glitch that ruined Fortnite's reputation. Immediately,
Wow.
Epic removed it from the store, and the emote was locked forever. News articles went viral, and parents became concerned about what else you could do in the game. And that wasn't helped by Fortnite's countless R-rated skins, because collabs weren't just Iron Man anymore. We were now able to play as the Predator and even Deadpool. Obviously, they're notorious for gore, swearing, and violence, so parents were worried their kids might get a little too inspired from these characters. Well, this hasn't stopped Epic, who are already planning more crossovers with things like Dead Space and Family Guy. Doesn't mean they aren't careful, though, because they previously canceled the Mortal Kombat collab and chose Uncharted over The Last of Us. At the end of the day, we all want supportive parents who aren't scared of video games. A good example is Xenon, who rose to fame in 2020 as one of the best players in the world, but soon will be blacklisted from the game.
Xenon is like 5 or something?
Despite being better than millions of players, he was only 9 years old, and so to get around this,
9.
he streamed with his dad, who also ran the social media accounts. Despite having the consent of his parents, this was still a big problem for Epic Games, and one morning, Xenon woke up to a heartbreaking message.
They banned Xenon! You crushed that little child's dream! There's the billionaire software despots I know. Yeah. That's about par for the course, I'd say. Yeah. That sounds like your average Microsoft Epic, yeah. Crush the child dreams. That's a Wednesday. Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Não, ei! Eu também tô em tudo!
Na arena?
Em tudo!
Epic says that you have to be 13 to play Fortnite Cups, and banned Xenon until midnight on his 13th birthday. His parents were very upset, calling him a prodigy and saying they'd give up all their earnings just to let them play again. Something that really could have been avoided was the release of the most controversial skin. On April 25th, 2020, the item shop updated to reveal Rue. And
people really love Fortnite. I love Fortnite. All my friends were like, how do you like that dumb game? And I'm like, I love Fortnite. I think it's a very good game.
Immediately, people drew comparisons to a certain uniform from World War II. The inspiration was obvious, but Epic Games didn't notice until the internet pointed it out. Rue was blacklisted from the item shop, never to return again, and it was revealed that creators with locker bundles are banned from using her. But that's nothing compared to one of the darkest days Fortnite has ever seen. In April 2019, there was a POI in the map called The Block, which changed every week to a fan-made location. On April 2nd, it was transformed into a mansion, and it looked incredible, but in the basement, people found a shocking scene. The internet called out Epic for not checking the maps before releasing them, and parents were so outraged, it led to the removal of the block entirely. But sometimes parents can be upset over some pointless things. Fortnite is usually pretty careful with sprays and emotes, but all it took was some crossovers to undo all.
No, I did not get a swing at Hyperscape before it went out. We were in the throes of the Fortnite trio thing. and I couldn't have dissed my trio like that to go play like Hyperscape. I could have, but I was mainlining a Rust clan as the leader. I was the leader at that time. So I was like mainlining a 5-man Rust clan. I was leading because, well, I mean, I was co-leading with Tay. But I mean, yeah, and like, just the pressure, man. I didn't get to play that game, unfortunately. I wanted to very badly, but I mean, I was like, I have Fortnite, and I'm not doing it.
All of their progress.
There was another one I really wanted to play too that I never got around to. That I think I wonder if it's still going, but the the vampire one, the vampire mode or vampire BR battle royale. The vampire battle royale was Blood Hunt, right? Blood Hunt. This one looked really good to me actually, but I think it went out of business.
Ow. Okay, let's see how this health regen works.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm on game capture.
Decent.
I'm so sorry. There we go.
I can take some healing.
Oh, I'm dead again. God damn it. Yeah, the vampire one, yeah.
Bad abilities remain active too long?
Like, it doesn't look that fun because there's no real guns, but it did look good.
I think the main, yeah, maybe.
Like, that looks fun, you know?
But I think the main issue with
Oh,
it
yeah. Like, what'd you think of this, Hop? Like, it looked okay to me. I mean, it doesn't look like it's a very good gun game, which made it I think they should have worked on the guns. But other than that, I think it was good. Oh, I don't know. Maybe it did have good guns. I can't remember. It was like half melee, half guns, and I think they should have just gone guns.
It's got, like, no...
Yeah, I don't know if it's still going. What is it? It's like Blood Hunt, right? Is Blood Hunt down? Is Blood Hunt still alive? No, Blood Hunt is... Yeah, I heard Vampire the Masquerade Blood Hunt has ended development. I was like, no, this one's down, I think. But I don't think so. Yeah. So, no need to even worry about it. Yeah, it's not fun solo. That sucks. Yeah. No, it's gone, man. That one's gone, I think.
Way to show how creative
I think you can buy it, but I don't think anybody plays it.
It's this. I mean, strict parents could buy Superman and Allie A for
because they ceased supporting it like a year ago.
Christmas just for little Timmy to troll them. Now, while most of these controversies have been understandable, there's one school in the UK that took things a little too far. In July 2018, the principal sent a letter to parents about the dangers of dancing. It said, Fortnite is a safeguarding concern. It will be logged as such. Children in our school have been using these dances to surround and intimidate other children. So you might be wondering what kind of dance could be that evil and scary, and well, it was revealed to be the floss. If you think that's embarrassing, Fortnite themselves were humiliated with the release of a skin that people are still talking about to this day. Fans quickly noticed the unique feature that...
Yeah, I thought it could have been good, but you know, yeah, didn't work out.
I was suspiciously left out of the patch notes.
Wow. Like in a kid's game?
When the Calamity skin was released.
Yeah.
As soon as this was pointed out, Epic Games deleted it and called it an embarrassing mistake. But the feature was way too specific to be an accident. And then, history repeated itself in 2022. Eevee, a Battle Pass skin, was the focus of a secret update, where Epic changed the size of her chest. I thought no one would notice, but were proven wrong instantly and changed her back to normal a week later. There's also been some shady practices going on over the years, which make all the lawsuits a little less...
Yes, I did. I love Fall Guys. Yes, I do. Yes, I did. I played it. I own it. Yes, I do. Yes, I did.
That's surprising.
I love Fall Guys.
It first started
I should download Fall Guys.
Release of Gunner in 2019. A cute dog who seemed innocent on the
I think Fall Guys is one of the greatest games ever made.
surface, but fans called a total scam. This back bling costs 1,500 V-Bucks, which is reasonable, until you realize
Fall Guys is so fun.
the design was
I used to win too. I used to actually win that motherfucker. First time in too, I win. Because it's such a video game. If you're good at video games, that game is so easy.
identical to Bonesy from the Battle Pass. They just added a logo to the bandana and a yellow...
I mean, it's hard, but it's not that hard. Like Bennett Foddy wasn't that hard for me.
They called it a
Like
day.
a lot of video, like okay, Bennett Foddy was hard for a lot of people. I don't know if you remember this one, but the Bennett Foddy, right? So I played Bennett Foddy, I beat it, and like this gameplay I actually mastered when I was 13 years old. So when I stepped to this game, I would have been considered a wonderkind because I was competitive. I was actually competitive when I was 13 years old in the Worms roping scene, which is something I've debuted on my stream before. Worms roping, right? Worms Armageddon roping, yeah. Roping, right? So, yeah, head, this is a good example of it. Yeah. Yeah, this shit's so fun, dude. And it's like all it is the left key and the right key and the space bar, but it's still so delicate. You have to let go at the right time. It's still the same sort of shit. It's no different than a triple beam AK recoil headshot. It's no different from that sort of movement. It's very specific. Yep, and I'm not gonna do this for long, but yeah, like, so fucking fun, dude. Look at this. Like, this shit. And this shit came out when I was, like, 14 years old. This shit came out 26 years ago. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Google Snake is so fun. Yeah. Yeah, this shit's so fun. Like, this was so fun. So the whole gameplay is, right? You have to drop a bomb on your opponent and then rope out without taking any damage, which is a really technically beautiful thing. And so later on, some guy made this gameplay into Bennett Foddy and made some crappy little arcade game into $1 million. And it's really the same principle, except instead of a rope, you just have like a short rope. It's like a short rope principle. Instead of being able to shoot up way up to the wall, you can only get a short rope about the size of like the hammer. So, and Asmongold got quite a lot of hits playing this game, and I thought this game was cool. It's a good game, but it's still really, really hard if you never did roping and you don't know tank controls with a spinny what are they called? Grappling cannon hook type thing. Grappling hook.
We've got a green screen behind us, and then this game is very green.
So I don't know why aren't you play the fucking game now? Play the fucking game now. Let's go.
Myself, I'm not crazy enough to make other people play them.
So you see how slow he's going? Then you go and look at the worms, and you're like, oh man, I could do better. And like, yeah, I slaughtered this game.
My little test is, so I like to do games where...
I mean, this game sucks. It's so hard. Like, but I mean, the principle is the exact same as roping. I took to it like a fish to water, no problem. Fall Guys plays a lot of the same sort of stuff. Fall Guys was full of stuff like that. If you're good at roping and shit like that, Fall Guys was not hard. It's all about physics and this sort of bouncy shit. So now, he didn't think about it right. Like, so right here, I can point out the mistake. Like, you have to have centrifugal force coming from the other direction or you can't do it. So he immediately starts to fall because he's not counterbalancing. So you have to swing. Once you understand, it's exactly like ball and Overwatch. All you have to do is swing. That's it. Once you get the swinging going, you just let go, like you're spinning a yo-yo or something. And once you let go, the yo-yo is gonna like curve perfectly into the air and then flop down on the ground. And that's all this shit is too. It's a very simple physics thing when you understand that you have to swing back before you can swing forward, and then it's one of the hardest games ever made. It is. Don't get it twisted. I made it sound easy. It's not. Asmongold beat it, which I think kind of attests to his actual skill. I don't think most people can actually beat Bennett Foddy. Yeah, it's like so another part about Bennett Foddy is, it's like you said, it's static. So every part of it you can memorize, which people really, really love.
Yeah, and it might be the most modern.
Yep, there it is. You see it? Beautiful. And that would have been a rope jump. Perfect rope jump. Worms roping. Extreme worm. So let's go see worms rope tricking, right? I think they used to call it tricking, I think. Something like that. Like rope tricks. Like, yeah, ninja. They call it ninja roping. I was a ninja roper. So you'll see some of the shit. So once you're good at the physics principle, Bennett Foddy is not hard, and you start doing shit like this. See it? Bennett Foddy starts being like this, where you're like, yeah, I unlocked the game, and now I'm super good at it now. Look at me fly past you and stomp everybody in. And like, I was competitive in the world. My best friend and I were competitive in the world roping scene. We were like competitive in it, And like, yeah, I'd way rather do this than Counter-Strike 2. I'm sorry, but I would. It was much more fun. Oh my God! Hold right and press up and down, build momentum, right, and then you gotta get some. Yep, and then hold up. We hold up, and then oh yeah, there it is, and that's the money shot. You see it? Oh yeah, it's like, oh, look at it fly perfectly through the air. You get a nice bounce off the wall first, so, and then you get really good going, like skateboarding, right? It was such good physics first time. You get backflips with parachutes and shit into a rope, drop a bomb on somebody's face like some kind of trip shot. See, I called it, didn't I? See, parachute bomb trick, right? And I was super good at this shit. And I was like 13. The shit you do when you're 13, you know? Yep. Like parachute fucking, you know, like trick roping and shit. Yep, get flipped double back. Call it the wraparound, right? The wraparounds are really fun. Get a good wraparound going. Yep, or the extend. Yeah. Oh, I love this shit. I could probably still do it too. It's like once you master the principle, it's not hard. You can just pick it up forever. But doing, here it goes. Yep, and then let go. Oh, extend, catch. Yep, boing. There it comes, and then you get a nice bounce off that wall. Oh, yep. Good shit. So yeah, and then so Ben and Foddy just and I think about this sometimes. Why not make a game based off some trick that they used to amuse me with when I was a child? You know, Ben and Foddy is an example of that. And it's probably not that hard to do. Now, the arm movement was probably really technical to make his arms look real, but all the rest of it was really fucking easy.
May have noticed you can jump with the hammer.
Yeah. The hammer and the arms are really technical and beautiful, but all the rest of it is
very easy. Oh, that's... Oh.
No,
It's
you're
so
fine.
weird to hear you.
I mean, as long as you have the hammer and you have a wall, you can stick, so it doesn't matter, right? But the minute that you let go or you let go wrong,
Of frustration.
you got to have that hammer on another wall, you know?
The game and also out of the game. So, as
Yeah,
I
it's an
was
easy game in its own little way, but
designing
it's
levels for my own one-hit death single player prototypes with cubes and circles. The rule I have for level design is if I can get past it because you die in one hit, right?
Yeah, fuck
Because
one
you
hit,
die in
you
one
know?
hit, all I have to do is spawn myself right in front of an obstacle. And then if I can get past it once,
I can get
somebody
past it
else can
again.
get past it
Oh yeah,
every
that's been
time.
my rule
For this whole thing?
Yeah.
It's definitely when I made Co-op, that was the rule, and then I made a bunch of other games. Yeah,
If you can emulate the game and then force a pause and a save at a certain part, you can just go like speed run. You know, sorry, my blanket keeps falling. It's fucking annoying. You can go just do the puzzle over and over and over again until you master it, and that's how the speedrunners get super good, is emulation, which arguably to me invalidates the fucking speedrun scene, but that's just me. It invalidated Billy Mitchell. I don't know why it doesn't invalidate speedruns. Fuck speedrunning.
Work your way to 82%.
Yeah.
Then it's guaranteed there's going to be someone within 5 minutes of the game coming out who can beat the whole thing in 3 minutes.
It's kind of exciting.
Yeah.
Like, so we made a mobile game. Me and my buddies Brent Porter and Michael Kerwin. How you guys doing? If you're watching, by the way. We made a game that has a lot of deep stuff in it, and it's a survival style game where you die in one hit.
Shut my door.
We had like these enemy monsters that show up if you survive several minutes or hours. And if I could kill one of them, that was it. That was all that I needed.
Right.
And then you never go back, and then somebody else can just beat the pants off the game immediately. So it's
see, I'm one of those guys. I stepped to this game, I didn't have a problem because I had done it for 3 years when I was a kid. You know, I knew it. You know, yeah. I'm about to go to bed too, Hop. Me too. I'm going to bed too. Sleep well. Have a good night. Don't block that girl.
Like there's a lot of
don't make a habit of that.
Like old games.
That's a player's mistake. Don't be blocking girls.
Games on the Nintendo and the Sega Genesis, your favorite game consoles. Bennett Foddy does not really like the Nintendo as much as he likes the Amiga.
I like the Nintendo. I just think that it's a little overrated.
You think critics should have a more varied vocabulary?
We're talking about the Super Nintendo, by the way.
Sub number 2.
NES, that's about correctly rated. People like it. It's important.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
but
don't like the Super Nintendo.
it's just too popular. You know, it's like Americans think that's the only thing that happened in the 90s.
If you like Super Nintendo, don't buy this game. Bennett Foddy just said everyone who likes Super Nintendo is terrible. So yeah, back in like the
So
NES
cool.
days and just
Yeah.
computer games, there were always these challenges where we have like I get the impression of
Yeah, I don't think speedrun's legit. I've written some big bad flaming articles on speedrunning and stuff on forums and shit. I've been a very outspoken person against speedruns. You ever seen somebody beat Super Mario World in I don't know, 93 seconds? It's like 93 seconds, something like that. This is what they consider to be the valid Super Mario World speedrun in under 10 minutes. Yeah, let's do some fucking glitch. Yep. So stupid.
We gotta retime it.
I remember that. I remember this. Star Road.
Come on, fast slide right away, please.
My God, that's a fucking sketch-ass way to do it. Why would this work? I mean, I've tried this before, but why would this work? Wow.
I think we're even.
I've done that before. Yeah. Wow. It's weird how he didn't get hit there. Wow, I remember a lot of this. Jesus. Wow.
This a million times.
I don't believe he glitched. I mean, maybe he did.
Oth is more of a drug.
Maybe he did. Yeah.
Point two.
No, this is legit. It's full blown legit. He beat it in 10 minutes. He just did the direct path, and that's cool.
A programmer, right? Like because video games were made by very few people long ago, and I can just imagine this programmer, and he's got a boss, right? I'm imagining a boss figure, a guy in a suit, with a tie, short sleeve shirt and a tie is the guy I'm imagining, like Dennis Franz in NYPD Blue. Okay, so I'm imagining this guy, and he's like, "Is the game any good?" He says to the programmer, and the programmer's like, "Well, I can beat it." And then the guy's like, "All right," and then that's it. They ship it. Because there are so many moments in so many video games where it's like the solution to a problem, such as the Devil's Chimney. It's like you've got to you've got to hook onto those hanging lamps,
Yeah.
right, and pull up from there, and it's
Yeah.
teaching you a high level technique.
Yeah, look, you're not wrong. There's a SNES in Australia. We say SNES.
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 Well, maybe that's why you hate
SNES.
Yeah, maybe.
Because I wouldn't want
SNES.
I wouldn't want
SNES.
to play SNES. We actually
SNES.
used to get beaten up at school for playing SNES.
Yeah, right. So anyway,
but that meant something else.
there's a Japan only release called something like Umehara Kawase.
Umehara Kawase.
Yeah.
Yeah, love that game.
That's an inspiration for this game.
Yes. And the other obvious one is Sexy Hiking.
Right.
Which you in your voiceover talk about at much length.
Yeah, this game is kind of about sexy hiking.
It's a game about sexy hiking, but it's also, when I did my 11-minute video analysis of this game, analysis, is that the word?
Yeah.
I mentioned a kid that I saw on the train who has a bike. Do you remember that? I don't know if you remember that part of the video.
Yeah.
Where I talk about, I see that kid on the train almost every night now.
Really?
Yeah. He has a bike that has a sticker on it that says, just because we both ride bikes doesn't mean we're friends. And I'm like, that's a weird sticker to have on your bike. But anyway, when I made that video, there were a whole bunch of comments that were like, this game is just sexy hiking. What? Why would somebody just make this game? It just looks like... I'm like, oh, do you not realize that it's referencing it quite... you're doing so good.
I know. Oh, thanks, Tim. Thanks.
Oh,
thanks
no,
a bunch.
you didn't fall that far. He didn't fail yet, which is incredible.
I feel good about it because it means that the likelihood of me failing in a terrible way is increasing.
Yeah, because then that's what they call GT, good television.
Yeah, then I will feel something.
Would you say it's the Zowie FK1 that is helping?
It is. Now that I've got on the correct sensitivity setting for my brain.
Man, pretty much the only reason I invited you here was to make you play this game, to concoct some excuse why I can't play it. Love the thumbs up. And then when
This game draws me in. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go back to like focusing on what I was looking at here.
Hey,
Wow, I can't believe that.
The gun sound effects are fucking terrible. A lot of them are way too muted.
Okay, I'm gonna play a game now.
Not to mention the biggest flaw of Bethesda's game design is still here, that being bullet sponge enemies. And I feel like there's more in this game than there ever were in their previous games. You might remember the legendary enemies from Fallout 4. They're the ones who drop the special weapons and armor that always had a special ability attached to them. When you took them down to half health, the health would fill back up, right? Well, Bethesda made it even worse by making the new strong enemies have multiple health bars. And when you're fighting an alien animal, of which there's a bunch of different species, but they basically all act exactly the same, the legendary enemies of that type can take hundreds of rounds of ammo, specifically the new Space Deathclaw, the Terrormorphs, are insane bullet sponges. I mean, we're talking a straight minute of shooting them, and they still don't fucking die. This is not fun. It takes no skill. It just wastes your resources. And it's not like I wasn't putting perks into damage. I put the majority of my perks into damage. I was almost min-maxing damage because I didn't really care about much else, because you do so much shooting in this game. For shooting that is incredibly repetitive and not really engaging. And if you're one of those gun nerd people, this game is gonna set you off. A lot of these NASA punk style weapons look dumb as hell, or are clear reskins of real world guns like the Space P90. And for those of you who remember a minor controversy from last year, where the double barrel space shotgun ejected not rifle casings, but the entire rifle round with the bullets still in it. And note how I said rifle, not shotgun. And so you might be wondering, did Bethesda fix this issue at least? Well, technically, yes, they did, in the funniest way imaginable. Instead of doing what mods for both Fallout New Vegas and Fallout 4 have done and just made a custom animation for each gun, Bethesda has now made the majority of sci-fi weapons in the game fire caseless ammunition. And you might think, well, I guess that kind of makes sense, because the G11 was an experimental German gun that fired caseless ammunition. Okay, sure, but what the hell is a caseless shotgun shell? Is it just a wad, some pellets, and you jam in the gunpowder like a musket? I mean, what does that even look like? It's not like they show us what a caseless shotgun shell looks like in the game. So the shotgun just ejects nothing. It looks fucking stupid. Now, believe it or not, this is not just a Fallout 4 clone. This is also a Skyrim clone, as you get space magic powers over the course of the story. And it turns out these magic powers are just shouts from Skyrim. I'm not joking.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. Really?
Crap. These people look suitably dysgenic, don't you think?
Wow.
That's it? In fact,
That's
most of the ones I picked up while I was playing were trash, with the exception of the very first one, which is an anti-gravity lift spell that you've seen in Bioshock-like games before. Obviously pretty useful, even though it looks incredibly stupid. And minor spoiler here, this game has New Game Plus, and in my New Game Plus run, I picked up one that can slow down time, which was extremely good, and one that could create a duplicate of myself that can shoot. The thing is, all the other ones were so situational that I don't even know what the fuck the point is. Like, one shoots out a tiny fireball that does less than a single shot from your pistol. And another one is like a mini beam, and that was similarly weak, right? And I know somebody's gonna write in the comments, well, if you keep visiting temples, it upgrades your abilities, kind of like finding the other words to a shout. Yeah, but it's completely random. If you're playing Skyrim, you can just use the internet to find all 3 words to the shout you need. In this, you just gotta keep visiting temples and hope you get lucky. What the hell is the point of magic powers if 80% of the time it's better to just shoot a guy? So yeah, I'm sure people are going to argue this is actually a really cool thing, but to me, again, it just shows how fucking derivative this is and how Bethesda has no original ideas left, that they're just recycling old mechanical concepts from their more popular games. Okay, what about loot and exploration? Well, loot has been sort of improved. I'd say it's still mostly the same as Fallout 4. You're gonna pick up a shit ton of random garbage for crafting, and actually they've expanded crafting even more than Fallout 4, so there's twice as much garbage that you might have to pick up, and if you're not paying attention, you won't even know what to pick up. So you're going to be constantly over encumbered. Oh yeah, they reduced the encumbrance limits in this game compared to older Fallout games. It's much closer to Fallout 76 than it is to, say, Fallout 3 or New Vegas. I was constantly over encumbered, even with a companion following me. Now you can sort of alleviate this by expanding your ship's cargo or building a base somewhere to constantly fast travel to. But one, I fucking hate the settlement system. I don't fucking care. And spoilers, there's no settlement section in this video because I didn't want to do it. As for the ship, well, I can only blame myself. Much later on, I did expand my cargo significantly, but still, I gotta say, the encumbrance limits are way too annoying. You could easily fill up your entire inventory in just one dungeon if you're raiding every chest. One of the weirder downgrades from previous Bethesda games is that you can no longer loot all of the clothing from your enemies. And I don't just mean the apparel to strip them down naked. I mean, the armor and the helmet don't always drop. In fact, most of the time they don't. Now, if it's rare or better loot, you'll be able to take it off of them. And in certain situations, you can loot the apparel layer, but you can never strip an enemy down to their underwear. And can you think of one reason why that might be the case? Well, like many modern games, about half of the enemies in this game are women. And it is not very politically correct to strip a woman down to her underwear, even though this is something you could do in like every previous Bethesda game. And while this isn't loot related on this same line of thinking, there's no gore in this game either, something that has been a feature since Fallout 3, and this is very clearly a clone of Fallout 4. I don't care what anybody else says.
It's a clone of Fallout 76. It's not a clone of Fallout 4. Like, Fallout 4 doesn't really have big, wide open spaces like that. Not really. I mean, it does, but not really very long. 76 does. Ooh, Lion Outcast. What's he doing? Get him. Die, Lion Outcast. Yeah. I'm full. I am full.
So they actively removed a feature from previous games, even though this game is rated M, and gore would no doubt make the shooting more fun. And again, I have to make the argument, it's because leftists don't want you brutally dismembering women. At least I would have to believe.
In the ancient words, written by a poet of earth,
Oh
Wordsworth
no.
speaks with the stars. He writes the stars are mansions built by nature's hand, and happily there the spirits of the blessed, while clothed in radiance, their immortal vest. Huge ocean shows within his yellow strand, a habitation marvelously planned, for life to occupy in love and rest. You see, we've always been drawn to them, those lights out there in the night sky, dreamed of them for generations. And now, humanity has found a home among them. Yet, love and rest, a lot of love is lost in war. And there's been a lot. It's only been 20 years since the United Colonies and the Free Star Collective ended the First Colony War. They have found peace, an uneasy one. But for everyone else, the young and old, there certainly ain't no rest. If you slow down, if you stop out in the settled systems, you start to sink. You're forgotten, walked over, left to starve or freeze. So we all seek a way to stay afloat, keep our heads above the water. I, just like everyone else in the systems, didn't have it easy. I was born Wyatt Wilkes in the system of Lie, in the great pleasure city of Neon. Now when I talked of staying afloat, I wasn't speaking figuratively.
Oh my god.
You see, Neon's one of those aquatic planets. The great platform that most of the population resides on sits high above those waves. Big.
See, and then there's some of us who just really think it's cool. I really think Starfield's cool. I don't think it's a good game, but I think it will be. And I still think it's cool.
Get too close to the edge, or piss off the wrong person, and you'll be.
How is he getting these shots? Is my question. The jetpack.
Sleeping with the fishes.
How is he getting these fucking RP shots?
Other, eaten by them. The city was originally constructed by Xenofresh. Most of the folks living on it, that work on it, have ties to fisheries. My family was no different. We toiled just like the rest. When the city started to change direction, away from fisheries and more to tourism, pleasure. Our kind of work started drying up. So what's a young kid to do when his family's going hungry? Well, I found a way to make more. I knew Neon like the back of my hand. Knew its people, knew who went where, and where folks went to hide when they didn't want to be found. And it's those people I for the right price, I could find you anyone. Still can. But I messed up. Took the wrong job. Went after the wrong person. You see, in my line of work, I bring folks in, dead or alive. I took a job I shouldn't have. But the credits, they made me blind. You see, I messed with the dragon, Ryujin Industries. And if you're smart, which I'm not, that's something you just don't do. Short story is, the target refused to cooperate. There was a shootout, and now I've got a hefty price on my own name. I laid low.
432.
Pulled in some favors. Got off world. Now I had new problems. I had set my folks up in New Atlantis. Funded directly by yours truly. And to keep the wrong people from finding them, there's a hefty price. I worked as best I could off-world, taking targets wherever I found them, never staying anywhere for too long. But the other hunters, they were getting too close. I was getting sloppy. I'd have to lay low, at least for a little while. Let things blow over. Let someone else piss them off. I had connections in Argos mining.
Wow.
And after
I was like, no way.
unfortunate industrial accident, Argos had an opening. So that's my chance. Lay low, break some rocks, burn off the heat. But nothing's just that simple. But no matter what, Wyatt Wilkes is keeping his head above that water.
Wyatt Wilkes. Oh, you shouldn't have done Starfield, Recon.
How the seals looking? O2 feels good.
Seals are good. Oxygen's good. Just do what you did last time, and you're fine. Follow my one simple rule.
Remind me.
Hella, what's my one simple rule?
Listen to Lynn. Boss lady knows best.
Exactly.
Ugh.
Oh my god, it's these guys.
Yeah, let's try that.
The Simpsons is an animated television program that debuted in 1989. It was a spin-off from a series of shorts that first appeared on The Tracy Ullman Show in 1987. The show is about an American family comprised of parents Homer and Marge and their 3 children, Bart, Lisa and Maggie, and the various incidents that occur in their lives. Homer is an average 30-something male, whose lack of intelligence is often the source of the comedy. Marge is a nagging housewife. Bart is a rebellious 10-year-old. Lisa is the underappreciated brain of the family. Maggie is the baby. I was seriously considering doing this entire video as if you don't obviously know what The Simpsons is. Almost everyone around my age and slightly older or younger is nostalgic for The Simpsons in some capacity, which is weird given that it's never actually gone anywhere, and people younger than me are still nostalgic for it, even if they were born well into the period when the show's decline in quality was a common opinion. The golden age of The Simpsons has just been rerun so often, and now that it's found its way onto streaming services, those first seasons are still the ideal candidate as the first show that preteens watch that could be loosely called an adult show. And those early seasons are still something that everyone returns to every once in a while to engage in something easygoing and comforting. And the reason I'm making this video is I want to understand how the show achieved that effect on people in the first place, and also, when did the golden age end? Because almost everyone seems to have a different answer to that question. And also specifically, what is it that makes the Golden Age so materially different to what came after it? Given the show basically carried on doing what it always did, there must be a reason why this vague period of sometime between seasons 9 and 11 is where the common view that The Simpsons stopped being good started to form. If it is just Simpsons fatigue and your average person just not needing to watch hundreds of episodes of the same characters doing basically the same things over and over again, then there must be a reason why I can still occasionally return to the Golden Age and have just as good a time watching it now as I used to, even though I've seen episodes like Marge vs. the Monorail and Bart the Murderer 1,000 times by this point.
Yep.
And yet the idea of throwing on something random from seasons 18, 24 or 29 is anathema to me.
Yeah.
What makes a season 3 episode better than a season 23 episode? Because I have stopped myself when I found myself agreeing with common complaints about the current state of The Simpsons and thought to myself, wait, wasn't that also true during the Golden Age? Is the Golden Age even a thing at all, or is it just this collective invention by fans? Another interesting question is, why is the show still generally speaking popular, even if lots of people don't actually watch what it's currently doing anymore? Because the widespread cultural permeation of The Simpsons never actually went anywhere. The Simpsons movie was still a huge deal, even though it was released well after the opinion that the show's gone downhill went mainstream. Even now, people are occasionally saying the show is good again and that we're undergoing a Simpsons renaissance, which usually fades away between seasons, and then suddenly about a year later, The Simpsons is once again doing the quote-unquote best season since the Golden Age. What even is The Simpsons now? I call myself a fan of it, but I haven't consistently watched it in years.
Yeah, what
I'm
is
not
The Simpsons
one.
now?
People call themselves fans of The Simpsons, even if they only actually like less than a third of it. So what I've decided to do is watch the entire thing.
Oh, wow.
All of it, in order as they came out. Analyse what I watch as I go along, and see if I can come up with some answers as to what the Golden Age actually is, and what, if anything, makes it so materially different to what came after it. Whether common accusations levelled at episodes that supposedly destroyed certain characters actually hold up to scrutiny, and whether the characters really changed and became caricatures of themselves like people have always said that they did. Inevitably, this will take me a very, very long time, and it will span multiple videos on the topic, which will appear on my channel in between other projects, because if I had to do this whole thing all in one go, I would go completely insane. In this one, we're going to cover the period typically known as the Golden Age, and next one is going to cover everything after it, leading up to and including the movie. And just to make things clear right off the bat, since The Simpsons is not a show that really does ongoing storylines, I'm going to be structuring these observations about the characters and stories in this era in a more general, non-linear order. And I won't really be going through it tooth-comb chronological season-by-season fashion outside of the opening discussion on the first season for reasons that will become apparent in a moment. Season 1 of The Simpsons is a unique beast. It never typically gets included when people say The Simpsons Golden Age. Usually people say the Golden Age starts around Season 3, and I seem to be fairly alone in thinking that Season 1 is amazing. It's weird to call the first season of one of the most influential and acclaimed shows of all time underrated, but Season 1 of The Simpsons might just be the most underrated thing I've ever watched. I see why people don't typically like it. While it contains all the same elements as any other season, tonally it is wildly different to what came afterwards. It doesn't just feel wrong to people because the animation style is noticeably more primitive, and Homer's voice is a bit more gravelly and it's less clownish than it ends up being.
You're not going anywhere until you tell me what a quidgy bow is. The doctor thought I might have brain damage.
Dad, what's the point of this story?
I like stories.
The main reason Season 1 has ended up being so divisive is simply because it is miserable. In Episode 3, Homer tries to commit suicide. Lisa is completely depressed about the state of the world at the tender age of 8. The plot of Episode 2 involves Bart losing all his friends.
My mom once said something that really stuck with me. You're a big disappointment. And God bless her soul, she was really onto something.
Season 1 feels so much more dangerous than anything The Simpsons did after it. Really, Season 1 of The Simpsons is like what the dark, adult, modern reboot of the show would be like if it was this long-cancelled property that's been revived for modern generations by a studio that doesn't really understand its appeal. And And yet, there's something about Season 1 that speaks to me on a level that the show has never really matched since. This is not to say it's the best one, far from it, but as a singular, self-contained 13-episode season about a dysfunctional, lower-middle-class American family that's essentially wearing the skin of one of the most successful comedy vehicles of all time, Season 1 is a fascinating watch now. One of the most common forms of Simpsons jokes are the fantasy sequences, where a harp will play and we'll see what a character's thinking either in a thought bubble or we'll enter an elaborate fantasy sequence that breaks the reality of the Simpsons universe. You all know the format of these jokes. These visions and daydreams are almost like mini Treehouse of Horrors. And in Season 1, they're so much darker and more twisted than the later seasons. The Nelson sequences in Bart the General are particularly striking, where Nelson is presented as this unstoppable machine, impervious to bullets. You forget the intensity that these seemingly inconsequential childhood squabbles had when you grow up, and framing the Nelson-Bart standoff through these nightmare visions and homages to war films was a genius way of using the impressionism allowed by the cartoon format to tell a very real and ultimately human story.
Thanks, Bart. We got the day off from school for this.
Yeah, and I got the day off from work.
Homer.
But what's the day off from work when I'm never gonna see my beloved son again?
Jesus Christ, this season's dark. The most effective episode of Season 1, and easily one of the best that the show has ever put out, was Life on the Fast Lane. The one that you've all seen 1,000 times, where Marge starts falling for her charismatic bowling instructor, Jacques. Jacques is a man with a seductive French accent who speaks with a bizarre passion for bowling. There's funny bits in Life on the Fast Lane, but watching it today, with the context of what
I didn't like that
ended up
episode.
becoming, it didn't even feel like a comedy to me. It felt like this harrowing, serious drama about a mother of 3 being seduced by a man who fancies himself a bit of a lady killer.
And this was a very common theme in the 90s. They were addressing adultery. Adultery was a really bad problem in this country.
Of course, I do
It
know
still
that
is.
Homer and Marge don't break up and she doesn't sleep with Jacques because it's been drilled into my head over decades of being a Simpsons fan.
Americans
Homer
just,
and
well,
Marge's
just
marriage,
humans
while
just
being a mess, is
sleep with whoever they want to sleep with. It's like kind of a reality. Like, you know, they don't care about marriage or rules or like kids or anything. They'll just do it. If a human's really fucking horny for another human, they'll do it. It's like in the it's in the genetics. I remember I watched a really good video recently. I watched twice now on stream by New York divorce lawyer, one of the top 5 successful divorce lawyers in the world. And he talks about how marriage is this institution that, like, while he respects it, it fails like the majority of the time and wrecks most people's lives. And a simple prenup would be a really simple thing, and most people distrust each other when it comes to that. But when it comes down to the lawyer aspect of it, it's actually really responsible thing, really loving thing to look out for your spouse in case you die, or, you know, like if you really love the person, you do talk about it. And he talked about that. He was like, well, if you're going to ruin your life with marriage, because it always ruins your life. I've never seen anybody who didn't. Well, at least like understand what the risks are and get a prenup first and all this and ruin your life like everybody else. And then, you know, show up to me and I'll have her take half your stuff, you know.
is completely indestructible no matter what. But watching this now, it
Or
felt much
him.
more urgent. Seeing Bart and Lisa having genuine grief over the fact their parents' marriage is falling apart right before their eyes felt so utterly real and compelling in a way that I really haven't felt about The Simpsons since. While this episode's not so much funny, the speech that Homer gives to Marge at the end about sandwiches is completely heartbreaking.
Everyone makes peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, but usually the jelly drips out over the side. But your jelly stays right in the middle where it's supposed to. I don't know how you do it. You just got a gift, I guess. I've always thought so.
He takes this small domestic chore and turns it into this grand metaphor for the role that Marge plays in their lives, and it is powerful.
That was not powerful for me. It was sexist to me. It was like saying, "Oh, Marge, you always like." It's not saying like, "Oh, you're this valuable woman who's like this like." It was sexist. Like it was a Fox show. It was kind of right wing, a little bit sexist. It was. And like and notice he's like, "Oh, you do this thing when you make my sandwich. Get in the kitchen." you do this really wonderful thing when you make me a sandwich. Go make me a sandwich. It's like fairly sexist, actually. You know, it was a fairly sexist show. We watched Marge was, and the whole point of it was like showing us what the housewife might actually be dealing with. Watching Marge deal with, like, you know, Bart and Lisa and Homer, like, you know, it was kind of like sexist in a way, like you know. That allegory he just used. You do this thing when you make me a sandwich. He can mention anything else about how she's like the moral fabric of the community, and she's like a loving like wife and husband to the best kids in the city, and you know, and she's always there when he needs it. But instead he makes this shitty kind of right wing, your wife's chattel, get in the kitchen, make me a sandwich thing about how you get the jelly on your peanut butter sandwiches right when you get in the kitchen and make me a sandwich. And that was the Simpsons writers, like like some of them were women, were really kind of like trying to show some of the like the hidden sardonicness. And so he liked this because I think he probably is slightly sexist, but I think the whole thing in my esteem was like, that is kind of tongue-in-cheek thing about it. He does this repeatedly throughout The Simpsons. There's a scene where he's like, Marge, I don't know what to do to get you back, but I offer you codependency. And she's like, that's a horrible thing to say. No. And she slams the door in his fucking face. And he's like, Marge, I really need you. And she's like, that's not a good thing, kind of. She was like, I don't need you. And it was just like kind of crazy. And like, they did though. She did though. And it was like it was like kind of like their whole marriage was like kind of a struggle in the background. I always thought they were very brave for showing it. He was like this fat, slovenly guy, kind of like me at the age of 40. I'm like fat and kind of like happy-go-lucky. I don't really care about looking bad or anything anymore. And, you know, it's just fine. It's whatever. I'm happy. I'm happy like Homer Simpson. I like my hot dogs and my beer and my fucking chips and my fucking football and shit. You know, I don't care. And my video games, and like there was times when he would like roll on the bed after having enchiladas, and she would be sprung up and over on top of him because he was so fat. He would weigh like 375 pounds or something like me, and he would like get in the bed and she would end up on top of him. Because it would like the bed would sink and put him on top. And they were like, and there was this point where it was like, it used to sort of be like tongue in cheek. But that's actually like Matt Groening kind of bemoaning the fact that he's too fat to be with his wife anymore. And he's just a fat television producer and probably depressed kind of. And, you know, and all this. And it's just like kind of funny. And he's like living this cliche. And so they're writing it into the show, the struggles he has with his wife and stuff. And it's like really bad. And the whole poignant thing through the whole time, which I think he kind of like nailed, was this thing, like he was like venerating Marge, but he also felt that she was like trapped. And there was times when they kind of like even like there was an episode where she like does run away with the neighbor wife, and they kind of like hint at a lesbian affair, and they do the whole, there was like a movie about this where they crashed the car in the ravine, Thelma and Louise. And, you know, and they did that. They were really influenced by Thelma and Louise because it was like cast off the iron chains of oppression of the patriarch. And that's quoting Lisa Simpson. She literally was on the show talking about cast off the chains of the patriarch and stuff. And I really loved that because it, like, you know, they always showed all the sides of it and how bad it might be for Marge, how bad it might be for, like, I played the Bart Simpson role in that whole family unit thing, and I knew it was bad for my mom. I knew it was bad for my dad before he left. I knew it was like, you know, I was just like a little like thug ass kid. I was into things like skateboarding and firecrackers and slingshots, and, you know, I was just like your stereotypical young thug ass little American boy looking to like start some fires and you know, like they made fun of it in the show. He was like, Mom, I can't do this. I started a fire earlier today, and I really should keep an eye on it. And they were like, and they say this on a Fox television show. And we all hit the floor laughing, just raffle laughing, because it was just like hilarious. But I mean, I remember days like that where I literally did have a fire that I had to keep an eye on. Like, I mean, I do. Like, you know, like, and this sucks. Like I really should keep an eye on, you know? And, like, and that's like the nightmare of Matt Groening talking about some thug-ass kid he probably saw on television, like set some place on fire or something. And it's just like, you know, they pertinently showed the darker sides of the American culture a little bit. And I struggled sometimes with the whole, like, get in the kitchen, Marge, make me a sandwich, Marge thing that they went at, kind of, that I felt like it kind of ended up being like this boomer ideal. We all wanted to be like the Simpsons and have the 3.5 kids out in the house in the fucking, you know, the suburbs and inherit the house from your parents and all this shit. And, like, we all thought we wanted to be the Simpsons, but really, I think we were a lot crazier than that. I think most of my friends were kind of a lot crazier than that. Well, I think we all desired the life, but I don't, you know, and there was aspects of it, like, I watched my friends become some of the Simpsons cliches, and I warned them about it. I was like, you're not like this.
But it's the
you're not this domestic bliss. You're not like this, and I warn them. And sometimes then you watch their lives fall apart with, like, divorce or something like that, and you're like, well, I try to warn them, like, you're not like this. You're not normal. You came up in the freak scene with me in the metalhead crowd and all this. You're not normal.
That's changed everyone's view of it.
You're like you're like a special lady or a special dude who was like an indigo child, who is a perfectionist and beauty itself, and like a mind like a cracked whip, like sharp as hell. And the best mind I've seen of my generation, or, well, your generation anyways. And you go chasing the Simpsons reality, believing that it was something that, you know, I think you could attain. But really, I think it was on the television. I think we're all kind of freaks. I think we're far more likely to be like Dexter than we are like Simpsons. It's unfortunate. Now, I'm not saying we're all killers or creeps or anything, or that we're like blood forensics people. I'm saying that, you know, we're like, I think we tend to be a lot less buttoned down than this, and it's one of the reasons why I think there's such a mental health problem in this issue. We're a lot less buttoned down than this. I think when they depicted Homer's drinking, they did it in a very acceptable sort of like Fox television way. But in my experience, most people experiencing like the kind of life where they're actually going to the bar at all are like wasted all the time. They're like wasted on the way to the bar. They're wasted at the bar. They're wasted after the bar. They're wasted in the morning. And then they're on their way back to the bar again. And that was my life as an alcoholic when I was like that. That was how all my friends' lives were. And like, I don't know. I don't think that depiction, I think that depiction kind of stuck in our heads, and we kept trying to attain it. But I think we're actually kind of freaks, humans. I think we're kind of weird. I think we're kind of like I don't think we're prone to this plastic fantastic domestic life. I don't think that's very normal for people. I watched Marge basically drown for like 10 fucking years, and by the end of it, we all secretly knew that Marge wanted out of there, and he was a balding fat ass with and he was loud and crass, and he valued a chocolate bar more than her. It was kind of the image they had painted anyways. And, you know, and the kids were kind of like derelict, and we're like latchkey, and the baby never grows up and never talks, and you know, it was just like weird stuff going on in the background where like I really felt like the image that they had drawn was actually one of severe, like, what's the word, domestic depression, kind of.
And that context makes watching it today feel like...
And they make fun of him, how he thought the ballet was kind of effy, and like the, you know, and he likes action movies, like pretty much lives for action movies and golfing and bowling and beer. And sure, there was a lot of us that were like that, but I actually don't know. I mean, I know some dudes who like bowling, and I know some dudes who like golf, and I know some dudes who hung out at the bar and stuff. But like this image that they painted was so different from what I came up in, that I often felt like this was the ideal, but I would never, but I was aspiring to be something a lot stupider than I was.
This refreshing alternative.
But I watched it incessantly, and I dreamed of a life like this, having a wife and a house and kids, and not some fucked up crazy person's life. Weird lead singer, or, you know, streamer, or, you know, not some fucking basically creative, crazy person's life. And I used to dream of this sort of wedded bliss because this is what they put on the television for our amusement.
Take on the show, even if there are a couple of.
And so this guy, I'm going to repeat what he said.
Today, later seasons that saw the audiences, to the extent I will agree with them. Season 1, people can say that it's powerful.
Like, so he mentions this metaphor about, and honestly, he missed the metaphor though, because he himself is kind of like right-wing and boomer and like a little bit, what's the word? He's like regressed a bit. He's like a bit regressed. So he misses the whole tongue-in-cheek, like lampoon here, which was, and they did this several times throughout The Simpsons. He steps to her with these ideas of like emotional dependence and domestic servitude, and that she's like the button, or, you know, like the bolt that keeps it all together. And sure, that's and so this was like, to your average sort of sexist boomer, this like you interpret it differently, this scene, like this guy does. Listen to his interpretation of it. Now, the scene itself, you can tell Marge is furious at him, and she's furious that he's making an analogy about her domestic servitude for why she should need him.
Domestic chore
and she's furious at him. She's so mad at him. Look at him. She's mad at him. She's peaked.
Role that Marge plays in their lives, and it is powerful.
And he mentions this powerful metaphor about the sandwich, but he missed out on the metaphor, which is that the sandwich represents this terrible, terrible domestic, like, servitude. And I believe the Simpsons writers kind of got fucked up and pissed off about the public misunderstanding this, because later on, like 4 or 5 seasons on later, like they literally have Homer Simpson say, when she, like, after, okay, during Homer and the 18th Amendment, he mentions that, like, that he values the gun over their marriage, and she's fucking furious at him, and she sends him to a motel, if you recall. And this is your right-wing boomer stuff, like this incentive stuff. She was like, I don't want the gun in the house with my children. And they depicted this on The Simpsons. This terrible division bell between the liberal wife who didn't want the gun in the household and the Republican husband who really wanted it there and needed the safety and didn't feel good till he had it. And this was a beautiful depiction of that domestic squabble. And she sends him out. And then when he won't get rid of the gun, he makes this paper plate picture of a bush, and he tries to pretend that the bush is his wife. And this was like I would say a metaphor for like hookers or sleeping around on your wife or like drinking too much or something. They were like making a metaphor about like you can substitute your wife with like drinking or cheating or something, but it's still basically just a tree with a Marge face on it. It'll never be your wife, you know, the cheating or the drinking or anything. They made this wonderful like allegory about it. And like, I think a lot of America missed this and just sort of believed that Homer was being this like cute like guy who just needed her emotionally. He was just kind of a dinosaur, and it was kind of cute. But really, it's the Simpsons like kind of taking a swing at what might happen to a marriage after years and years of domestic servitude from the wife and a husband who didn't care about his appearance, what that might actually do to their domestic bliss. And this was the stuff that they missed. And so the right-wing boomers, like they'll identify with Homer Simpson, but I saw it as like a warning sign about getting fat, getting old, getting bald, not caring about your appearance anymore, getting like tied down in a job that you're unhappy with, that makes you unhappy, and you curse going to work. And when the stonecutters offer you a pair of rollerblades to get to the front, to the back door faster to get into work, you're happy because you're like, oh my God, the drive to work every day is killing my soul. And like, and Homer Simpson was supposed to be this thing that, like, that we didn't aspire to be. But I think the like sort of the more conservative right winger, like sort of male, like people my age, men my age, they took it as this, like, it's a warning sign, isn't it? It's a warning sign about diabetes and being bald and being fat and old and too stressed by your marriage and your kids to be happy, and too stressed by your job and the commute and all this. And gas, brake, honk. He used to make a lot of jokes. Matt Groening used to make a lot of jokes about fucking domestic servitude, because that's kind of what The Simpsons was about. And so I hate it when the boomer poisons the video kind of by kind of skewing it towards Homer Simpson and missing the entire point of this scene. Marge at the end of the scene marches out on his ass and does not accept his what he says, which is, you make the...
That's the genius of season 1.
Marge, you always make the peanut butter on the sandwich right. Or the jelly on the sandwich right.
Season 1 wasn't funny, and to an extent I will agree.
But that's a terrible amalgam. It's like a terrible, like, insider joke about like you make the peanut butter on my peanut butter and jelly perfect, Marge. And it's actually this insider, like, kind of feminist joke about how these men are so fucking full of themselves that they think that the dependency that the woman has, or that he has on the woman, is like the value of the fucking relationship, which is why they call us boneheads and stuff like that, and idiots and stuff. They're like, men are idiots, right? And this is why they say it. It's because you don't get it. You don't see her side of it. You don't see how she's a domestic fucking slave. And so you relate the story of how she makes the peanut butter and jelly sandwich perfectly. This was The Simpsons, like, having a really good marriage story, kind of inside look at a failing marriage, and how you really might expect, like, domestic servitude out of your spouse. But I mean, like, that is slavery, though, when it becomes the routine, when woman's just expected to do it for you, when there's no appreciation on the other side, and you don't upkeep yourself the way she does the house and her own body. And it's this weird thing, it's this weird thing. Like, Homer Simpson was a warning about the middle class, but these guys adopted it like they thought it was like a fucking, like a blueprint for their lives. And I've heard Matt Groening talk about this on the Cracked thing, about how he made Homer Simpson a lampoon. Okay, I'll remind you, Matt Groening comes from National Lampoons. That's the people who do Cracked magazine and shit. He was a traditional staff writer for Cracked. I watched the whole Cracked Resurrection thing they did on Netflix, where they reminded us all of where Matt Groening came from and all these other amazing comedians and writers and television people that we had. And Matt Groening's there talking about how most of male America missed out on who Homer Simpson was, and took it as this, like, wedded bliss, middle class, like blueprint. But he had really intended it as a warning. Don't be fucking fat. Don't be middle-aged. Don't be bald. Don't be miserable in your job. Don't be, he was like trying to warn the world about all the things that he hated about like middle class servitude and bliss before he became a television writer. And, and he had this for like 40 years before he was ever a television writer. He was like fat and old before he became a television writer. He had done, National Lampoon's television writer most of his life. And, National Lampoon's writing for the staff. And, and this is what he came up with to slay the Fox audience. And we were all laughing at how stupid Homer was, until around season 11, I began to understand that most of the right wingers in this country were like patterning their lives on Homer Simpson. And I don't know if that's I believe that was I don't know what Matt Groening's affiliation is. Let's go find out. But I believe this was Homer Simpson was a warning to the Republican right to not become men like this, to be a bit more like, to be a little bit less like Ned Flanders and Homer Simpson, and a bit more like Dr. Hibbert or something like that. Do you remember the more educated people on the show were always doing better, and Homer was always struggling? And it was kind of weird. It was, it was like a class thing, The Simpsons, a lot. There was, they literally named their episodes sometimes, like the class struggle in Springfield. And essentially, I always thought the next thought was in what to do about it. Because, like, when they go to the country club, their pizza, swilling, beer swilling, cable television watching lives just did not gel with the Trumper crowd at the golf course. And Marge desperately wants, Marge is like this educated Bouvier liberal type, like Jackie O, who in high school and college had very intelligentsia friends, and was like kind of an intellectual when she was young, until the servitude basically ground her down into the Marge Simpson that we all laughed at between season 3 and season 10, where she was like, just like mom. She was the mom, and she fit the role well, and she was just trying to, fill the nest and love and look after her broad, and she was this wonderful stereotype. We loved her to death, but they always kind of brought back this idea that in the background, Marge not only was Homer's mother, but also Marge were like these like Weather Underground, liberal, kind of crazy, like, sort of like Food Not Bombs, like Greenpeace people, like I had a background in. And I always kind of thought that we saw this show differently. So the sort of stuck up right wing Labour Party boomer Republican from Britain sees the peanut butter and jelly sandwich joke as this wedded bliss thing about how powerfully he needs her and how wonderful that is. But the joke itself is about how, like, if the sandwich is what you care about, you essentially have a slave at that point. You know what I'm saying? If the sandwich is what you care about, is what you remember about her, you essentially have a wedded bliss slave who brings you peanut butter and jelly sandwiches all the time, and that's what you remember about her. And not the stuff about how she was in a play or any of these other things. It was that, she was this wedded bliss wife for you, that it was essentially like servitude. And so they brought a lot of feminist ideals to The Simpsons. Lisa was like a really wonderful trope because she was like supposed to be this, like, intellectual type who casts it all off and becomes like, maybe the first female president, hopefully. And she didn't douse her IQ in cable television. She would watch the Friday night stuff with her dad and her brother, so she was a part of the family. But like me, she was back to her room reading books again by the end of the night, or playing video games, or doing nerdy things like making a diorama or something like that. And I liked television, and I eventually was a bad addict of it, but not until I was like fucking 22 or something like that. Most of my life until then was spent doing real life things,
It was much funnier than I remember.
Or reading books, or playing video games.
And I'm sure that audiences at the time found it incredibly funny, but it's the context of the later seasons that's changed everyone's view of it. And that context makes...
And so, like, I feel like it sucks that this guy, who had kind of a regress take about this entire thing, it sucks that it feels like he kind of poisoned the well for me a little bit, because I know now that he's going to make little snarky comments about how about the wife. He's going to make snarky comments about the wife the entire time, because the whole premise was wedded bliss. But the comments about the wife seem to be this really powerful thing for regressed right-wing sort of sexist people. They can't seem to get past the idea that the wife does something other than sit around the house and take care of the kids and the food. And this was this soul-crushing thing that The Simpsons was reaching out to with the young housewives and stuff, that we all kind of understood that this wedded servitude wasn't too good for the souls of our women, And so they found solace other places like the PTA and shit like that. PTA was a recurring theme in The Simpsons, but it still wasn't enough to build a lifestyle for Marge. And by the end of season 10, she's like drinking glasses of wine and she's lonely and she wants her family to pay attention to her and stuff. And she's become like this boomer stereotype a little bit. And she doesn't get out enough, and when she does, it's wedded servitude, and she needs to do anything but take care of the family anymore. They make fun of the fact that she's actually probably a pretty good gambler, and she's actually a pretty good intelligentsia person when it comes down to it. She actually has a pretty good brain, but she also lets the domestic servitude kind of grind her down to a nub essentially until she's basically the female version of Homer Simpson, and they're just making cracking jokes about the nerd, and the Marge Simpson and the Lisa Simpson that I wanted would have been kind of like maybe kind of pointing out how bad that might kind of be for somebody.
Watching it today.
But no, there was The Simpsons making fun of nerds right there on national television, and I was a very consummate nerd. I was like, oh man, they're taking shots at me and stuff. This is what Fox did for a long time. They would pick like a fucking a category like nerd or fat woman or women's shoe store or tropes, right? Things that women were like kind of funny, like fire sales, supermarket sprees, coupon cutting and stuff. They would make fun. Fox would make fun of housewives a lot. And the quintessential joke on The Simpsons for me was actually a really sexist one where they relate a joke about how women at a fire sale, like Kent Brockman asks, why do they name storms after women, you know? Because we were going through Katrina and, you know, all this other stuff like El Nino and all this, right? And so the right-wing Republican boomer like joke that they quip on The Simpsons is like, you know, it's true. Like Kent Brockman says, anybody who's never seen a woman at a fire sale would understand. And Marge Simpson makes this quip because she's been grinded down to a domestic nub at that point, where she's like, it's true, but he shouldn't say it. And that was a really good fucking comment that I'm sure they got from the feminists about that show. Where they were like, yeah, Marge Simpson is true, but you shouldn't say it because it like, and I really feel the same way about Homer Simpson that I'm sure the women felt about Marge Simpson. If that's what our women are supposed to aspire to grow up to instead of what Lisa wanted to be. Remember what Lisa wanted to be? She always viewed herself as the president and stuff. Lisa was what the Simpsons was trying to push on the younger age, but they knew that the boomer women were constrained to this domestic servitude most of their lives. And it like ruined their lives, kind of. The divorce rate got really high. It was like 65%. A bunch of the women basically reneged. They were like, I'm not gonna fucking serve you your entire life while you just get fatter and balder and older. You know, and the older part can't really fix, and the fatter and balder part probably can't fix either. But I mean, like, it was this whole, like, I mean, the metaphors, I think a lot of the boomers missed them and ended up being the tragic ass fucking cliche. The best warning I can ever give any living human being, right, is don't be a fucking cliche. Like, here I am at the age of 40. I easily could be smoking meth right now or something like that. I'm still smoking pot. I could still be the party kid cliche at the age of 40. I could take it geriatrically into my old age and be a raver. But I was like, I just don't think I'm evolving. I think doing drugs all the time and being a crazy party kid or as an old man is kind of creepy and weird. And so I just try to evolve. I'm constantly trying to evolve all the time. But I see all these people relating to the domestic servitude jokes of The Simpsons, aspiring to be Homer Simpson and Marge Simpson. And I'm sorry, but these were warnings. They were warnings to not be, at least not be this. It's better to be the smug liberal doing coffee and wine bars and stuff on their weekends with the microbrewery set and have something interesting going on. Like maybe they go bet on the horses on the weekends or something, than it is to be this wedded bliss, like domestic servitude ground down to a nubbin thing where you just like, you're unhappy. And it sucked. And so now I think they missed the jokes. They missed the jokes. He missed the joke about the peanut butter and jelly and how really bad it is that Homer Simpson's proved that he loves his wife is that he relates the story of how well she makes the peanut butter and jelly. And I look at Marge and that's like the last thing I think of. And this was the tragedy of The Simpsons, is a lot of the jokes flew over the head of the middle class people who were attracted to this show. A lot of the jokes flew right over their fucking head. This guy's the proof of it.
You feel like this
They were tragically pointing that out all the time. Too smart for the room. Simpsons too smart for the room. I don't even care anymore. When they were making fun of Gen X, it's like, I don't even know anymore. And that is too smart for the room. Gen X didn't know anymore. Gen X didn't know if they were gay. They didn't know if they were Nazi. They didn't know if they were liberal. They didn't know if they were like they were like hippies or conservatives. They didn't know if they were granola hippies or yippies or yuppies. They didn't know. They just didn't know. You know, like the quintessential Gen X movie is Reality Bites, which is basically their answer to Breakfast Club, except in the 90s, where people don't know if they should listen to Peter Frampton or Spin Doctors. And it's kind of weird. And Counting Crows is like a religion, and 90s like sensibilities about family and American values and stuff are like the world's obsession. And we did pretty well with it. But I saw a whole bunch of my generation aspiring to be Hank Hill and Simpsons, when I've seen so many interviews by both Matt Groening and Mike Judge and Matt and Trey, trying to tell America that these were warnings and that they took them to heart as essentially like blueprints for lives. And a lot of these showrunners were morbidly obese and morbidly depressed because their jokes were too intellectual for the room, but they had dumbed down the jokes to the point where they thought even the dumb guy might get it. Oh, I'm hitting my wife with the peanut butter and jelly metaphor. And I'm so dumb that I can't see that I'm trying to equate her value to how well she can make a sandwich. And Matt Groening tried to dumb it down as well as he could. He made it a fat, bald, dumb guy. And he really tried to make us laugh at him as much as possible so he could try to warn us about becoming the cliche. But here this guy's trying to say it touches the heart when it's powerfully touches the heart when Homer Simpson very sexistly, very in a very sexist manner relates that Marge Simpson's value is how well she makes a sandwich, and how touching that is. And I'm sorry, but if you could do a critique about The Simpsons, and maybe I'll make some videos about The Simpsons, they would probably do a lot better than yours if they sounded like how I'm talking about it, as opposed to how you're talking about it. And you're the successful Simpsons streamer, so whatever. But I mean, like, this is not good. Like you pushing these things that he was trying to have be warning signs and saying that it's touching to you. I'm sure that's cool that you kind of fell for the joke, but you fell for the joke. You are Homer Simpson. You're kind of regressed. You're kind of You're kind of bald and fat and dumb.
Alternative take on the show. Even if
I know, because I am too.
There are a couple of episodes that feel completely alien to you now. No Disgrace Like Home, while it is funny, is completely baffling if you grew up watching and rewatching everything that came after season 1. So Homer's taken the family to a work picnic and they all embarrass him. Marge gets drunk and he realises his family's a mess and he needs to take them to therapy to straighten them out. coming from the context of later Simpsons, you spend the runtime thinking...
This was them as right-wingers trying to essentially lampoon psychiatry and try to turn America against psychiatry. And that the average psychiatrist was Dr. Marvin Monroe, and he was a hack on television. And it took another Republican to repair this myth. It took Kelsey Grammer stepping to the stage with Frasier, a very renowned Republican, right? Also played Republican Sideshow Bob's on Simpsons. He was a Simpsons alumni too. It's Kelsey Grammer, so he counts to the discussion, right? It took Frasier it took Kelsey Grammer stepping to Frasier for 13 years on NBC away from Fox, trying to appeal to the smug NPR crowd and bring some intellectuality back to the primetime television before we all became Homer Simpson and Hank Hill and Home Improvement Guy and Tim from Home Improvement and Jeff Foxworthy and do it to it America, you know, basically Larry the Cable Guy. And they were terrified of this. They were like, no, please be Lisa Simpson. Please go to college. Please go to college in England. Please learn something. Please become president of the United States of America or something. Please do not aspire to be Homer Simpson. This was the message that they had in the background, but America missed it.
Isn't taking on this role in the story supposed to be Marge's job? Why is Homer the one forcing them to sell the TV? In fact, they do this same basic story in future seasons, where Marge is embarrassed of Homer's drinking and the kids make fools of themselves in public.
Because there's this point where both the husband and the wife realize that they become the cliche, and they try to fix it, and that's what those episodes were about.
In episodes like Scenes of a...
And see, he misses it. He misses the point. He's too dumb for the room, which was the whole point of The Simpsons, kind of. They were trying to make a point of like making fun of Homer Simpson, but you idolized him. And this was tragic for Groening. He left the show, if you recall. He made his crappy movie that nobody liked. I mean, people liked it, but I mean, I didn't like it. I mean, like nobody liked it like the show. And he left, didn't he? He basically just left the show. He left the show. He went to make Disenchantment. He went to make Futurama. He went to go on to make greater things, right? But I wouldn't say Disenchantment is greater, but I mean, I'm saying like Futurama is greater thing. It was a greater thing. It was a higher thing, Futurama. And so he left the show, didn't he? He went to go do Futurama, and he let them to deal with what was left of all the shitty right-wing boomer jokes that people had idolized rather than taken as a warning sign. And now we're all fat and bald and 40 like Homer Simpson. And we lived the life, and we watched too much television like him, and we worked jobs that we hated our whole lives, and we lived this whole stereotype that Matt Groening tried to warn us out about. And
struggling Springfield and the
I'm sorry, but it sucks. And these are the conversations that we should be having about The Simpsons, not this stuff about why is there an incongruity, a continuity problem between Homer freaking out about the Homerification of America as opposed to Marge freaking out about the Homerification of America.
Mysterious voyage of our Homer.
Your family sees you as...
He was always drunk and at the bar. He was always drunk driving. He was like, always in court for a DUI. He had a bad heart. He had a triple bypass because he smoked, he didn't smoke, but he ate fatty foods and red meat his whole life. He was like this stereotype that like Matt Groening was trying to warn us all about. And instead we just idolized him. It's tragic.
Stern authority figure.
Really? Homer?
But Marge, look at that hangdog expression. He's learned his lesson.
Let's get him a present.
Let's get him a present.
That Homer? What mostly came fully formed, though, aside from the odd episode that sits wrong.
And I was in the Bart Simpson role, which was also tragic. What they don't say about Bart Simpson is he grows up to be a meth-addicted trailer park, like, stripper banging... Like, they did make fun of it in The Simpsons. They showed Bart when he was older, and he's, like, at a strip joint stripping for women. And like, or he's either so fat that he can't move. I wash myself with a soap on a stick. You know, they were making fun of 600 pound, my 600 pound life and stuff. And it's like, that was one vision of Bart Simpson older, right? Or the other one was like, he's this meth addicted, gambling, hangs out in bars, kind of ne'er-do-well. You know, maybe he works construction during the day, but at night his night job is he's going to night court, right? He has like he goes to night court, and during the day he works construction, and he drinks a lot, and he's like kind of a drunk like lawyer type, right? And they made fun of Bart Simpson, and that was a warning. But then we all kind of lived exactly to be Bart Simpson, sort of. We all kind of did grow up to be that. It sucked.
Wrong now was a sense of...
I did not idolize Bart Simpson. I just was like Bart Simpson. I believe Bart Simpson idolized me. We were riding skateboards and smoking cigarettes and stealing beer from the Quickie Mart and all that shit. I mean, I'm sorry, but really, that's really who I was. I was like, I felt like Bart Simpson was a depiction of me.
Who all these
I'm sure Matt Groening's kids were in trouble for stealing beer from the 7-Eleven. Like I didn't get in trouble for that, but I mean, I was notorious for doing shit like that. You know. Remember when Jimbo was swimming the Quickie machine busts and the entire Quickie Mart fills with Slurpee machine syrup, and then there's Jimbo in there with a fucking like a rebreather, and he's stealing 6 packs of beer. I would do something like that. I have done crazy things to get bottles of liquor in Colorado on a Sunday. In this state for many years, there was a fucking ban on selling liquor on Sunday. So Sundays were kind of days to be bad. Those were the days that you rolled on ecstasy or did cocaine. Or like, you know, bought a bottle from your friend for $80 because the fucking liquor store is closed or whatever. Or you smoked like 4 joints, you know, or like 2 blunts. And you're like wasted all Sunday. And you're like, God damn, I wish I could buy some liquor, you know. This is when she throws him out. And she's like, Marge, I have something to offer to you, and it's complete dependency. I need you. And they said it out loud in the show, and they were like, this is what you shouldn't be. But this is what I view most right-wing boomers being. They're like dependent on their wife. They're dependent on their job. They're dependent on some tyrant trying to tell them what to do. And they're like sitting out there whining about how their wives don't like them anymore or anything. Well, yeah, because you kind of lived up to be the stereotype a little bit. You whine about dependence. Yeah, you shouldn't have sought dependence in your relationship. You thought that this was going to be Homer and Marge. It's never that easy, marriage, is it?
So let's get on to that.
Yeah, let's get on to that. But anyways, yeah, I'm going to go keep chopping rocks and stone and wood and stuff and keep getting richer in this game where I can't be harassed.
Homer is that he's gotten dumber with every season. And I thought that too before I started this rewatch. It's an opinion that's so common that it's basically canon at this stage. But looking back, although season 1 is rawer and grittier, right from the very first episode, he has always been depicted as
guys, rather than
dangerously
oops, what happened
unsuited to
there?
working with radioactive
you were supposed to be
materials.
locked.
Here he is in roasted on an open fire, acting as if these obvious warning signs that something's going wrong with the equipment are no big deal.
Oh, damn it.
And he's always been childlike as well. This is
Sorry.
from Bart the Genius, the second ever episode.
Oh, he was also autistic, which they always kind of attributed to, I always kind of attributed to Homer's drinking, right? But I don't know. I can't do another hour and 42-minute video. I have to go to bed, and I have not eaten today either, so I've got to do that. And I gotta get up tomorrow and do more Rust and New World like I did today. And I love it. And I'm looking forward to it, and I really want to do that. But I can't do another hour and 40-minute video, and I don't want to put anything else on, and I'm not providing the best content anymore, and I haven't even been playing the games now for like 4 hours or something of this 14-hour stream. So, you know, coming up on 14 hours now. Gonna watch like 5 more minutes of The Sims. No, I'm gonna stop. I'm dead. I'm tired. I'm sorry. So we're just gonna bail. I know I'm fading, and I know I'm fading, and I know better than to start blathering on stream while I'm brain dead and not even connecting blood to my brain since I'm so exhausted and tired and hungry. So Thank you so much for hanging out with me so long. It's been a really good day. It was a really good day. I had some steady viewership today on a Thursday. I'm pretty happy about that, and I expect Friday to be better. Fucking good. I'm facing something in my real life right now, so tomorrow is kind of iffy and up in the air, but I think we should be okay. I am Skycat Live, full-time variety gamer, all day, every day. Put me on in the background. Click on the cast space to donate and come to the Twitch, YouTube, Facebook. Thank God my mom set this up for me, because without it, I wouldn't have the discipline to do this every night. This is the only way you can donate to me. I would take 10 cents or 10 grand. I don't care what you have. I will use it to support... Excuse me, I'm so tired. I'm like slurring. I will use it to support my family. Thank you so much. You know what I'm saying? I love you guys. Thank you for all the support you've given me over the last few months and the years and stuff. Thank you to all the new people here and everything.